Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey yo, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey yo. Hey yo, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey yo, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey yo, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea.
Yes, karibu sana. You guys are welcome to day 2 of ACCES, and actually the final day. So if there's anything on your checklist you haven't done yet, make sure you slip it in there at some point today before you fly out, else you'll spend the next 1 year regretting it. But do yourself that favor. ACCES 2023, powered by Music in Africa. Again, they've been doing this for 10 years, so we are also celebrating the incredible team at Music in Africa. Let's give them a round of applause. A round of applause. Music in Africa, solid job at what they've done so far. And of course, they haven't done it alone, so I'll go through the list of partners that have made today possible. The Ministry of Culture, Arts and Sports here in Tanzania, we say asante to you. Basata, Siemens Stiftung, the Goethe Institute, the Alliance Française in Dar es Salaam, SACEM, SAMPRA, Voice of America Radio, Dito. They also had their session yesterday with Wendy. Thank you guys so much. CSAC, The Orchard, who will be joining one of the panel discussions today. Look forward to that. Share Publishing Africa, they have their workshop starting now. I think it's already started. So you might want to join that if you haven't signed up to them. The toolkit that young African artists need to succeed and thrive. Very important you join that. Kenya Airways, Hadi Pro, TVE, EFM, thank you so much. Be Extra Global, Tamriso, SNS. We've also got Sautiza Busara, Liquid, Boomplay, Zimas, Airground, Slicker on Life. They'll also be on stage for one of the panel discussions today. Singeli Festi, we had an incredible, very interactive session with them yesterday. We appreciate them as well. Coca-Cola, Hennessy, Kansai Plascon, and Saifi Hospital are all partners helping to make today possible. Today's session, very important. You need to stay throughout. I guarantee it, you will not regret. Focus points for today, we're talking digital strategies, we're talking talent management. If you have any talents you're managing, musicians, anything else in the creative sector, very important. We've got a heavy list of panel members who will be talking there. And then, of course, there's music and tech, so it's spread across. Very exciting stuff. We're going to kick off with one of the most important topics today. I don't know if you guys heard, it's trending everywhere. The Africans that got nominated in the Grammys. Have you guys seen the list? Heavy. I mean, we had more people in there than we did last year. Ashake is in there, there's Burna Boy in there. For him now it's like a standard thing. Burna Boy is in there. I think he got about 3 nominations. Amare is in there. I don't know if she's in there or is just affiliated, but we are Ghanaians, so we'll claim it. Who else is in there? Yeah, from South Africa, we had Make Me Sway. Yeah, Tyler. Super amazed. Really happy for SA as well. She was in there. I think Aya Star was also on the list. And it's incredible. It's not been a day's job or 5 years or 10 years. It's been a lifetime of work. So it's very important that platforms like this continue to run. And that is why, the very first session is so important. We're talking performance and collaborative platforms for musicians in Africa and beyond. How can we discover, more artists? I'll tell you something really interesting. Myself and Kobe, both from Ghana, we'd never heard of Esinam, till ACCES. We saw her on the list, surprised, excited, and we got to know who she is. We're going back, and we're already putting things together for her to perform, playlisting her. The possibilities are just endless. Platforms like ACCES are important in this regard. Yes, so all our speakers are here now. I think we're good to go. I'd like to welcome on stage, first off, Kimberly Oxide. She's a research and development manager with Momix Mauritius. Please make some noise for her as she joins us on stage. Yes, when people talk about Africa, they forget about Mauritius, but trust me, one vacation there and it's a wrap. You'll love it for life. Thank you so much, Kim, for joining us. She was here last year, and this year she joins us not only as a delegate, but also a panel member. We've got Pete Buckingham, the label director for On The Corner Records, all the way from the UK. A round of applause for him. Appreciate you making it. Yes, yes, yes. We've also got Sniper Montana, the CEO of Straight Up Vibes Tanzania. Sniper. I'm doing great, man. Thanks for joining us. And to moderate this panel here, there's Jess White. She's the founder of the ACCES agency, all the way from SA. He is the founder of the ACCES agency, all the way from SA. Make some noise for him as well. Thank you, Jess.
Thank you. I believe Pete is moderating. So,
Yes, me. Good morning. Hello, ACCES. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for waiting. I saw some of you here early doors. So, yeah, thanks for hanging in there. We're going to be talking about collaboration, some of the challenges that we face in the kind of current climate for artists to collaborate, but also the infrastructure that enables artists to kind of rise. So, yeah, should we throw it over to the panel? Like, give us some of your experiences, who you are, and how collaboration got you to where you are.
So, hi everyone, I am Kimberly Oxide from Mauritius. So I work in Momix, which is a music market in Mauritius. I am the responsible of the research and development department because at the same time I am doing a PhD at the University of Mauritius on cultural industries and languages, and I also teach at the university. So my role in collaborations is more throughout two previous years, is like working on collaborations and agreements with other music markets, like ACCES, the music in Bizo, Ioma, and other music markets, and try to do like mobility of artists and other form of collaborations.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jess White. I'm the founder, director of a Coom agency. I'm originally from Australia, based now in South Africa. I work as an artist manager, as a booking agent. I consult to music festivals on programmation. I produce events, and sometimes I DJ. Collaboration is critical in everything I do. So for me, the way I look at my relationships with artists, I look at them as a collaboration, as a partnership where we're working together to strive to help the artists achieve their goals. And so that's the first collaboration. Then you're trying to find various partners from a record label, publicists, the studios, fashion designers, photographers, videographers, and then artist-to-artist collaboration. So from an artist management perspective, if there wasn't collaboration, it would be very difficult to do your job and to essentially help the artist's career grow.
Hi, I'm Sniper Montana, CEO of Straight Up Vibes. We are an events agency, events management company in Tanzania. We believe we're culture creators and collaborators because we bring in a lot of talents across the world to come and perform in Tanzania. And in that aspect, you know, there's a lot of collaborations that do happen with local talents, you know, merging and synergizing cultures across Tanzania and the world through music and through collaborations that has led to more value as far as talents, equity as far as Tanzania and across the global markets.
Okay, great. Sniper, with such a big platform, how does the way you work enable artists to rise using collaborations? At what kind of level do you enter the relationship with them?
You know, so our biggest, our strength is to, you know, organize activities and events. And I believe through events are big platforms whereby, you know, talents get to be discovered. And that's, you know, through events, it gives a channel for talents to develop, you know. So we basically organize these activities, and we are platforms. We organize these platforms whereby international talents and local talents, you know, get to merge and synchronize and synergize and creating value in terms of their business accordingly.
And kind of the same question to you really, Jess. Have you got an example of one particular artist where you've seen collaborations help them rise at every level?
So basically every artist I work with has used collaboration to help them rise. But to pick one out, I would use Sampa the Great from Zambia. So Sampa has released 4 albums. The first album was a mixtape. The last 3 albums has all had collaborations. And one of the biggest collaborations that she had is with Angelique Kidjo, which the first collaboration was actually on Angelique's album, which won a Grammy 2-3 years ago. And then to kind of repay the favor, Angelique was on Sampa's album. And that collaboration came about because Angelique reached out to Sampa. So Angelique slid into Sampa's DMs on Instagram with, "Hi Sampa, I'm Angelique Kidjo, I'd like to collaborate with you." And so that wasn't like management reaching out to Angelique, it was artist to artist speaking. And like from my perspective, most of the artist collaborations from artist to artist happen with the artists speaking to each other. And then as a manager, you come in to ensure the paperwork is done and all the admin side of things. But a lot of times people are asking me how they can collaborate with artists I work with. And if they're an artist, I suggest you speak direct. You build that relationship with the artists on social media, you reach out to them, because the artist needs to have a synergy with the artist they're collaborating with.
So I suppose that goes on to the next point of that with you, Jess, actually with Sampa. Have you sought out any particular collaborations for her? And like, have you done that also at a business level? So are there brands that you've reached out to, or other kind of more industry level stuff that you would get involved with?
So like from the artist collaboration side of things, there's been some collaborations that I've helped with, and that was about accessing new markets. So Sampa collaborated with Blinky Bill, a Kenyan artist I work with, on Blinky's debut album, and that was like Bill had reached out direct to Sampa, and they were talking, but he was bringing me in to try to help it get across the line. And for Bill, it was about collaborating with Sampa because he really respects her as an artist. And for Sampa, yes, there's the respect there, but it was also about accessing the East African Kenyan market. Sampa performed at Saudi's Abu Sara Festival in 2021, and Sajava from South Africa was there. Sampa really wanted to see Sajava perform, and so they met, and about a week or two later, Sampa was like asking me about potential collaborations with Sajava, because obviously that helps with the South African market. So there's multiple kind of examples I could give, but for me, when it's artist to artist, it's about accessing a new market or a new fan base.
Okay, thanks, man. Kimberly, is there any areas where your professional work comes into collaboration with specific artists' development and helping them with collaborations?
Yes, I think like I like to use my research perspective, like as an academic, trying to find like new structures to offer new programs for mobility of artists or even cultural actors. Because we are not only focusing on the movement of artists coming to Mauritius or out of Mauritius, but also to the cultural actors there, trying to do like more workshops or consultancy. Because sometimes it really costs to make a group come to Mauritius and having everything covered. And I think that we don't tend to focus more on the cultural actors that actually need also that collaboration with other cultural actors of other music territories. So I think like doing the collaborations through those agreements with different music markets help us to find other ways to reach other artists and also other cultural actors. Like, for example, with ACCESS, they will propose us maybe some artists that we showcased to perform in Mauritius, and also we can see how actually people working in ACCESS can come to Mauritius and actually provide a workshop or consultancy to help also the cultural actors in Mauritius. And we can do also the other way around then. So thinking collaborations in other way and using my academic background to provide like new structures and new programs.
Do you think organisations like ACCESS and WOMIX can provide not just the workshops but also the support to collaborate in real time at the conferences or at the events that they program? Do you think there's a possible curation and kind of business support there?
I think there is, but I think that we have to see like the perfect or the fit model, like for it to be possible, because we are talking about two parties with two different situations, either economically or politically, and to see what will be the most of it, how can we get the most of it from for both parties. And it can actually take time, but we have to work on it.
And sorry to stay on you so long, but we were talking backstage a little bit about the challenges of mobility, of collaboration. Do you want to tell us a little bit more on your kind of thoughts around that and ways to help that mobility?
The budget, like the money to get for the flight tickets.
Yeah, the budget.
For the local transport, the accommodation, and the performance fee. Like sometimes in Mauritius we don't get that support from the government. So like in Tanzania, the government of Tanzania supporting ACCESS, we don't get that in Mauritius. And sometimes if we get it, it will be like even like 5% of MOMIC's budget. And some of the main issue is actually the flight tickets. And partnering with airlines give you like 5 to 10% sometimes. And when you have like 15 to 20 artists, like internationally, this is not enough. And the artists want to come or want to go out of in and out of Mauritius, but it is actually only the budget side. And the logistics can be working more because we do have cultural actors in Mauritius that are used to touring and doing the logistics in touring, but they are not ready because they didn't practice enough. And they didn't practice enough because there's not the money in it.
And a similar kind of question really to you, Jess, is when you're developing an artist and you think, right, some collaborations will be great, or another artist or organisation has reached out, what are the challenges that you've experienced, I suppose specifically around mobility and budget, in their journey to develop?
So essentially, in the early stages of an artist's career, when they're looking to export, the performance fees are usually not enough to make the tour a financially sustainable model unless you can access funding through collaboration. So there's various platforms that provide funding for artists to tour across the continent and internationally. And so this first, you're looking at home, so whether it's Department of Sports, Arts and Culture from a South African perspective, National Arts Council, like you're probably going to be very patient and be waiting a long time if you're just relying on those two funders. So looking at other ways of funding, so SAMPRA, SAMRO, the two CMOs have travel mobility funding for South African artists who are registered with those CMOs. Essentially, the requirement is they need to be registered and they need to have received a certain amount in royalty payments, and then they can apply for funding for production, for marketing, and for mobility, for touring. So as a manager, understanding the different platforms where you can access that funding. So SASAM, who's a funding partner of ACCESS, in 2018, together with IFAS and together with Ethiopian Airlines, we were able to tour a Senegalese artist called Ibaku through 9 African countries, 14 shows in 3 weeks. And it would have been completely impossible to do such a tour without partners like SASAM, IFAS, and Ethiopian Airlines.
And I mean, that's really helpful to know, I think. But what was the legacy of that tour of hitting 9 countries? Was it something that was, after the initial injection of cash and funding, has the artist gone on to, you know, the next level? Are they still touring, or was it just a one-off?
So with Ibaku, like, out of that tour, he has returned to East Africa, like, for a follow-up show at quite a large kind of festival called African Nouveau. So he first came through and did a show at Alliance Francaise. Then the next year came through and did a show at a festival. Some of the South African artists that he met when he was in there, he's done studio collaborations with. When he was traveling the continent, he was making a mini kind of TV series where he interviewed different artists. So he plans to roll that out with the release of his second album, which is coming out early next year.
Great, so that was a lot of, he built some integrated tools basically while he was touring to document it, and I presume that.
So we live in a digital age, so artists need to have content. So for me, when I'm taking an artist on the road, I'm looking at how it can be documented, how it can be documented differently. So with Ibaku, he basically set it up as a TV show where he was the host and he was interviewing different artists in each of the countries he went through when he was touring.
Great, so artists really have to be content creators whilst they're on the road, you think?
Well, yes, and the thing is, when you reach a level where you can have a team, you might have that content team on the road. Ibaku was 3 people on the road, his VJ, his sound engineer, and himself. So the VJ would be filming the interviews, the sound engineer would be recording them, so between the 3 of them, they're able to collaborate to not only produce the show, but to produce a mini TV series which will be released in the future.
Okay, thanks. Sniper, would you say that the platforms here in Tanzania, including your own, help artists to develop but also reach international markets?
Yes, I would. Affirmatively, because I have seen across the years that we've been engaging in these exuberant activities and events, and we've seen talents like Diamond Platnumz collaborating with World from Nigeria. We've seen Jokes from Tanzania collaborating with Jackie from Ghana. Mario collaborating with Savara from Saudi. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we fund these activities, fully fund these activities. These talents come to Tanzania, and our local talents get opportunities, to literally collaborate and grow in terms of their business is concerned.
And how do artists here reach out to you for those opportunities?
I believe I'm a very social person, and it's not hard to reach out to Sniper in Tanzania. So, I mean, I'm always one call away through emails. We are a very reputable company as far as Tanzania, and we've invested heavily as far as the music industry in Tanzania. So it's with the social world that we're in, through social platforms and so forth, you can always reach out, and we're always there to collaborate accordingly.
What are the kind of things you're looking for when an artist contacts you? Are there metrics you're looking for? Is there an audience? Is there a type of music? What would the artist that approaches you look like that you would take forwards? In terms of one that you would take forwards?
I mean, he has to have unique artistry. I believe we have to be very confident as well in terms of, the kind of merger that these people are going into, these talents are going into, will definitely, bring something that will sparkle change and will just be top of people's minds across the world.
And Kimberly, if an artist was to reach out to you, what are the things that you'd be looking out for in terms of saying, yes, we can work with you, we can recommend some support or collaborations?
Actually, I think it will be I will need the details, all the details of the artist, like the basic things like APK and tech rider, to see if this will be adapted to Mauritius. I'm actually working on real events. I think for example, for Momix, when we do the showcases, it actually does not focus on only one style of music, one genre, but different genres, and then to see if we have an audience for that genre of music in Mauritius. But since Mauritius is very diverse, with different cultures and also languages, we do have an open gate, even for genres that can seem atypical. And then I will just go with the team also and just do a market research to see if this will work in Mauritius. I would just ask him first to just send me his details, and then we'll do our market research to see if this will work, and then see it we will dealing with whom. If we are dealing with a music market, for example, if I saw an artist performing at ACCES, I will not actually go to the artist first. I will go to ACCES first, and then to the artist, and then see how we can make the artist come to Mauritius, but through ACCES. And this is how it works.
Thanks for that. Jess, there's part of your job that's kind of along these lines. It's very much A&R in a way. If you're choosing artists that you're going to help develop their career and take to international markets and develop them creatively, what are you looking for?
So, firstly, it's looking for multiple things. From a personal perspective, I'm looking for an artist who is a good human, who has good communication skills, who has a clear understanding of their vision and has a strong work ethic. All of the artists I work with, I think, fit that. Secondly, when it comes to the music, I have to dig the music. I'm not going to work with an artist as a manager or a booking agent if myself personally don't enjoy the music. The music for me shouldn't fit into one box. From the moment of starting ACCES, I wanted to work with artists that couldn't fit into a box. I don't want artists that can only be on one type of stage. Artists should be able to be performing in different stages, different festivals. So for me, it's artists who have a diverse sound, who have an amazing live performance, have a social message in their music. None of the artists I work with writing songs just about getting rich and girls and stuff like that, all of the artists I'm working with, their music has a social message. So for me, that's quite important. I look at the genres, so like I'm not genre specific, so at the moment I'm working with over a dozen artists, but they're crossing more than a dozen genres. I also look at gender ratio, so more than half of the artists I work with are femme, more than a third of the artists I work with belong to the queer community as well. So it's very layered. When an artist is reaching out, like for me, like for any of the managers in the room, we're getting artists reaching out every day, like, and you don't have the capacity to work with every artist, but for me, I make sure that if an artist is reaching out, that I pay them the respect to listen to their music, give feedback, give advice on how they can pitch to a manager. Like sometimes, probably a third of the pitches I receive from artists is like, yo, my music's dope, here's the MP3. They haven't sent me the EPK, they haven't sent me a link to their Instagram, they haven't sent me anywhere near enough information. But I will go back to them and say, hey, thanks for your music. Yeah, you're dope, but can I have your EPK, or can I have a link to your socials so I can get to know you a little bit better?
Great stuff, man. I think there's a checklist in there that everybody can learn from. We're obviously missing an artist as part of the panel today. So if there's any questions specifically from artists to our esteemed guests, please put your hands up, come forwards with your questions. And if there's any questions out there from the music managers, the industry, please shoot them over.
So while we're waiting for some questions, like there's a couple of platforms locally and in the region which, for me, like collaboration is very core in what they do. So Saudi Busara Festival has each year part of its program Swahili Encounters, where they're bringing musicians from Zanzibar, and they're collaborating with musicians who are coming to the festival. And for me, over the years, it's always been one of my highlights of the festival, is seeing Moroccan artists on stage with Tarab musicians, with musicians from other parts of the continent. So I think looking at Saudi Busara from an artist collaboration, their Swahili Encounters, but also their Movers and Shakers networking session, which is done in a very gentle, relaxed way, which allows that collaboration from a business level. Santuri, who are running a VR thing in one of the breakaway rooms, since the foundation of Santuri, like collaboration from the East African region, from producers, DJs, record labels, artists, has been really amazing to see. And also how they've put music education at the front of its activities, and it was great to see them be recognized a couple of months ago with an award from, I think it was the UNESCO, because music education is a human right, and Santuri were able to receive recognition for the work they've done. So for any of the artists in the room who are looking for potential collaboration platforms in the region, Saudi Busara, Santuri are two really leading organizations who have the artists and the industry best interests at heart.
Yeah, and to double down on that, really, from my experience, I met one of the founders of Santuri at Busara just as I was starting a label 10 years ago. So, you know, it's a real fertile ground. Sniper, is there any platforms you'd recommend other than your own? Where do you look for talent?
I think my fellow panelist here has said it all. Honestly, Centuri and Saudi Busara are one of the most iconic platforms as far as the region is concerned, and I would personally recommend, if there's any talents here, these are platforms that you need to go and attend. And as far as talents are concerned, there are a few things that I'd like to address. Through live performances, especially at home, talents need to utilize these spaces, utilize these appropriate platforms. As much as there are a lot of platforms are concerned, but artists need to as well invest in marketing themselves. They need to be marketable across all markets. They need to as well invest in building their brand identity, very unique brand identity, whereby markets across the world would be able to identify. And through Sauti Zabusara, Santuri, and I would as well recommend some of our Straighter Vibes platforms. You need to engage more, and we will always be there to support accordingly.
Okay, thanks. And Kimberly, have you got your ears and eyes open?
Yes, of course I do. And actually, I will tend to focus one more on the local scene in Mauritius and see what is happening there. Like what are the popular places, popular venues, and what are the artists actually touring on the island or in other islands of the Indian Ocean. And then I will just go through the partnerships agreements with different music markets and ask them, so what are the artists you're proposing, or what artists do you think can be relevant to Mauritius? And then also through the networking of our connections, and just ask them, because I think that they actually have already the professional background to know what we need to do those mobilities, and they can help us more to see in their country like what is working and what can be working in Mauritius. I would just do it like that first, like local, and then like further international partnerships.
Cool. I don't know if there's any questions yet. Yeah, we've got a couple. Gentlemen here. Can we get a mic too?
Is that for me? Hi, I'm Yusuf. Good morning, everyone. I'd be interested to hear what the panelists' thoughts on in terms of collaborations, artistic collaborations. I think a lot of us are very excited to see more collaborations within the African continent now, rather than looking only to the US or Europe. For example, you hear a lot of Swahili, Amapiano. There's a lot of collaborations, as you mentioned, with artists from Nigeria. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of collaborating with musicians from home. For example, in Tanzania or Mauritius, musicians from home who are more rooted in the cultural traditions. Like Ashake in Nigeria, he's bringing Fuji rhythms into his Afrobeat, and I think it's exciting a lot of people at home and overseas. Even here, people like 10 years ago, Professor J was collaborating with Jola Mwamba and doing hip-hop Singeli. There was Maasai hip-hop 20 years ago, but now I see a lot of it as being quite formulaic. And I wondered if the thought of collaborating more with traditional musicians, but still looking forwards with hip-hop and electronic and Singeli and so on, if this could maybe widen the markets for our musicians from different parts of Africa.
I mean, while these guys think about it, that's certainly something that forms part of the A&R of my label, is to look at traditional roots, understand them, and try and translate them for an international audience whilst maintaining the integrity of the rhythmic roots. Obviously, being a UK record label, that then also raises questions of the ethical framework of how we do that. To the rest of the panel, have you got experience along those lines in terms of African musicians collaborating with African musicians?
Like we did have collaborations with, in Mauritius, some residencies also, or showcases of African artists to Mauritius for Momix. But those days I'm actually focusing more on how to collaborate other than mobility. Because I think we focus a lot on mobility, like trading of artists, but there are other forms, other ways to collaborate, and even like co-creation, co-organization, or co-production. So how to make the most of every single way of collaborating, and not only say, okay, because one anecdote is that one time we tried to do mobility of artists, so the trading of artists, and we didn't have enough budget to do it. And we just didn't collaborate. And I see that's not how it must work. Like, okay, this, we can't do the mobility because of the budget, so what can we do with a limited budget? So what are the other forms to think of collaboration and think outside of the box in some ways? And we're doing the same with Momix, for example. So we canceled Momix this year because of lack of funding. And after 7 years of Momix, but it would be like the 5th edition of Momix this year, we were saying because we're putting a lot of our personal budget in Momix, and this will not work on a long term. So we are focusing more on Momix being sustainable rather than getting it done. And trying to think more of other ways to still have Momix actions throughout the year, and not having it like on a free day with a big budget that we have sometimes a lot of difficulties to deal with. So I think it's another way to think of a music market, not on a free day basis. And like all throughout the year, keeping the agreements active, keeping the collaborations is still active in other ways to make them possible, to keep actually the link between the different countries.
That's so hard without funding though, isn't it? So okay, please keep us updated with how you get on with that. Jess?
So, like, there's quite a lot of collaborations that are happening with like the kind of traditional indigenous sounds from across the continent. There's a platform based out of Swaziland called Collaboration, which is run from Bushfire Festival, which is one of the 7 must-see African festivals to attend. So Collaboration, in its first year, had an amazing collaboration between Mukumba, Zimbabwe's kind of biggest international export of the last 10 years, with Marina Laraba from Lesotho. So I think like both of those artists saw a synergy in their sounds and how they wanted to collaborate, and thanks to Collaboration and the House on Fire Bushfire team, they were able to do a studio collaboration which resulted in a single being released this year. So I think a lot of the collaborations we're looking at on the continent is in that kind of Amapiano, Afrobeats, Afro-pop kind of realm. But it would be great for artists who don't fit into that realm to consider how they can collaborate elsewhere. I was chatting to Steve Attenberry last night, who's part of the Lost Men, who are showcasing tonight from Ghana. And last year, I was working on a festival called Folklore Festival, where we brought Steve and One Love to come perform, and while they were in Johannesburg, we took them to a jam session called That Tuesday Funk, which features some of South Africa's finest musicians. On that night, there was Bakani Daya, Malcolm Gianni, Siyabonga Matembu from the Brother Moves On. And out of that, Steve met a house producer called Revolution, and Steve is going to be on 2 of his songs dropping this summer. Revolution is like a legendary house producer in SA, 15-year career, and so Steve is not only on there as a vocal line, but also with his traditional indigenous stringed instrument from Ghana.
Great, sounds like there's a record ready to go there. There was another question, right? Gentleman here.
Hi, Kobi Ankuma Graham from Ghana, writer, DJ, lecturer. So my question is to do with collaborations not across the region, but across, let's say, the size of the artist. So if you take an example in Ghana, let's say one of the hottest artists coming out of Ghana right now is Black Sherif. And one of the things that has helped to propel him was a collaboration with Burna Boy on a remix of his single, I think it was Second Sermon. So what I was wondering is, what advice do you have for, what is the kind of advice that is given to bigger artists in terms of who to choose to collaborate with? And I asked that in a weird way to kind of, because I know that there aren't a lot of big artists in the room right now, but I like to think that 10 years from now, some of the biggest artists would have been sitting in this room today. And so, like, what do they need to be aware of in terms of approaching bigger artists for collaboration?
That's a very good question. Has anybody on the panel got an answer?
So that is a very interesting question, because we actually dealing on generational and social status of artists to collaborate, like the gap. And sometimes for bigger artists, we said, okay, let's look for a young artist that has potential in his genre and try to use that to be more like popular, because the young artist has the popularity of the younger generation. Like, we actually focus on strategies and sometimes also on intuitions, like, okay, there's a good connection with that artist, so we can do something together, even he's a big artist or not a big artist. It really depends, actually. But I think it really is more about strategies, like about popularity, about experiences, and about, like, actually in Mauritius, it is how the population feels about the artist. For example, our traditional music is the Sega. And one of the biggest Sega group in Mauritius is Cassia. And if Cassia, since he has an audience of the adult generation, I don't want to mention the ages, so the adult generation, and you have like younger artists with new genre, new style, and new music, and they want to also have a more diverse audience. So either the manager or the producer, if we're doing new music, we say, okay, just go with Cassia because he already has this audience, and it would be good for you to also have an older audience and try to have like more listening, like also on radio, because the radio is more like in Mauritius for the older, for the adult population rather than the younger population. So it's really determining like the criteria of what are you looking for, what are the objectives of the artist, and what he can do.
You know, in my point of view, I feel like you know, sometimes big talents as well, they need presence in other markets. For example, Black Sheriff, he's an upcoming, big artist in Ghana. So if if you have a talent in Tanzania that wants to blow up in the West, they'll need to collaborate with West African talents. It'd be big or small, but they need presence. They need to be talked about. They need to be on top of people's minds. I would say a talent like Davido. Davido has collaborated probably in half of the African countries, you know, with Zambian talent, Zimbabwe, South African, and so he is quite a Pan-African musician, you know. So collaborations are very key, especially if you want equity as far as music and the brand identity is concerned. And as far as talents are concerned, they just have to synergize. And big talents as well, they really, really need different platforms as well for them as to have presence. And as far as the upgrowing artists are concerned, they have to have very strong, innovative managers to always make sure that aggressive managers like Salam, Diamond Platinum's manager, is a very aggressive person. If you want something to be done, he'll make sure that, you know, that is done effectively. So it has to be from the talent, from the management aspect, it has to be a collaborative effort to make sure that these collaborations happen.
I'd also just like, as a little final point to jump in on this, like I've A&R'd a project for a UK artist some of you might know called Goldie, and with his music I looked at where his influence had got to and wanted to put some of my label's influence in there on a creative level. And like, as much as we chose innovative remixers and innovative feature artists, not all of them cut through into the original artist market, and sometimes it doesn't work. And I've worked recently with BCUC, who also have had an album in the last few years where they worked with Sol Williams and Sean Kuti, and neither of those tracks, I don't think, really reached the audience that was intended. So it doesn't always work, sometimes it works. Those features, it's kind of, if you can follow the creative line rather than chasing the numbers, then you're kind of more likely to be onto a winner.
I'd just like to add one point, like, so from the emerging artist who's reaching out to that more established artist, be patient, like, identify an artist that works with your identity as an artist. So, like, if you're, like, Made Kuti, Femi Kuti's son, like, and you want to collaborate with, like, Sun Ra or someone, like, look at the synergy. Like, if Made Kuti wants to collaborate with Nicki Minaj, is that going to work? So try to find a synergy. Try to find a unique way to approach. One of the artists I work with, we wanted Black Coffee to remix a song, and we knew if we went through the A&R channels, he's too busy, it's not going to happen. But we knew that Nati Black Coffee loves music, so we made sure that before the album was out, that a copy of the vinyl was given to him by a mutual DJ friend, so who's in your community who can help plug you. So this DJ gifted the vinyl to Black Coffee. The day before the release, Black Coffee is putting it on his Insta stories to his hundreds of thousands of followers. And then he DM'd the band on Instagram asking for the separates to the song. So we got what we wanted, but we didn't have to ask, because we went through a different way of building a relationship. And so then Black Coffee is asking for the separates to the song, which we have a link, send it to him, and within 3-4 days he sent through the first draft of a remix. And we didn't pitch. But we did pitch, but we just did it differently.
And that will no doubt save you money as well. It will save your budget because there's that natural collaboration. He's interested.
Yes.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Sniper. We're obviously running a bit late, so we're going to have to cut it off here. Any more questions, approach us out and about around ACCES. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Pete. If you guys could kindly step forward for a quick group photo. I think
Sure thing.
Thank you guys so much. So that was the very first panel discussion for today, performance and collaboration platforms for musicians in Africa and beyond. Kimberly Oxide is a research and development manager for Momix, all the way in Mauritius. Pete Buckingham is a label director for On the Corner Records UK. He was the moderator. Sniper Montana is the CEO of Straight Up Vibes right here in Tanzania. Jess White is the founder of the ACCES agency in South Africa. So once again, thank you guys so much, and let's give them another round of applause, please. Solid. Thank you guys. ACCES 2023, I see more people here. Thank you guys so much. Quick reminder, when you are posting, let's use the hashtag ACCES 2023. It's as simple as that. All the photos that you've seen so far, if you're reposting, whether in your stories, on Twitter, Facebook, just use that hashtag ACCES 2023. And you can also tag music in Africa. It's really simple, just Music in Africa on all the other platforms. Another reminder that this is streaming on Facebook and on YouTube. So if there's anybody in your network, you know, people back home, colleagues who are part of your company, your business, you can share the link with them so they can also watch and share with others. We're gonna go straight into the next session. Next one is super important as well. Artists, managers, and entrepreneurship. In Africa, and I'm sure in elsewhere around the world, usually whoever the manager is of, you know, upcoming artists is probably the same person who founded the business, the agency, or the label. So entrepreneurship plays a huge role in the music business. It's huge. Whether it's a management agency or an actual record label, you need to know how to run a business. You need to know how to run a business. So it's just very important that we delve straight into this. Yesterday we had Sipo and Eddie, Sipo from Gamma, tell us about their innovative approach to the music business, how the world is changing and things that worked 10, 20, 30, 50 years ago can't work in today's music scene. So they have something different going on that supports the artists on all fronts, especially on the music business front. So that's very impressive. Today, we're going to hear from a panel of experts, I'd say, people who have been successful at growing and building their own businesses as well. Do give me 2 minutes. Great. So I've got the green light to go ahead and introduce this particular panel. First person on the list, a name that if you're in the music business, you're definitely not new to. He's the founder of Fifth Season, home to big artists like Ami Faku, AKA of blessed memory as well. Benza, founder of Fifth Season. Okay, I don't think he's here yet. Okay. Well, let me introduce the rest as we wait for him to come through. I've got Victoria Nkong. She's the associate producer of the Afrima Awards in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for her. An award scheme that's really put a lot of artists on the map. And one thing I really appreciate about Afrima, it's also a platform for you to discover artists from different countries. A lot of artists like Dark Suburb, a Ghanaian rock band, you know, receive nominations. It's usually not heard of. So they're definitely one of those award schemes that are really about the music as opposed to popularity. So once again, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I've also got Percy Yiptong. He's the director of Cyper Production, joining us all the way from Mauritius. Please, a round of applause for him. I'm really happy about the representation from Mauritius this time around. It's really solid. Moving on, we've also got Plot Mako. She's the founder of Earground. He's the founder of Earground all the way from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for joining us as well. And finally, Benza is here with us. Please, a round of applause for Benza. He's the founder of Fifth Season, all the way from South Africa. Appreciate you joining us here today as well.
Hello. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be part of this panel, but also be moderating. My name is Claude Marco. I'm a creative entrepreneur and a digital content creator, festival director for a couple of festivals in Zimbabwe. I run a festival called Amplifier, which I'm a co-creator, and I'm also part of a festival called Jibilika, and I run a media startup called Earground, which documents and curates creative and digital content from Africa. And I would give my colleagues a chance to introduce themselves and what they do.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Victoria Nkong I'm African, well, from Nigeria. I'm a creative entrepreneur. I've been in this creative industry for almost 2 decades now, started very early. Done a few things from talent management and booking to events and TV production and PR. I run a company called QTB Entertainment and just recently founded The Bridge. Most importantly, I would say I help passionate, talented people make a profitable career out of their passion and their talents. And I also sell Africa to the world using music and film. Thank you. Well, I produce Afrima Awards. I'm the associate producer for Afrima. Started with the Kora Awards in South Africa, did Headies Awards in Nigeria, then Afrima, and I recently did talent production for the Trace Awards in Rwanda. So I've been in that space for a bit.
Oh, amazing.
Good morning to all. I'm Percy Yiptong from Mauritius Island. So I started, like many, to do management just by passion. And there's no university to learn management, it's learning by doing. And then I set up my record label because my artists, no producer wanted to produce them. So I help artists that have no one to work with. So my label is called Cool Creole. So I worked in Mauritius about 35 years ago. So most of the main artists in Mauritius I launched. So then Mauritius is a small African island of 60 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide. So I extended my work to Madagascar, Comoros, Seychelles, and Réunion Island, the neighboring islands, for 20 years, worked with the main artist. And since the last 10 years, I went to East Africa. So I work with South African artists like Africa Mamas, Sheni Wagune from Mozambique, Kenya, and now since 3-4 years, I've even reached West Africa with Ghana, with my band that is playing tonight. So this is where entrepreneurship comes in. And you can see here, African music is more black and white. I'm maybe the only yellow guy, but I'm truly African because I'm a Chinaman made in Africa, which is definitely better than a Chinaman made in China. So made in Africa is better quality than made in China. So I'm proud of that. And I'm also happy to say that in the 54 African countries, 54, I've been to 37 of them. And I've hitchhiked from Cape Town to Algeria. Because for me, the essence of music is going to the soul, not on the business side, to the human relationship. And success comes with human networking, with professionals, but also with artists, and to know the countries on the ground. Thank you.
Jambo, VP. They call me Benza. I work with Fifth Season. It's a creative entertainment agency based out of Sandton, Johannesburg. We are focusing on talent and content management and development. I am the Chief Creative Opportunity Creator and then also the culture investor. We've been doing this business for about 15 years based in Johannesburg. I'm originally from Liberia, spent some time in New York City, and then moved over to South Africa about 20 years ago. On this panel, I guess, the reason why I'm on this panel, I guess, I'm a failed artist, but a great producer. I'm also a successful manager and a committed entrepreneur.
Oh, thank you so much. So I think I'll start with you, Benza. You know, the African music scene is going through a lot of transformation, and it's happening at a lightning speed because we're literally learning on the job. Digitalization, globalization is transforming how we do business, but this is also impacting the way artist managers have to work or are working, and the entrepreneurship around music. What's the context, or how has been your experience, and I mean, as an artist manager, with regards to artist management and entrepreneurship in the light of these new changes that are happening today?
Well, over the last 3 years, I think we work mostly with, I guess the role that we've taken on over the last 3 years is cultural investor, because we invest in the business that's the artist. So, you know, when you discover someone and you think that they have the potential, our relationship has grown more as a partnership than a record label. We did start out as a record label because we needed to fund all the aspects of developing someone. Nowadays, with just the digital changes, also with the new breed of artists that we have, because guys are quite technology advanced, what we tried mostly to do is just be the I would say the purveyor of expertise, either in legal side or from our network and from our relationship. We have the experience from what we...
How has been the transition for you, and how have you managed?
So I'm old school. It was quite tough because I started selling cassettes, then selling CDs, then selling records, and now you come on the digital age. So I'm too old-fashioned to go and learn it, but doesn't mean it's not possible. I get young guys, I create jobs, and they can go to platforms and do it for me. So it's still possible. So the positive thing of digital, I don't have to send my records or to export them. Now it's cheaper, click, sell, stream. But we're in Africa. You just saw I can have the biggest 5G connection, electricity cut. So this is the reality of Africa. For example, Madagascar, I can stream my records, send it in New York, but we have 5 hours electricity cut in the capital every day. And here in 10 minutes, you had 2 electricity cuts. So we depend on electricity. So this is, I always like to come to the reality on the ground. But it is positive because now we can sell it. But it changed the whole ecosystem of producing. Because now, before I had to produce, cost a lot of money to studios and everything. But the sales by streaming really touches only a small amount of people. Was before I did a concert, I could sell 2,000 CDs and I get my cash immediately. Now the streaming companies are getting a lot of money and my artists get little, unless you're a big star. So this is also the other economical reality for artists today. They can get the big money by digital, but most of them get a small half-cent euro or €1 or 30 cents. So the income is harder when I sell my CDs. And this is where I tour with bands in Europe, because when I tour, I can sell many CDs. But now today, there's no CD players. Even a car, you don't have a CD player. So what do I do with my CD? So for producers now, digital is less interesting because you're not as sure as before to earn more money. So that's the but everything has positive and negative, the yin and the yang. So you must take all of them together.
Okay, we're going to dig more into that. In Nigeria, we see the transformation, we see the global impact. Just last night, they announced the Grammy nominees, and Nigeria is leading. You, as an event producer, having worked with the Kora and the Afrima, I assume that your role overstretches beyond just artist management. But how has been your experience?
Right. The music ecosystem has evolved a lot, which, I mean, Nigeria, as an example, has made it a lot easier for artists to break through, to cross borders beyond their countries, etc. That's the positive side. But on the other hand, it has made it a lot more competitive as well, because It's more like kings get dethroned on the daily basis right now. Your bragging rights 4 years ago could be that you're topping charts that no other person has topped. You're getting nominations like at the Grammys, etc. Today with the digital age, you're number one on the charts today. By tomorrow, there's a small boy from one small country who has produced good music and has been able to push himself digitally, and he's taken number one on the charts. So, basically, everyone now has to be on their toes. Everyone needs to bring a lot more to the table. There's no such thing as past glory anymore. And I think Nigeria is one of the African countries that has benefited the most from this whole digital advancement in the music ecosystem. There's been exponential growth. However, I like to put it out there that it hasn't been easy. This growth hasn't come from just being a country with large numbers. Neither has it come from having a government who has put money behind the creative industry, etc. It has come from a hunger, a determination to be more successful, because it has become also a lot more competitive. The exposure we've gotten has helped, but I think one thing that is sure is that the Nigerian artists and managers have now understood that you need to bring a lot more to the table for you to stay relevant. So what has happened is that this new age with its benefits has produced a lot more kings. It has seen some of the artists from the past risen a lot higher than they thought they would ever, the Burners, the Wees, the Davids, while some other artists who weren't able to get with the memo and evolve quickly have been grounded. So we have some big names who have sadly gone to the bottom, and some who have gone a lot bigger. It's all about, as an artist, upping your game. Today, being an artist is not about just making music. It's building a brand that then opens you up to several other possibilities and opportunities. You're in Nigeria making music that's licensed to Lion King. Davido is now doing a cameo on, Coming to America too. So there's a lot more you can do. You just need to solidly build a brand, put in the work. Even the managers right now, we have realized that you also need to up your game. Management has evolved as well. There's now a need to identify who your business manager is, the person with a vision, who puts together the strategy, who charts the roadmap for you, who possibly helps you to build the team that you need around you. Because one disservice any artist can do to themselves is think that you can do it all by yourself. You want to reach how many billion people on earth, you can't do it all by yourself. You may be able to produce music now with applications, you can sell yourself on social media, that's true, but we cannot undermine the importance of having the right team and structure around the artist as well. And that's something that the Nigerian industry is embracing all the more. The artists themselves, the managers themselves have realized as well that you're not just that person who follows the artist on the road, and collects show bookings. You need to look for business opportunities. As a manager, you need to understand how the digital verse works. You need to also have the right network. You need to be in the right places. In Nigeria, it's really competitive. I tell everybody, being an artist or an artist manager is, you're a professional, like a medical doctor, like a lawyer. You need to, be where it's happening. I don't know how many artist managers are here today. This is the issue. Where I come from, if something like this is happening, we are aware that you'll have people from all over the continent and outside coming. We'll wear our nice clothes and come sit here and listen to learn, but also to network. We're now very hungry because one day of sleeping on it, a small boy has come from nowhere. Ashake 2 years ago wasn't a thing. Yesterday he had a Grammy nomination. So like in Nigeria, everybody's up and running. We're not sleeping.
Wow, up and running. Hold it up there, because we're going to continue that conversation. Quite interesting. Last night I attended the showcase performances, and I had the pleasure and the honor to actually watch a superstar doing his thing. I'm still hooked into your performance. Damien, so welcome.
My pleasure.
Great. For the benefit of those that are just watching for the first time, if you could introduce yourself and what you do.
Yeah, my name is Damien Innocent Mihail, my real name on a passport. But my artistic name is Damien, so D-A-M-I-A-N-S-O-U-L. I'm a singer, songwriter, composer, guitarist, performer, and I can say a producer of my own kind of music. So, yeah, simply that.
Wearing those many jackets, how has been your experience being an artist and a producer in the face of the digital changes that are happening now in the globalization? African music is no longer only for Africa, it's now a global sound. How has been your experience?
I beg your pardon, please.
And I was asking in terms of your experience, how have you managed to transition and balance being an artist, a producer, and doing this in the digital age at a time when music has become a global phenomenon?
It started a long time ago. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even describe myself, but out of passion, dedication, you know, because I came from church background, skills-wise, but before church, I was born and grew up in this neighborhood. This is Sinza. I remember back in the days when I was young, here used to be a forest here where we're sitting, and we used to come with this, we call it manati. How do you call it manati in English? Aha, thank you, yeah. So we used to come and hunt, learning how to hunt. But back in that era, hip-hop music was the one who was taking over. So my dream was always wanted to be a hip-hop star. But then I realized that I was working on more skills, on writing skills, you know. But later, when I went to church, I learned even more. So I had almost like 7-8 hours, you know. I never had that idle time. Back, you know, those times, I had enough, I learned enough from, you know, battling, doing freestyle. This was the culture in Sinza. Then later on, when I decided to move into another, like to church, so I become more, I dedicate myself more into practicing and all that. Then I didn't know that I was gaining more into skills-wise, and then when the market was looking for such a kind of product, I was ready, and I'm like, here I am, yes.
Wow, great. I'll come back to you. Benza, Victoria spoke about, you know, the different things and skills and roles that now an artist manager plays. How much does an artist manager have to understand or know or grasp for them to be able to manage their artist professionally and be able to create a sustainable career?
You have to know a lot. I guess I'm speaking to some people in here who are either, are there artist managers in here? Okay. Artists? Okay. All right, great. It's like any sort of, you know, you're pretty much working as the CEO of a business. So you have to understand how to generate sales. You have to have a relationship with partners. You have to understand the artist's wants and the artist's limitation and the artist, what makes the artist feel good. You have to do, you have to be the CFO of the business as well, do the accountant. You have to manage all the different, you know, actors that play a role in actually building the artist's career. You also have to understand the copyright law. You have to understand the, you know, producer split. You have to understand how to be an A&R. A&R is someone who helps collaboration, helps you put collaboration with your artists. There's a lot more, you know, especially now in the digital space. You also have to understand and have a relationship with all the digital partners. It's a constant phone calls. You're on the phone probably 80% of the time. There's a joke going around about when I'm in the studio where the artist's like, what do you do? What instrument do you play? You know, and I've always said the instrument that I play is the mobile phone. And I'm sure you guys know that, you know, it's 80% of the phone, but that phone calls at any given day can be going to 20 different people about 20 different things that evolves around your artist. So it's a CEO of a business. If you run a shop, if you're CEO of your little shop, you understand that every part of that shop adds to the overall turnover, whether you're selling a Coke or you're selling a T-shirt or you're selling whatever. It's the same thing with us. We're managing your royalty split, we're managing your publishing split, we're managing your brand activation, your influencer campaign, we're managing your booking agent. It's a lot. We can actually do a whole workshop on it.
And Percy.
Yes, what's interesting, you know, manager starts always by passion. You like the music, you like the artist, and you do it. But you have no masters in artist management. You just learn by doing. This is how it starts. But how to go to the switch of being entrepreneur is that your management skills brings you to generate money through business. So this is a whole scope of life, can take 5 years, 10 years. And this is why I fight for fair trade in music, because we will fight for fair trade in coffee, banana, but it's often a small guy, he likes his neighbor, he put his money in it, his love, and then the artist becomes big, and a big international company, Sony, takes it, and they go. And the artist often is the main culprit because he wants to get money from everywhere. So when it starts generating money, this is where it becomes entrepreneur. And the key of success of that is, as you said, you must earn money from marketing, t-shirts, from sales of the music, but also touring. And touring is also a big marketing tool. When I tour in Europe or America, I get more visibility for my artist. And then, if I'm not stupid, I sign with a big label. But I control the rights on the recording. So to come to that scope from small amateur to being an entrepreneur is a big thing. And later, maybe if I have time, I'll talk to you about one success story of my band that's playing tonight at ACCES tonight. And maybe if I have time, show you how management can bring to that. Or if you want, I can talk about it now, but I'll let the others and I can talk. So come see the concert. We won the Songlines Award, which is like the Grammy Awards for world music. And this is also important. We're talking about African music. African music comes from traditional music with traditional instruments to today electro, DJs, and rap. I'm mainly in world music, but world music must adapt. You can't do traditional music and go into festivals in Europe. You must do what I say neo-traditional music. I can mix with electro and put electric effects on my traditional violin made with hairs from a horse, for example. So this is where it becomes entrepreneur, and also it brings also artistic direction, which people forget is essential in music, artistic direction.
Where I come from in Zimbabwe, one of the biggest struggle in terms of artist management relationship is that you find some artists are not ready. They are not prepared to get into like a professional setup. They're not prepared to part with money, so all the money that they make is theirs. And also not being ready to go along with the strategic vision or direction that the management comes with, which then creates a disconnect. Either people think that you as a manager you are failing, or you as an artist you are failing because you're not in sync. Victoria, how's been your experience with regards to this? Artist expectations and management expectations and...
Okay, well, back in the day when I first started, I've had the experiences you've spoken about, he's spoken about as well, in terms of the vision of the artist and the management not syncing, or artists getting big after you invest and then getting bought by other companies. And for me personally, I've gotten to a place now where I'll say recruiting an artist. I use the word recruitment because if we're going to be taken seriously by the world, by even the talents, we need to first take ourselves seriously. Every other serious sector or domain in the world has criteria before you're a part of it. The same way in my company, we have criteria before we take up any artist to work with. It doesn't matter how big you are. I don't want to drop names, but I've had like supposed A-list artists who have broken through Nigeria and even part of the continent who have approached us to say, let's work. I look at the criteria, the list that we have put together, and if you don't tick 80%, no matter how tempting it is, my team and I would not move. Like, we've had several of those. And the first thing on that list isn't even talent for us, it is attitude. If there's an attitude thick, a lot of the other things can follow. With the right attitude, you can learn, you can break through doors, your name will be mentioned by people in spaces where, but with the wrong attitude, this talent comes, makes a whole mess of what you've built over the years, makes you waste your time and your money. Look, guys, ask everyone here, talent management is the most selfless job you're ever going to do in your life. It's like babysitting. Mothers understand what it means to babysit. You know, from managing his business to his personal life, to when he breaks up with his girlfriend, to when his mother is sick in a hospital, to when, you know, his preferences and his humors. Excuse my terms, I've been through all of that. I am not at this stage of my life going to get involved with someone who doesn't understand, who is not ready for the long run, for a professional career. Every business, every entrepreneur in the world needs a professional team around them. So does the artist. You can't be surrounded by yes men. Dear artists in this room, the guy who gets the girls, buys the smoke, says yes to you, does all your bidding, isn't your manager, you're not going to move far with that career. Your manager is that person who's able to say to you, not now. Who's able to say to you, be on time for that appointment because it's a business appointment, you want to look like a serious person. That's the person you need. And then that person can now identify the rest of the people you need on your team, you know, based on the stage you are in your career, and then you grow as you go. There's a lot more legal services, A&R, digital distribution. At the start, we say in Nigeria, follow who know road. Look for someone with track record and experience, at least a little experience. Don't get that brother or that neighbor who hasn't managed $1,000 before to help you build a career that you want to make $10 million from. There are exceptions to rules. In some cases, he may be successful. But in most cases, you want a business manager that understands business. I know you start management by passion, but we've gotten to a place where you need to sharpen up certain skills, sharpen your business development skills. You're developing a business, like Benza said earlier. And even for the managers, one of the reasons your artists are running away is your paperwork isn't tight, because if it is tight enough, the guys who are signing him will know that they are getting into trouble. If you're a fighter like myself, you fight back and get your resources. I don't want to be with an artist that doesn't want to be with me, but I don't want to throw my money and my time and my network for someone who's going to walk away just like that. You also need to brand as a manager, because what's happening is we spend the time in the background working on building big brands for these artists, but we remain here, we build them here, and then the artist outgrows you because he's evolved. You need to sort of evolve as your artist evolves. Gone are the days when a manager says, I don't need to be on social media. I'm not a social media person. What are you talking about? What language is that? Brand yourself. What's better than one brand selling a brand is two brands. Benza is currently a household name. He's a brand. He doesn't need the name of an artist for him to stand tall anymore. I don't need the name of an artist to stand tall. None of my social media platforms has any of the talent I've worked with written there, but I've been able to carve a niche for myself. He's going to be a bit worried about crossing the lines with me because he knows that he'll be stepping on several unidentified toes around the continent. So the manager also needs to evolve so that your artist can keep looking up to you, as opposed to being here and then the artist is there and it gets to a point he's ashamed to refer to you as the manager, but you're doing the work behind. So it all has to do with how times are evolving. We need to evolve with it. It isn't easy, but there are some, would I say, rules or guidelines that you must adhere to. Once again, artists, there's no point hiring a team that you cannot listen to. When a businessman gets a team of professionals to surround him, it's because he knows that they see what he doesn't see. They've got a vision in aspects where he doesn't have, and they can advise him, and he pays them heavily so that they lead him. Now, you want to build a career, and you want people around you who can only say, yes, sir, you know, whatever you're doing, yeah, boss, you're not going to go anywhere. So get you someone who has vision, has network, has a fair understanding of business and networking. I mean, the rest he can learn as he goes. But when you get that person and also get the rest of the team, your lawyers, whatever, you must listen to them. Otherwise, you are destroying your own career. And as of today, music business has moved from just make music, go and perform on a stage and go. If you're able to get the right structure and build the right team, like I said earlier, music branding only opens you up to doors where you would never have expected to be in. You go to countries, you meet with presidents. the music has taken you there, but look out for opportunities in that ecosystem. What can you do? Is it real estate? And that's where your manager comes in. Because you're being the nice guy, you're nicely dressed, you're smiling and taking pictures. Your manager is exchanging contacts and speaking to people about other businesses that you can work with them on, besides just music. And that's another reason why I advise be in partnership with your business manager. You want him to be invested in the business and in your success so that he goes the extra mile. He's like, he has the helicopter view. You're the creative. He's looking out and tapping doors. He knows who to carry with you depending on where you're going. If you must, keep your I don't know, your errand boy around you who does all those other dirty things for you, if it makes you happy, but definitely keep the brain and the reason around you as well that can stabilize things. And when he comes in, you know that it's serious business and you sit up. Otherwise, times have moved, you'll be left behind. And as for managers, please don't take up anybody who's not serious. This job is too demanding. Like Benza said, sometimes I think I'm crazy. On the plane, I'm walking until I hear it's time to land. Yeah. I'm typing messages that I feel like will deliver when I'm on ground because I need to message like 50 people at the same time. I don't want to do all that with someone who doesn't have a vision for long term.
Wow.
Can I just add a small comment?
Okay. Yeah.
What you're saying is very, very interesting because a good manager must master today the technical side with digital platform, the commercial side with distribution and sales, the marketing aspects, and also one mustn't forget the key of success is human relationships. My human relationship with the artist, if I'm too in love with him, I will accept all his negative sides and then I get busted because I was too nice to him. But human relationships not only with the artist, with the festival directors, with the journalists, with the promoters, with the record labels. So for me, at the end, you can master the technical, the legal side, the contracts, the commercial side. But if I don't have the psychological and the human relationship, I am doomed to fail if I've succeeded the whole rest. And this is where music is transmitting soul, sound, and groove, and feeling. And this is what often managers, we get the groove, get the feeling, and we forget the human side and we fail. So don't forget the human aspect on the success of any manager.
I think if I were an artist, I think I should be more frightened right now to think of all of these elements and things that have been said, from strategy to team to having a vision, having different skills. And I'm thinking to myself, how do I as an artist decide who manages me? And at what stage do I start thinking that I've outgrown this manager, I need to get another manager? And I mean, I would love to hear from you, Damien. How was your experience, selecting or deciding who manages you? Because I know artists that got managed by their brothers or friends, or somebody who had a mobile phone in the neighborhood became their manager because it was easy access for them to receive bookings. And they then got stuck to that person up to such a point where they felt like indebted, like, oh, I can't let them go because they've been around, but now they want to grow their brand. How has been your experience as an artist?
To be honest, it has never been easy. I think till today I'm still looking for, that one. So that's like an open check. Yeah, finding a business manager is also not easy because, for instance, our industry is very young compared to some other countries like South Africa. But it has been growing so fast for the past 15 years, like 10 years and 15 years. It has been really blowing up. From like the second generation, I can say, the third, and now we can see the younger ones also doing much better too. But we still, as a country, let me say that, let me admit this, we have so much talent, raw, that really needs a business manager to make business out of this talent. Yeah, so mostly I think myself, I've been, my journey has been actually, let me share my experience a little bit. Back from uni, and then the only thing that I had was just music and the skill, but I didn't know how to make money out of it. And as I said that before, that I came from a church background. It was more of a service, not a business. Now, you're already grown up, and you know, you have to take care of, you know, stuff around you, you know. Even like you want to go to the studio, you need to find a fuel, or you need to find a bus fare to get there. There comes now things started working, you know, like I need this, I need this, I need that. So you're looking for a ways to facilitate to your, either your dream or your goal. So on my experience, I had friends who are really intellectual, like smart to business. And when I got back, I started in Uganda, and then one of my friends, Scott Kelvin, who was working as a senior in one of the one of the big hotel, Seacliff Hotel. And then he brought us together, me and other friends. He picked the best, and some of these guys, I'm still working with them till today. He said, listen, we need money. And there is a niche here in Dar that don't go to other places, you know, they don't listen to other music. They're particularly, they love jazz, blues, some classic, soul, and we can do this because most of the guys, they're not doing this. They're doing mostly tradition, Lingala kind of sound, which is the most popular sound in Tanzania. It has been and is still. So we moved from, this guy affected us with his, he came with a strategy because he had a business background. He started that, and he's one of the senior, you know, at that, whatever. So he was guiding us that you come with your instruments, everybody. We will borrow some money. We'll get the equipment, and then we're gonna do audition to some of these places. And then we will be making, out of everything that we're going to make, we'll save 30%, which 10% is gonna take care of our transport, 10% is gonna take care of our equipment in case anybody like cut the string or whatever. And then 10% we're gonna serve it in case one of our members get any like accident or whatever. So we started that way, and that's how I started learning business, by being in a business, by making small from like 300,000 Tanzanian shillings, which is about $120 or 30, you know, and moving from there to 500 to 1,000 to be able even to start my own business, and standing as a solo artist, like independent. But it has never been easy, you know. Always you have to go and seek for, you know, people who have more experience, like lawyers, people with understanding of accounts and all that. So finding a real business manager, mostly in our country, it's really hard. You just find friends, people are rolling together, people who doesn't have even understanding on what they're doing, but they're just there to push. But they're counting because they're doing something to push you forward. You find people that they have passion with you and stuff like that. And things move, but I think it has been a really challenge, you know. Let me be honest with that, yeah.
Sorry, please, can I just say something to him like directly? What I think the mistake you may be making is you're looking for a business manager only within your country. Today, music is global. As a matter of fact, you could be singing Chinese. I don't need to understand the language. If the music is good, I'll embrace it. That's what's happening. So you might want to try looking for a business manager outside your country. The thing is, what the person primarily does is strategy. If the person has experience and has recorded some successes in other countries. The template isn't much different. I say Africa is one big house. They only created imaginary borders for us. So find someone who has track record, who can put together a short-term plan, a long-term plan, advice on who needs to surround you. The person doesn't need to follow you everywhere every day. You know, you can have a road manager who does the follow around part. And if you have a visionary person as your business manager, you know, he can drop into your country once in a while. He knows, he has network, he has people skills, he knows who to network with. Lastly, your target audience isn't your country. That's a big error. Right now, your target audience is Africa and the world. So stop being limited by what they will listen to in Tanzania or not, and focus more on what the world is listening to currently and how you can push yourself beyond borders. Push, for God's sake. You owe yourself that responsibility. You owe your team of friends who are supporting you a responsibility to push and move them with you as you grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I've been lucky, you know, in my career, you know, to meet really different people. But luckily today I have got Benza, and then we managed to work with one of the artists that he managed, who created one of the most very big song in the country, Mapopo. And it's such an honor, but we've been discussing, you know, we've been talking, at least things were on a, you know, on the process. But also, our local industry also, we are also very privileged in Tanzania in terms of number consumers for a long time. Maybe so many people haven't started about this industry, but it has made a lot of people also reach in the biggest number. Or even when you go to the statistics, which shows the revenue that comes out of the industry, like the entertainment industry, is really ridiculous, because we have biggest consumers even in our neighbor countries like Congo, Kenya, Uganda, because of Swahili. So, and it has really also made other artists from other countries also bigger. So I really didn't want to take it for granted. I wanted to be grounded first, and now I'm ready to spread my wings. Thank you.
Wow, great. I hear passion, I hear team, but I've not heard much about the money. As an artist manager, do I need to have money because the industry needs money to move? You know, is it possible to just have a brilliant team and make things move without having the financial backup? At what point does money come in?
You need money. You definitely need money. I mean, it's always been our philosophy that we want to be an independently successful business. So money has been generated by the work that we've been doing. And I must say that I'm quite proud, and that not only have we sustained a successful business for 15 years, we've also made 3 millionaires. Our business partner, our artists, we've made 3 billionaires over the last 15 years. One of them has been the late, great AKA, you know, rest in peace. He became a millionaire, and now his daughter doesn't have to work a day in her life. College is paid for, everything is sorted out. We also work with Trezor. Now he's based in California writing for Drake. He's also a millionaire. We're now currently working with Ami Faku. So all our business partners have become successful as entrepreneurs. And it has to do with us investing in them. So that's why I say we are a culture investor. We invest in them. Where we get the money from is our own hustle. Sometimes it's loans. Sometimes it's, in the beginning it was family. You know, and then just the turnover of music you make from royalty sales and everything else. Yeah, that's, you're gonna need money. And sometimes it's about passion and love, and mostly it's about passion and love, because even working with Damien there for the Mapopo song that we did, which was the #1 song on, what's the #1 for a while, right?
Yeah. For almost two years or one year and a half.
Yeah, it was #1 for that long, and we did an Amapiano album with him, and we just connected on love and passion. There was no transfer of money. It was, you love your style, we like what you do, and we're gonna help you create music together. And yeah, I'm hoping that one of these days I'll be saying we've created another millionaire.
Pleasure, brother.
Great. Apparently, we are running out of time. We've got 5 minutes, and I think it'll be great to have those with burning questions.
Can I quickly talk about the money business?
Okay, yes.
Because
whilst she's getting a
talk
microphone.
about how I succeeded. Because money, all artists dream to get money. But when they start, they just start because they like the music, they like creating. How creating is generated in money, the billionaires is less than 1%, that get rich. Most of them, I tell them, go and work. They work as a waiter or other things and do music next to it. And some of them break even, but the manager also has to earn a living. So I give you a success story, how I manage, and this again to hold the scope of it. So it's the band from Ghana, and I come from Indian Ocean, Mauritius, so that's very far away. So I need money just to fly there. So the whole story started by a terrorist attack in Ivory Coast. And I was like in my 5-star hotel, conference speaker for the biggest music art market. It's visual arts and performing arts, not only music. And then Al-Qaeda came and did the terrorist attack at the hotel, and they killed the director of the Goethe Institute, a lady that generated music in Africa. In fact, she's the lady with Siemens that started music in Africa 12 years ago in Joburg. So when she was killed, and the only European lady killed by the terrorists on the beach, I was so depressed, I left my 5-star hotel. I left my driver with my car, and I took local transport to go to Accra to my artist, One Love, who's a great artist there. Accra is a huge city. I got depressed. So I went to the north, to the border of Burkina Faso, where his Kologo, traditional guitar player, lives at the border in a farm. So there, since 3 years I was touring with him with One Love, he told me, produce my solo album, produce my solo album. And it's just when I was living in his place for 2 weeks in a farm, and I couldn't refuse him, I decided to produce the album that was recorded on the road in Uganda, in Rwanda. And I did the album, and he said, before touring in Europe, let me tour in Ivory Coast, Ghana, Benin, and Togo. And when we toured, I didn't generate money, I lost money. And I left the record in a drawer for 3 years in Mauritius. So I lost a lot of money. Then after 3 years, I went to London. I brought it to Strut Records, which is a big record label with K7 in Berlin. And I did an album of old records of 1960s, and he did a compilation. I just put it on the table, and he listened and said, wow, I licensed your album. So I kept the rights, I licensed, and as it's international, streaming sales went up. DJs in Tokyo, in Rio bought it. I started generating money. And of course, the media took it, and I won the Songlines Award, which is, like I said, the Grammy Awards in world music. And when we won that, Peter Gabriel Womack contracted us, and a big record booker in Womex, which is a bigger thing, booked us. I said, wow, lottery. But the reality, when a booker, international, big one, he books Hugh Masekela, Ladies Peace Park Mambazo, we are just a name in his catalog of 20 groups. This is the reality that you must know, you managers. And he gave me only one date, Womack. And thanks to my networking with friends, and this is where networking is important, I had 17 concerts from my beach in Mauritius. I got 70 contracts, and I did my tour myself. And this is where money generates. Because streaming, you get your royalties at the end of 6 months, at the end of 1 year. The African artist has to feed his family immediately. So when we tour, each artist came with 3,000 euros back, and we sold for 2,000 CDs and records. And he gets the money immediately. So this is also a thing of cash flow. An artist has to get the money instead of waiting for streaming. This is the other reality of music. And this is the success story.
Wow.
So I thank you very much for that.
That's amazing.
Just something about the money, right? 10 years ago, 12 years ago, you needed to, first you need the money. Money is like the oxygen of any business, so you need the money. We can't undermine that. But some years back, a decade ago, it was tougher for an African artist to get access to money or to investors or financiers because nobody really believed in this industry. In my family, I was written off as a joker when I started out in the music industry, right? I mean, I remember when we were doing the first P-Square African tour, we had to keep an image at the time, so I was doing so much to package them, and we're going hungry day to day as we're going countries. But today, African music has gotten enough attention globally, even within Africa, where people now believe and understand that it is profitable business. So again, it boils back to getting the right material together, trying to get with the right team, because to tell you, as at today, there are more foreigners, major labels, local investors looking for the right way to penetrate the music industry in Africa, because they've seen that it's its own oil well by itself. So when you have the right material and you're with the right people, you know, you would get people who are willing to invest in your business. I mean, it seems tough, but you can. Lastly, every artist who's successful, or every of us creative entrepreneurs, we owe ourselves a responsibility to help each other. It's an industry where you must show love. Link up collaborations, help people, put people out there, sometimes for free, like Benza said. I can't count how many collaborations across the continent we have done without charging a dime once we see prospects. So there are people like that. Just reach out to the right people, but you sure need the finance. You may not have it, just find a way to get with people who have it. The Olamides of this world, partnering with Empire, making new kings, all of that money isn't his own money. It's not YBNL's money, but he gets with a big organization that has the funds, that believes in him because he's built a success story, and then they then finance other younger artists. So there's a lot of that. For time, I won't want to take time.
There's so much money in Africa, so much possibility around collaborating and working together. From how all the money was made here, you find that there was the power of collaboration. You had raised your hand for a question. I don't know if you could get a microphone. Just introduce yourself and keep it brief.
Hi, I'm Joss, currently based in Tanzania, between Tanzania and Canada. So I've experienced the music industry here and there, and I'm happy. I think this is really commendable of music in Africa to have ACCESS, a free music conference available to everyone, and the fact that you've had it 2 years in a row in Tanzania. What can I do to convince you to have it in Tanzania again? Isn't this a wonderful forum? But my question is directed more specifically to you, Victoria, but really open to everyone on the panel, and it's more regarding women and women in the industry, specifically artists. We're fortunate enough to see a lot more women behind the scenes these days in management and events, etc. Although we know there are unique challenges that women face as artists in the industry, be it that they feel like it's a big boys club, be it that they have challenges in balancing family lives, when to have children, and how to balance that act, considering artistry is seen as a big hustle, maybe the perception that women may have, or the expectation of how women should brand themselves, how to compete within an industry, how to compete within the industry. You've spoken a lot about teams. However, further to that, specific and uniquely to women, what advice do you have to women artists to stay in the game, to rise in the game? We've seen a lot of successful women artists out of West Africa, but in some of the other regions, it's still a challenge. So open to all of you, perhaps first to this strong female presence in the music industry. Victoria.
Thank you. This is my favorite topic. And this is the reason I started doing public speaking at some point, because some women need to stand tall and say to other women that it is possible, right? So I'll say to the women out there, we know, whether I said out loud or not, that it's a bit tougher as a woman to chart a path, carve a niche, and be successful in this industry for obvious reasons. In Africa, like you said, there are expectations between family, how a woman should be. In some cultures, you shouldn't even speak too loud, you should just exist, you know what I'm saying? And then there's the other part where a lot of people who should hold your hand and take you there want benefits, immoral benefits, etc. But for what I say to every woman is, I would rather not be a victim. So I would make lemonade with my lemons. These challenges are the reasons why I would push more. I would stand tall, I would work twice as hard as the men. And eventually everyone who slept, like who would, I would say, minimized me because of my gender, would eventually understand the value that I bring to the table. And if you turned me down this time because I didn't give you those sexual favors, by the time I have imposed myself enough, you wouldn't need the value that I bring and you would come back. And I'm not talking theory, I'm talking the story of my life. You know, being there, done that, faced all of these challenges, been talked down on, etc. I have people who 5 years ago would have said, oh, okay, you lose if you can't play the game. And I'm like, yeah, you're losing, not me, and I walk out of your door. 5 years later, you're calling me in January to book me for a gig in October because I have worked really hard to ensure that I bring value to the table. And one more thing for the ladies, if you think you're going to sell your femininity or your body to make it out there, you're lying. Every day, prettier girls are coming into the industry. You know, you're going to reign for a week or two in that space and they'll move on to the next and on to the next. So it's just about building value, being an emancipated woman. I'm not going to stay here and complain about all the challenges women face. I'm going to identify those challenges and see how to work around it to ensure that I'm not a victim, but I'm a voice that helps other women. And then I say to both the women and the men, we all have a responsibility to try to hold the hands of the women up. It has been proven, forgive me for sounding like this, that women are better at some of these things that we do in the industry than the men. But because of our ego and our culture, we'd rather put them down. You know, if you're a man in a position who has ever shut the door on a woman because she didn't play ball or because she's a woman and you think women should sit behind, you need to do better. You know, you need to actually do better for the sake of the continent and this industry that we love so much, because there's a lot of value and there's a lot, I think we complement each other, women and men. There are aspects of this business that the women will handle better and there are aspects that the men will handle better. But please, all my ladies out there, do not become small because people expect you to be small. Soar, stand tall, but work at it. You know, it's been a very busy period for me, but I had to take out 1 hour tonight to prepare this session. I'm the only woman amongst the men. I cannot afford to come here and be a pretty face without brains. Because if I do that, it would be a disservice to all the other women who probably came because they saw a woman. If I'm able to make a bit of sense amongst the men, then another woman out there will feel like coming out and also, you know, standing tall. Thank you.
Yeah, powerful. You wanted to add something? Okay. Yes.
Personally, I don't do any difference between man and woman as a manager concerning talent. Talent is the main thing. But I can't lie and say there's no difference between man and woman. When I tour, the man, I must watch out, he's drunk or he's gone with a lady, but the woman artist is going shopping, so it's a different type of stress. But the reality is, with a woman, woman artists have to be pay more attention, because she is a mother and she has children, which a man artist doesn't care, the wife is thinking of the artist. So sometimes I bring the child on tour so that she feels well when she tours. She's also pregnant, that men don't have these realities. And these realities, as a manager, I take care a lot of for the specific of a woman as a human being, and these people forget about that. If man was pregnant, bearing about, you see all the men outside they complain. If she had to give birth, the pain for toothache, they cry. But if they had to, so congratulate all the women artists. You are great women in the world.
I can add to that. You know, getting into this business, I was actually convinced to get into this business 15 years ago by 2 women. Who convinced me to get into this business, to invest into this business. So I wouldn't be here without those 2 ladies who convinced me. One is still with me. She's still my co-partner, and she's still the chief financial officer of the business, so I'm still working with her. And then also in our small business, in our staff, is 50% women. So we have managed to be successful with definitely the care and the attention and also the business aptitude of women. So I'm all for it.
Great.
Sorry, can I just add that women, we need to create a network of working women in the industry to support each other? Because a lot of times people look at our sex before our capacity. But if we form a bond together, we are able to push greater boundaries and make things happen. Just my 2 cents. Unity
is power. There's a question at the back there. There's a hand at the back there. There's a question. And then from there, we'll take you, and then I think there's one more, and then we're done. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Kedmuni Mapana. I'm the CEO of the National Arts Council of Tanzania. First of all, I want to congratulate the panel for this very wonderful discussion that's taking place. As the CEO of the National Arts Council, I've been working now for a year, and before that I was working at the University of Dar es Salaam. So what you are talking there, actually, I'm experienced from the government point of view, as we are trying to take the talent and make money from it. So I have two things to make. One, from the discussion that was going on. When I listen Daniel So approach, it's more of talent, skills, passion. And from this end, I see the management, entrepreneurship, making money. So you have the artists who are actually just want to grow their skills, the passion, and you have people who want to make money from that talent. And always my advice to artists and managers, managers, is there any one day that you went to where this artist is rehearsing or recording in a studio just to experience of what the artist is really passionate about, making music and not really making money? And the artist, have you artists as well make your job or your duty of trying to understand, to learn what is going on around in terms of the laws are governing the industry, management skills. Because last 1 year, in my office, there are about 12 complaints from the artists, from the record managers, from the managers. They want the National Arts Council to sit as a mediator. There are a lot of complaints coming in because the artist does not obey to the contract. Because the owner of the record label came to my office and saying, this artist, we agreed he's going to make an album within 1 year, and he has not done that. So coming to the government, try to see how can we help on this. So you too, from the talent and from the money making, how do we come together? How do we break this gap that is there? So my comment and my suggestion is, those who are coming from business point of view, please try to understand the artist and the way they are talented, because they are just passionate for talent. Nothing else. So let's come together and go to their studios, to where they rehearse as well, for you to experience. So that is one. Two, and I'm going to finish up. Daniel So said, yes, in Tanzania, the industry has been growing tremendously. And we have some figures. Last year, the creative industry in Tanzania was the leading sector towards contributing the economy of the country by 19%. I have the data in my office as well. Last year, over 400 artists got some gigs to perform abroad. And they made about $6.5 million. And we as government, we are saying, wow, we want really to invest to this sector as a government. And managers or whoever is doing, if you did a little bit of a research about regulations of Tanzania that are really governing the creative industry, one of a very, very, very crucial is kind of a law that says each artist from abroad who comes in Tanzania has to pay an entry fee as an artist. It's about $700. One artist coming out from Tanzania to come inside to do anything, whether it's a workshop, whether it's to perform, you have to pay a fee of 700. Last year when ACCES came, the National Arts Council of Tanzania said, we are going to waive this fee and we want ACCES to take place in Tanzania. The same this year. We waived that regulation of taking money from artists who are coming here. We said, no, we want ACCES to take place. So to speak, that the government of Tanzania, we are working so hard to try to invest and make this industry continue to grow and making more jobs for artists. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. Great support from the government there. I hope other African countries take a leaf with regards to supporting the creative and the cultural industries and seeing that growth that's coming through monetary-wise, but also just from a social perspective. Artists do the most. They keep the population, entertained, but at the same time, mentally, stable. There was a question at the back there. Okay. There, and then we go back. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
I'm Casio Cristoval from Angola. I'm representing CandaStream and Audac. CandaStream is a music streaming service, and Audac deals with the artist publishing and copyrights for the country. My question for the panel is pretty simple. How do you guys as a manager deal with the language barrier? Has Ms. Victoria suggested that probably the artist should try to go outside of his circle and look for managers elsewhere, but how the language barrier would make this process difficult, or how you guys as managers would try to make this process easier for any artist from any country to approach you guys for you guys to manage their content and so on. And the second question there too, and the second one is also as a manager, how easy or maybe how hard it is to deal with the artists with the one-hit wonders, we would say, and how that would try to push the artist to be more innovative and take advantage of every tool and everything that you guys have to offer for him or her not just settle down. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know who's taking up that question.
I can take it first.
Language barrier is easily overcome when you are an English-speaking African artist. It's very hard to play in France or French-speaking countries, but you just have to work with a booker from France or Belgium or Switzerland, then you can go through. But it is true that if you are multilingual, well, my real job, I'm simultaneous interpreter I translated for Thabo Mbeki, so I speak fluent English, French, and German. So that helps me a lot. But if you don't have that, you can still overcome it by working with French companies, Portuguese companies, and most Germans and Dutch, they speak English. So that's not really a problem to stop you. A manager will always find a solution, and today with internet, you just click, you can even speak Japanese if you want. And I give you an example today in China, Michael Jackson and Bob Marley are singing their own songs in Chinese with their own voice through artificial intelligence. You see Bob Marley singing Chinese, One Love, and it's his voice, or Michael Jackson Beat It. So language today is no more a problem because of artificial intelligence.
And I can take on the one-hit wonder question. Yeah, one-hit wonder, that's a major problem there. Yeah, it's not a career builder at all. We actually try to stay away from one-hit wonders because when that happens, the mind state of an artist changes drastically and so fast that the relationship changes like in a blink of an eye. So it's very concerning. I think you actually know, if we think back that those people who've had one-hit wonders, they're most likely not around anymore. They don't have a career anymore, right? So the thing that changes is like, they make a lot more money. They didn't go through the hustle. They feel like they are actually more worthy than everyone else in the team. even down to their DJs or their band members or their managers or their makeup artists. It just changes everything. So there's certain times when you develop in the artist catalog, music catalog, and you find like, oh my God, we have a hit. This is the song. This is gonna be the big song. But we don't put that song out first because we understand what it means to put the big song out first. So we will start perhaps building a career, building some collaborations, some features, going through the hustle, going through the struggle of what it is to actually appreciate everyone in your team before we get to the major hit. It's just also, we've seen it in the past, being in this industry for the longest time, how one-hit wonders never sustain a long time career. So we try to avoid it. Maybe make it the third or maybe even the fourth song that becomes that major hit. Then you can work and manage someone's attitude or someone's expectations.
Well, thank you so much. You wanted to say something?
I wanted to add to it, but if there's no time.
Okay.
Okay. I was just going to say to what he said. First, my perspective differs a bit from Benza's, and it's the fact that there's no formula to guarantee what song is going to be a hit. Right? There are songs that we have created with artists with a lot of expectation, and you send it out there and put all the machinery in place, and it falls flat. But what we do in our case is that before we release any artist officially, like launch an artist officially, you've got to go record. You've got to be able to send me a minimum of 10 to 15 songs. Out of those 10 to 15, the team would listen and maybe find, even if it's 2 or 3, that seem good. That way, there's some guaranteed continuity. So when the first song is a hit, hopefully you begin to get bookings and dates. You may not have time to go back to the studio, but we already had songs, we're already working strategies on, etc., so that as there needs to be a follow-up to that first hit. Like I say to artists, once you have one hit, it's almost like a trap. The next song needs to either even up or surpass the previous. Because if you've built this level of expectation and visibility, you've started charging numbers to perform, and then your next song is not good, then it comes like this. So we say record as much as possible. We have a library of songs. We plan for like the 3 best that we know, so there's succession. Again, that's why I really do not want to work with an artist that is not looking long term. It's a waste of my time, because what happens is that you set a trap for yourself, you get one big song, you get known everywhere, you don't have a career yet. If an artist hasn't been able to produce at least 3 and sustain three hit songs and sustain a career beyond a certain number of years, forget it, you don't have a career yet. Don't be confused. You've only just set yourself up for depression, because now you think you're a star. People know you. You can no longer hustle on the street like before this hit. You want to maintain the lifestyle that you've tasted that is so sweet, but then you don't have the career to support it. So then you go into depression and substance abuse, etc. That's why for me, the goal is work with people who are looking long term, who are able to work within a structure. So when I say it's recording time in your calendar, you need to go sit down, do the music. We will support you as much as you can. Bring us music that we can see the ones with prospects, and then we can schedule them so that there's some sort of continuity for you, as you go. Again, sometimes no matter how hard the management works, if the artist isn't ready, you cannot want more success for a person than the person wants for himself. You cannot, as a manager, get on stage and perform for an artist. So you can do all the work that you want, and if the artist isn't ready to follow with you, you'll be there and you're pulling a horse that isn't willing, and it never yields results. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It's been awesome. It's been great. I hope you've been empowered and enlightened. Thank you to all the panelists.
A last word of invitation, because you talked about the story of Alosman, how we succeeded and won the Songland Award, and thanks to that award, ACCES invited us to Tanzania. So tonight, Alosman from Ghana is playing at 11 o'clock, the only band playing with only 100% traditional instruments. So you're all welcome tonight to see that.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. A round of applause for them. Plot Marco, thank you so much for moderating this panel. If you could all just take a step forward and stand up, we're going to take a quick group photo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So again, we have Benza. He's the founder of 5th Season South Africa, home to some of the most incredible artists from that side. Ami Faku, again, aka of blessed memory. Victoria Nkong, the associate producer of Afrima Awards in Nigeria, amongst many other things. Congratulations on the launch of The Bridge as well. Damien Soul from Tanzania, fantastic set last night. Please make some noise for Damien Soul. If you were there, it's just something else, incredible. And Percy Yiptong, director for Cyper Productions in Mauritius. So much experience that we had. A round of applause for all of them as they make their way back. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. Getting ready for the next session. So while we're rearranging the stage, I'd just like to acknowledge a few things as well. You'll see the QR code on the screen. For those of you who are looking for the names of the speakers that you've seen, trying to connect with them, please just scan the QR code. You go to the website.
Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro yamoto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanayemelea sambamba samba 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 wanayemelea sambamba samba 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 wanayesogelea hey yo yeah mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha.
Check out those showcases. Most of them are from partners that we have had, supporters of ACCESS 2023. I'll go over the list again. Basata, Siemens, Siftung, the Goethe Institute, Alliance Française here in Dar es Salaam, Sampra, SACEM, Voice of America, thank you so much. Dito, CSAC, The Orchard, Sheer Publishing Africa, they just finished their session, incredible one as well. Kenya Airways, Hadi Pro, TVE, EFM, Be Extra Global, Tamariso, SNS. We also have Airground, who represented on the panel that we just finished. Zima's Slicker on Life, who will also be joining us. Singeli Festi, Coca-Cola, Hennessy, Kansai, Plascon, and Saifi Hospital. I think we can jump into the next session. Everybody's ready. We're good to go. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome an artist from right here in Tanzania. It's always great to hear directly from them on how they are doing on the music industry, what they're looking forward to, and how they're looking forward to moving beyond the borders of Tanzania. Please help me welcome Kontawa from right here in Tanzania. A round of applause as he joins us on stage. And then, of course, to moderate this panel, take us through the interview, we've also got Mina Ali, who's a producer and presenter from right here in Tanzania as well. Please, a round of applause for her.
All right. Hello. Hi, everyone. Habari zenu? Salama. Well, as introduced, my name is Mina Ali, and I'm obviously very happy to be here and to have this discussion in front of you. And I would like another round of applause for the best rapper, Kontawa, please.
Hello. Bana tuko poa.
Poa kabisa. So we're gonna have a conversation, and it's gonna be based on, tutakuwa na mazungumzo ambayo yatagusia nyanja tofauti tofauti, mimi na Kontawa, kufahamu game la rap, game ya bongo flavor pia nchini Tanzania, lakini namna gani pia ambavyo tunaweza kufika kimataifa zaidi. Kwa hiyo nina imani mutaenjoy, na kama if you do not speak Swahili, this conversation is going to be mostly in Swahili, so please wear your headphones to get direct translations. Kontawa, mambo vipi?
Bwana shwari kabisa.
Nieleze kidogo safari yako kuingia kwenye game, kuingia kwenye muziki ilianzaje mpaka kufika hapa ambapo umefika leo?
Mimi nimeanza mtaani. Nilikuwa inspired na baadhi ya wanamuziki ambao wanafanya muziki. So walinisaidia kugundua talent yangu kama na talent ya kufanya music. So mimi nimeanza music 2017. Yes. Ilipofika 2019 ndio nikaachia track yangu ya kwanza. But I think 2022 ndio mwaka ambao nilitoa track ambayo ilifanya karibia asilimia watu wengi sana kunifahamu na kufahamu nafanya kitu gani. Safari yangu ina vitu vingi tofauti tofauti. Vigumu, vyepesi, but ujasiri na juhudi ndio imenifanya nimekuwa hapa leo. Ile kuto kukata tamaa, kwa sababu nishaanguka mara kibao, lakini kila nilipokuwa naanguka nilikuwa na inuka, naangalia wapi kuna makosa, then naanza tena safari. Now I'm here.
Nice. Kufanya muziki Tanzania au Afrika mpaka kutoboa kufika nafasi ambayo unalipwa pesa kwa ajili ya kwenda kuperform, ni kugumu kiasi gani?
Ni kugumu sana, lakini si sana kama utakuwa ni mtu ambaye haupotezi siku hata moja kwenye career yako. Yaani ukiwa ni mtu ambaye kila siku unafikiria muziki wako, kila siku unawaza utafanya kitu gani kipya ili mradi wanaokufuatilia au watu ambao wanaweza kufuatilia muziki wako wakawa na ile ushawishi wa kuendelea kukufuatilia, you know. Kunahitaji akili nyingi sana. Unahitaji ufanye kazi kwa bidii, lakini ufanye pia kazi kwa akili mno, kwa sababu vinginevyo unaweza kukutana na vitu tofauti tofauti. Unaweza kukata tamaa mapema, kwa sababu ukiachana na wewe kuwa na mapambano mazito ya kuhakikisha unasonga mbele, lakini kuna watu pia wengine hawapendi hizo safari yako ya wewe kwenda kusonga mbele. So unahitaji kuwa very smart, kufanya vitu vyako viwe sawa, kutumia akili nyingi, create content tofauti tofauti ambazo unajua ukideliver kwenye jamii inaweza zikawa zina ushawishi wa watu kupenda unachokifanya. So mimi naona ukubwa ni juhudi ya mtu binafsi, inaweza kawa matokeo makubwa zaidi kwenye safari yake.
In your music, kwenye muziki wako kuna mara nyingi unaandika kuhusiana na mtaa, hustle, hood tuseme.
Yeah.
Mtaa ambao kuna watu wanaiba, wanachagua maisha ya aina tofauti tofauti, lakini wewe umeweza kupenya na kupita. Hii ina ukweli kiasi gani kuhusiana na maisha yako kabla hujawa mwanamuziki?
Ni 90% ya maisha yangu mimi. Mimi nimetokea kwenye mitaa ya design hiyo. Nimetokea kwenye mitaa ambayo ule nasema Uswahili ndio umejaa, yani ule Uswahili typical. Mitaa ambayo ina vijana ambao ni waarifu, vijana ambao wana matukio mengi tofauti tofauti. So mimi kutoka kule leo kuwa hapa, maana yake ni kwamba najiona kama ni moja ya mtu ambaye anaweza akawa inspire vijana wote ambao wako mtaani, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa huko na nimeweza kubadilisha matokeo. So mimi nikionyesha kwamba nayazungumzia maisha yale kwa kuambia kwamba mimi pia nimetokea huko na wananiona ikiwa maisha yangu yamechange, maana yake pia najua kimindset mtu akifikiria anaona kabisa kama huyu ameweza kuchange maisha yake na alikuwa huku, alikuwa anatembea kwa miguu, but now ana drive, now anaishi kwenye sehemu salama kabisa, ana control maisha yake, analipa bills na kila kitu kinasonga mbele. Inawezekanaje sisi tushindwe? So hiyo mimi ndio kitu ambacho na believe na naamini. Lakini ila reality ya ukweli kabisa, mimi nimetokea huko ambapo wale wanaitwa masela, wanaitwa wahuni, wanaishi. Mimi ndio ambapo nilikuwa naishi.
Na unadhani labda wasanii wengi wametoka kwenye mazingira ya namna hiyo? Kila wakija wakizungumza unakuta nimetokea pagumu. Unadhani hiyo inafanya kidogo Afrika tuchelewe kufika, kutokana na kwamba kijana unakuta hajajifunza mziki, hajapata means, ametoka zake tu kama hivyo street, ameenda amehustle huyu hapa. Do you think tunachelewa kutokana na mazingira ya nyumbani ambapo huwa tunatokea Waafrika wengi?
Sifikiri kwenye kuchelewa, ila nafikiri inatupa muda mrefu wa kuhustle. Yaani inatupa wakati mrefu sana, tunatoka, inabidi uvuke step nyingi ili uje kufika kwenye step ambayo utaanza kukaa kwenye competition. Hiyo ndio changamoto ambayo ipo, lakini ingekuwa tofauti na hivyo, maana yake tu mtu ungekuwa ukiingia kwenye system, pengine una miaka tu michache tayari ushaingia kwenye system, kwenye level ya competition, maana yake unaweza kucompete kwa muda mrefu sasa ukajipanga na kuendelea. Lakini pia inatufunza, inatujenga. Unajua day by day vitu vinakuwa, tunajifunza kwenye hichi na kile. Imani yangu ni kwamba kila kitu kinahitaji wakati, na unaona hata upcoming wengi wanakuja sasa hivi hawaanzii kule ambapo kuna watu wengine walianzia, wanaanzia ambapo watu washatengeneza. Kwa hiyo ina changamoto kidogo, lakini sio mbaya. Kwenye mfumo wa kujifunza ni ina faida zaidi.
Ili uwe msanii ambaye amekamilika kibongo bongo, au kama wewe aliyekamilika kama wewe, ambaye anafanya vizuri kwenye industry, unatakiwa uwe na watu wa namna gani waliokuzunguka, team labda ya namna gani? Unatakiwa uwe na nini ili kukamilisha package ya kwamba sasa ni msanii ambaye amesimama, mnaweza kumweka kwenye tuzo, kumuita kwenye stage tofauti kuperform?
Cha kwanza kabisa unatakiwa uwe very smart kichwani kwako. Wewe mwenyewe ndo unajua msanii kabla ya timu, msanii husika ndio nguzo. Yaani yeye hasipokuwa amesimama, yeye hasipokuwa smart, basi vitu vingi vinaweza vikawa haviko sawa. So cha kwanza wewe mwenyewe kuwa strong na kuwa smart. Cha pili unahitaji timu au unahitaji watu wa ziada, manager, unahitaji boss wa kusimamia muziki wako, kuinvest on your music hivyo. Unafikiri wale watu ambao unajua heavy, watu ambao kidogo na wenyewe wako very smart, kwa sababu kama nilivyokuambia utafanya kazi kwa bidii, lakini unahitaji kuwa na akili nyingi sana, kwa sababu kuna sehemu zingine zinahitaji nguvu sana, unahitaji akili nyingi zaidi ili vitu viweze kusonga. So unahitaji kuwa wewe strong, unahitaji kupata manager ambaye yuko very strong. Kama upata nafasi ya kupata boss ambaye anaweza kainvest katika muziki wako, basi unamhitaji pia.
Huyu boss ambaye anainvest katika muziki wako anakuwa nani sasa? Inakuwa ni label sasa ndio umesainiwa nayo, ama anakuwa nani?
Kwa sababu hizi vitu viko tofauti. Kuna watu wengine wanainvest kwenye watengenezaji label, lakini wapo una ma-investor wanainvest kwenye career ya mtu. Lakini pia kuna label za muziki tofauti ambazo zinainvest kwa msanii. Kwa Kiafrika unajua vitu viko hivyo. Unakuta kuna mtu tu yupo huko, pengine ni tajiri na migodi yake ya madini, kuna msanii amempenda, bwana mimi nataka nifanye invest katika career yako. Kiafrika hiyo ipo. Lakini watu kama hao, kwa sababu muziki pia unahitaji pesa ili kufanya vitu vingi vikae sawa. Utaachia wimbo, utahitaji ufanye promotion. So ukiwa umetoka mtaani inakuwa ngumu. Otherwise labda ndio umpate ile bahati kwamba watu wamekupokea moja kwa moja, anaweza kawa anasikiliza muziki yako, lakini tofauti na hivyo unahitaji utumie njia tofauti.
Wewe binafsi unaye boss? Una investor? Ambaye ana invest ukiachana na manager wako?
Mimi naweza kusema hapana, hapana, ila mimi mwenyewe nimekuwa strong, nimekuwa na mtu wa kutafuta watu ambao nahisi ni sahihi sana kwenye upande wangu. So always mimi nikikosa option ya kuwin kwenye pesa, basi nitatafuta mtu ambaye najua ana akili nzuri na anaweza mchango wake wa mawazo unaweza kunifanya mimi nipige hatua moja kwenda hatua nyingine.
Umewahi kufanya collabo nje ya Tanzania na msanii wa nje ya Tanzania?
Yeah.
Nani?
Bado East Africa I think.
Bado haijatoka au?
Bado haijatoka.
Lakini umefanya?
Yeah.
Unahisi kuna umuhimu gani wa artists wa Africa ku collaborate na tuseme ku exchange tamaduni zao kwenye muziki? Unahisi kuna umuhimu katika kufanya muziki uende mbali zaidi kufanya hivyo?
Umuhimu upo na ni mkubwa sana. Kufanya collaboration ku mix culture sometimes inasaidia kutengeneza taste mpya ya music. Unajua ukikuta ukimsikiza huyu pengine ni Mlatini, huyu ni Mtanzania, ni Mwafrika, ukimix unaweza kujikuta unapata kitu taste mpya nyingine ya muziki. Lakini ukiachana hapo pia kushare fans, unakuta yule ana fans wake, pengine ana fans wengi kuliko wewe au una fans wengi kuliko yeye. Au wewe una fans ambao fans wake wewe hawakujui, lakini kupitia collaboration unaweza kujikuta umeongeza fans wengine ambao pengine walikuwa wa kwake, lakini pia kwa upande wake yeye anaongeza fans kutoka kwako. So hiyo ni moja ya faida ya kufanya collaboration na inasaidia sana.
Kwa ni ku exchange fans. Ku
exchange fans, kutengeneza a new sound kwa sababu mtachanganya huyu ana sound yake au una sound yako. Mtachanganya hivyo vitu. So lazima kuna kitu kitatokea kipi ambacho sio kawaida, ambacho yeye labda pengine wewe ungeimba moja kwa moja au yeye akiimba moja kwa moja. Ila mkimix, labda tuseme mimi ni Mtanzania, labda sasa naimba Sengeli, labda naimba Bongo Flava. Nikikutana na msanii labda nimeimba na Jay-Z, example. Lazima ukisikiliza lazima utapata vitu viwili ambavyo vimekuwa kwenye kitu kimoja. So inakuwa ni kitu kipya. Lazima kitatokea kitu kipya ambacho wasikilizaji kwa namna moja ama nyingine watapata bidhaa mpya ambayo ni nzuri kwa upande wao.
Alright, tuzungumzie uandishi, writing. Songwriting is a culture ambayo ni culture ambayo inakuwa nchini Tanzania.
Yeah.
Writers ni wengi, wewe ni mmoja wapo.
Yeah.
Kuna hit songs nyingi ambazo tumezisikia. Kwa bahati mbaya hatujakuona hata kwenye credit, lakini wewe ndo ambaye uliziandika.
Yeah.
Soko la uandishi wa muziki linakuwa kwa kiasi gani kwa mtazamo wako ambavyo wewe unaona?
Kwa Tanzania ndio elimu inaanza kuingia. Lakini bado vijana wengi wanafanya kazi kiholela, ni for free. Unajua hata mwandishi, hata sisi wengine tumeanza kuwa tunakuwa nazingatia hizo publishers na nini na kila kitu, baada ya kuwa sasa tumeelewa hiyo elimu ya mambo ya uandishi na nini. Lakini mwanzo tulikuwa tunaona kama vile sifa kwamba bini muandikie fulani, lakini vijana wengi sana ambao wako chini bado wanaandika kazi za watu wengi sana for free. Unajua bado elimu sio kubwa, naweza kusema kwa upande wangu elimu sio kubwa kwa waandishi wengi, hawana elimu ya Tanzania bado hawana elimu kubwa ya kujua kwamba maneno yake anayomkabidhi mtu yana thamani gani pengine. Ushaona? Mpaka kuna step ukifika ndio unaanza kuona pengine kuna moja na mbili. Sasa mimi kwa sasa hivi ikitokea nimechukua peni yangu nimemwandikia mtu, lazima kwa namna moja ama nyingine nizingatie kila sehemu ambayo mimi najua naweza nimeingiza pesa kupitia uandishi wangu. Yeah.
Okay. Kwa unadhani nini kifanyike kwa soko la uandishi wa muziki?
Nafikiri wasanii wanahitaji kujitambua, wanahitaji sana kusoma. Vitu sasa hivi viko kwenye digital. Ukiingia Google ukifuatilia vizuri, maelezo mengi yanajielezea. Watajua wasanii wanahitajika kusoma sana, kufuatilia, kujua thamani yao, kujua kila ambacho wanakiandaa kina thamani gani kwenye kila aina ya naelewa vizuri.
Yeah.
So hicho ndio ambacho cha msingi. Unatakiwa kujua mimi naandika, hichi ninachokiandika kikitoka kitafanya vizuri, akitofanya vizuri, whatever it is. Lakini unatakiwa tu ujue thamani ya kile ambacho unakiandaa, kivyo vyote vile. Hiyo ni itafanya watu waanze kuona faida ya muziki. Sababu tofauti na hivyo kuna watu wengine washakata tamaa. Unakuta kuna msanii analalamika ameshaandikia watu kibao, lakini yeye maisha yake hajawahi kuwa amechange. Lakini ameandika nyimbo ambazo zimechange maisha ya watu. Ushaona? So ili uweze kunyoka sasa, ukiwa mtu akufuatilia vizuri, ukawa unasoma ukawa unajua haki yako ni ipi, inaweza ikawa ni na msaada zaidi kwa namna moja ama nyingine. Yeah.
Okay. Tumezungumzia safari yako, tumezungumzia uandishi, kujipata kutoka mtaa mpaka kufika ambapo umefika. Sasa nataka kuzungumzia identity ya muziki. Wasanii wengi inabidi ili tuwatambue, inabidi wajipate. Wawe na identity yake. Kuna sound ukisikia una feel huyu ni Kontawa. Kuna sound ukisikia unasema huyu atakuwa ni Mario. Kutengeneza sound ya kwako peke yako kama mwana hip hop ambaye hatujipa kukuweka kusema kweli, kwa sababu unaweza kufit sehemu tofauti, lakini popote utakapokuwa una identity yako kimuziki. Msanii ambaye anakutazama sasa hivi anayetamani kuingia kwenye hilo soko, namna gani anaweza kutengeneza unique sound ya kwake mwenyewe?
Kwenye hii naweza nikasema hata mimi kipindi ambacho nafanaanza game nafanya, nilikuwa nikifanya na fananishwa na watu. Nilikuwa nafanya usikia huyu anaimba kama fulani, huyu ana rap kama fulani. Ushaona? So nilikuwa nakosa identity ya mimi. Sasa mimi je, kama Kontawa, je lini utasema huyu ni Kontawa ameimba? Hiyo ilikuwa ni challenge. Na hiyo ni challenge ya watu wengi sana. Upcoming wengi hiyo ni challenge yao. Na inakuwa challenge kwa sababu watu wanakuwa inspired na watu. Mtu anakuwa pengine anampenda fulani, anamsikiza sana fulani, mpaka anakuwa anamvaa sana huyo fulani. So mimi nafikiri bidii ya kutengeneza, ya kufanya sana mazoezi, kusikiliza muziki tofauti bila kuwa unaweza kama pengine fulani ndo amekuvutia, lakini kwenye kutafuta wewe sasa inabidi uwe mtu ambaye unaweza kujikuta unajifunza kwenye kila aina ya muziki, kujifunza yani sound hizi zinakuaje, mwisho wa siku unaweza kujikuta unapata sound yako. Ushaona? Lakini kufanya sana kazi. Unajua the more unavyofanya sana kazi unazidi kutengeneza vitu vipya, unagundua vitu vipya. Kuna siku utagundua kitu ambacho pengine kwa upande wako kina sound wewe sasa. Ndio hata mimi kwenye safari yangu ilikuwa hivyo. Nilikuwa nafanya sana kazi. Mimi nilikuwa na record nyimbo sana. Kwa wiki naweza nikarekodi nyimbo 7, 8, 10. Ushaona? So ilifika hatua utarekodi nyimbo zinazofanana sound, mpaka ilifika hatua sasa utajikuta unaanza kutengeneza sound ambayo haifanani na zile ambazo ulikuwa unazitengeneza mwanzoni. Ndio nilipokuja kupata sound yangu ambayo leo nikikaa kukuta nikiimba nasema Champion Boy ndio anafanya shughuli bwana.
Okay. Napenda kujua pia kuhusiana na, nilikuwa na kitu hapa, hebu tuangalie vizuri future ya muziki wa Afrika. Jana Tanzania imetengeneza historia kwa sababu ndo mara ya kwanza msanii wa Tanzania anakuwa nominated kwenye tuzo za Grammy kwa namna moja ama nyingine. Rayvanny, lakini pia ACCES, ngoma ambayo ameiproduce imewekwa pale, lakini kupitia muziki wa Kilatino, sio muziki wa kwamba wa Afrika wa Tanzania, but still ni sehemu ambayo Tanzania inafika. Jana hiyo pia tumeona wa Nigeria, wasanii kutoka South Africa na wengine wakipata nafasi kubwa kwenye Grammy. Burna Boy nadhani na nomination 4. Yani imekuwa kama kitu cha kawaida kwa wasanii wa Afrika sasa kuingia kwenye tuzo kubwa kama Grammy. Juzi kati MTV EMAs, Diamond Platnumz alipata nafasi ya kushinda kwa mara ya 3. Tunaonekana Afrika kidunia. Unadhani ndani ya miaka 5 tunakuwa wapi? Kutokana na haya hivi namna ambavyo imeanza, unadhani future ya muziki wa Afrika inaenda wapi within 5 years?
Pakubwa sana. Kwa sababu ukirudisha miaka 5 nyuma na leo ni tofauti. Yaani miaka 5 iliyopita na miaka 5 leo 2023 kuna tofauti mkubwa sana. Ndio maana unaona hizo watu kwenye hizo categories wanaingia wengi tofauti. Majiant sasa hivi Afrika wamekuwa wengi sana ambao wanasikika worldwide. So mimi nachokiona ni kwamba sound ya Afrika sasa inaanza kwenda ulimwenguni. na ulimwengu unaipokea sound ya Afrika kama sound mpya kwa sababu haikuwepo zamani kwa ukubwa huo. So kutokana na uzuri wake, kuwa na testi ambayo inaonekana ni mpya, inafanya mabadiliko pia yatokee. So baada ya miaka 5 naona future inazidi kuwa nzuri zaidi. Nafikiri hatutakuwa na hizo idadi za watu ambao leo hapo 6. Nafikiri wataongezeka zaidi kwa sababu kila siku watu naona wanazidi kufanya vitu vipya, kupiga mawe makali. So ukuaji naona unazidi kuwa mkubwa. Yaani utakuwa mkubwa zaidi. Ndani ya miaka 5 tena, miaka 5 hiyo ni mingi sana. Mimi naongeza hata 3 hapo. Yaani day by day categories zitazidi kuwa nyingi. Kwa mfano kama sasa hivi 2025 wanasema Grammys zitafanyika Rwanda for the first time. So hicho sio kitu kidogo. Hiyo ina maana kubwa sana. So ukipiga miaka 5 mbele naona future inazidi kuwa nzuri. So hivyo. Yeah.
Do you think unadhani kwamba the way unakuta hata Billboard wana recognize muziki wa Afrika lakini wanaweka Afrobeats, baadaye watu wanakuja wana recognize amapiano, which ni Afrika, ni taarifa njema, ina maana tumefikiwa, lakini si Tanzania.
Okay.
Bongo flavor, recognition yake bado si kwa level ambayo imekuwa ikienda amapiano au Afrobeats. Unahisi wapi tunakosea na nini tunaweza kufanya ili bongo flavor iwe inazungumzwa kwenye discussion kubwa kama ambavyo ipo Afrobeats, ama wakija kufuatilia Afrobeats wajue kuna ndugu zetu hawa bongo flavor wako Tanzania. Nini ambacho unahisi tunaweza kufanya, artists wa bongo, watu ambao wapo kwenye industry na wote ambao wako hapa ambao kwa namna moja ama nyingine wanachangia kwenye hii industry?
Kitu ambacho mimi naweza nikasema, tunaona Afrobeat, tunaona amapiano, hizo ni nchi mbili zina represent hiyo, ambazo pengine ndo zina mzizi wa huo muziki, lakini ni muziki ambao unaimba karibia Afrika nzima. Sehemu zote Afrika wanatengeneza amapiano, wanatengeneza Afrobeat. Lakini ukiongelea Nigeria, ukiongelea South Africa, pengine ndo zina mzizi wa amapiano pamoja na Afrobeat. Tunahitaji muda. Kama vile wao walivyokuwa mwanzoni, zamani walikuwa ukuti Afrobeat huko, walikuwa ukuti amapiano huko, lakini struggle zao za kutengeneza kazi na kupush zimefanya leo tunaona Afrobeat, tunaona amapiano. So hata bongo flavor mimi na imani tunahitaji muda na tunahitaji kuendelea kufanya kazi kwa bidii, kuendelea kujua how tunaweza kupush, tunawezaje kuinvest kazi zetu ziweze kufika huko ambapo wenzetu zinafika. So nafikiri ni swala la muda na wakati tu. But nasema hivyo kwa sababu bongo flavor ni sound bora sana, ni sound nzuri, ina uwezo wa kusikilizwa na sikio lolote la mwanadamu ulimwenguni. Kwa hiyo nafikiri cha kuangalia ni wapi ambapo wenzetu wametangulia au wanafanya, au kipi ambacho wao wameweza kukijaribu kukifanya kimefanya matokeo. Kwa sababu kama walikuwa hawapo, maana yake mwanzoni ilikuwa ni vile ni kama sisi. Sema wao wameweza kuwepo, maana yake baada ya kugundua wapi pa kurekebisha, wapi pa kuweka sawa. So hiyo inahitaji pia kuapply kwenye soko la bongo flavor. Na imani kama ninavyokuambia, siku zinavyozidi kusonga na changes itazidi kuwepo.
Unadhani ni kweli kwamba Kiswahili kinaturudisha nyuma, kinasababisha muziki wa Tanzania usifike duniani kirahisi, tofauti na Nigeria ambapo labda wanaimba Afrobeats lakini kuna Kiingereza kidogo na nini? Do you think Kiswahili kinachelewesha muziki wa bongo flavor kama ambavyo baadhi ya hata wasanii wamekuwa wakisema, najua kwa sababu naimba Kiswahili ndio maana nashindwa kufika kidunia zaidi? Unadhani hilo ni kweli?
Siipi asilimia nyingi kwenye hilo, kwa sababu kuna nchi nyingi sana zinatengeneza music kwa lugha yao, alafu muziki inasambaa duniani kote. Muongelea Latin hapo, unaweza tumekaa, lakini pengine mimi kuna mangoma ya Latin na nayapenda, nikisikia na this is my favorite, lakini sielewi wanaongea nini. Muziki sometimes sio lugha, ni melody na vitu kama hivyo. Mfano labda naweza kuongelea kuna nchi tofauti zimeingia kwenye hizo chat, lakini hawaongei let's say English, hawaimbi English,
Kiingereza,
hawaimbi English, lakini still bado watu wanapenda. So nafikiri sio sababu kwa 100%, lakini kama mimi ni mtu wa kuamini sana kwenye time. Kama kuna changes, hata kama inapatikana kwa speed ndogo, lakini hairudi nyuma, inasonga mbele, basi naamini kuna siku itapatikana, yani watu wataanza kuelewa hiki nini kinachotengenezwa hapa. Yeah.
Nice. AI, technology in general, artificial intelligence, na vitu vingi ambavyo vinaendelea sasa hivi. Na uwezo wa kuchukua sauti yako nikaitengenezea ngoma mpya. Technology ambavyo imeenda, unadhani itasaidia muziki wa Afrika usogea mbele zaidi, ama ni kitu cha kuogopwa kwa namna moja au nyingine?
Kwanza kabisa nasema technology ndo mkombozi. Mkombozi wetu sisi. Kwa mfano, so Afrika kiujumla. Unajua nowadays muziki inaenda global kwa sababu digital platform hizi zinasaidia sana. Unajua mtu unaweza kaa umekaa zako huko Tanzania, lakini unapata muziki umetoka karibia kilomita 50. Ushanielewa vizuri, mtu alikaa huko lakini umeweza kukufikia wewe in a minute. Unaweza ku download na ukasikiliza. So technology ndio moja ya sababu ambayo inafanya sasa hivi African music inaanza kuwa inaonekana inaingia vizuri inaanza kusambaa vizuri duniani. Kwa hiyo ni sehemu kubwa sana kwa upande wetu sisi wasanii, ambao msanii yoyote mwingine, hata upcoming, hata mtu yote, hata mimi pia, moja ya sehemu ambazo mimi nazitumia zaidi ni hizi digital platform. Ukizitumia vizuri ndio zinafanya matokeo yanakuwa mazuri, kwa sababu unaweza kukua karibu na watu wengi hata kama hawako mbali. Kuna mashabiki unaweza kufanya, kuna watu wapo huko, lakini unaweza kupata hela, sometimes unaweza kupata pesa ya shabiki ambaye yuko Uganda na unajua kufika Uganda.
Yeah.
Ushaelewa vizuri, anasikiza muziki wako kupitia platforms tofauti ambazo pengine mwanzoni haikuwa sana hivyo. Ushaona, haikuwa sana hivyo, lakini naweza ngasema technology kwa upande wetu sisi ndio kama vile mkombozi. Yani mkombozi sana. Yeah.
Na digital platforms kuuza, umezungumzia hapo kupitia online platforms, inalipa kiasi gani kwa msanii? Na ni platform gani ambazo msanii anaweza kutumia kwa ajili ya kutengeneza pesa online, kuuza muziki wake?
Kwa sasa hivi unajua kwa Tanzania zamani watu walikuwa wanategemea sana shows. Watu walikuwa mpaka mtu apigiwe simu, bwana kuna show, ndo mtu aende akapate chochote kitu. But nowadays watu sasa hivi wamekuwa mtu anasema anaweka nyimbo zake kwenye digital na anategemea kupata kitu. Ushaona? So any digital sasa hivi ndio kama vile ndio ujira mkuu, moja ya ujira mkuu wa wasanii wengi kabisa ulimwenguni kiufupi, lakini kiafrika ndo kwa sasa hivi ndio watu wanategemea hivyo. Kwa hiyo watu wengi sana wamekuwa kila siku wanaamua kujifunza kuhusu digital ili mradi wasipoteze pesa zao huko. Mfano kuna digital platform tofauti ambazo zinalipa vizuri, let's say Spotify, Boomplay, Apple Music, Tidal na vingine kibao ambazo YouTube watu wanategemea kupata huko. Na ndio maana watu wengi sasa hivi sana, zamani kwa mtu anainvest anaenda kwenye media. Kwa mfano tusoka wa Tanzania, mtu zamani kwenda kwenye media anampa DJ, anampa presenter pesa apige wimbo wake hivyo usikike. Lakini sasa hivi watu wanafanya ads. Mtu anafanya ads kwenye digital, muziki wake uzunguke zaidi sehemu nyingi ili watu waweze kusikiza kwa wingi, mradi yeye aweze kupata chochote kitu. So digital ndo moja, nasema kwa sasa hivi ndo moja ya sehemu ambayo wasanii wa Tanzania wanaitegemea mno. Yeah.
Najua tunaongelea digital in terms of mauzo. TikTok niende kwa upande huo pia. Je, TikTok naye ni mkombozi wa wasanii? Kwa sababu wasanii wengi wa generation hii unakuta wametoka kupitia mtandao wa TikTok. Na ili ngoma yako iende viral kwenye TikTok inabidi ufanye nini?
Nowadays TikTok ndo baba lao.
Mkombozi.
Mkombozi kweli. Yani TikTok bwana. Mimi mwenyewe kuna muda kama nilikuja TikTok hivi. Yani kwa hiyo TikTok bwana imeokoa asilimia karibia 60 ya watu. wanaitegemea TikTok.
Mm.
Instagram pia.
Mhm.
Na Instagram unaweza kusema ndo asilimia karibia 70 kama sio 80 kama sio 100, kwa sababu ndio ilianza mwanzoni na ilikuwa na nguvu na ndio inafanya ndio kila kitu. Unajua sasa hivi mtu akimbilii kwenda, sometimes watu wengi wakimbilii kwenda media kutangaza si moja mbili tatu, mtu anaweka tu bango lake kwenye page yake ya Insta kwamba today nitakuwa wapi na wapi, na watu wa taarifa wanaipata wanakuja.
Yeah.
Kwa hiyo Instagram imekuwa hivyo, lakini TikTok imetengeneza sana maselebu wapya, imetengeneza sana mastar wapya.
Mhm.
Kwa sababu ya, nafikiri si kwa sababu ya mfumo wake ambao umetengenezwa, lakini naweza ngasema moja sehemu ambayo tumeweza kutengeneza watu wapya ni pamoja na TikTok.
Yeah.
TikTok hawaelewekaji. So naweza kusema siwezi kuwa na cha kusema kamili kwamba wanataka kitu gani ili mradi uweze kutrend. Sometimes unaweza ukapost kitu kina akili nyingi wakakipenda, kuna muda ukapost kitu hakina akili wakakipenda, kuna muda ukapost kitu kina akili wakakushangaa. Unaelewa vizuri kwa sababu kuna watu wanapost content, utakuta mtu amepost content anaongea vitu vina sense sana. Si kwamba amepost kitu ambacho cha kiboya kabisa, yani ambacho kimekaa kimeushwa, ndio unaona zile namba zinakimbia. What is this? That's why comedian wengi wapo kule.
Yeah.
Kwa sababu watu kule unaona ni sehemu ambayo yani bado haijakuwa na imeeleweka imekaa kwenye ngo gani. Yeah.
Lakini naona pia dancers wanatengeneza pesa nyingi sana kupitia TikTok. Wasanii mnawalipa, wanacheza nyimbo zenu.
Sana.
Ndio.
Yeah.
Mwisho kabla hatujasogea kwa audience kusikiliza kama mna maswali. Jamani, kama una swali lolote tafadhali lihifadhi, muda si mrefu utakuja kwako. If you have any question please save it as I will let you ask questions in a minute. Swali langu la mwisho.
Yeah.
Hapa kwenye Music in Africa ACCES 2023 about 50 countries.
Yeah.
Kati ya takriban nchi 50 zina watu ambao wamekuja kwenye hii festival.
Yes.
Kuna producers, kuna watu wa A&R, kuna watu wa music executives duniani kote, ama tuseme value of chain ya watu ambao wamekuja hapa kwenye muziki. Nini ambacho unataka kuzungumza ambacho unahisi wakifanya kwa muziki wetu wa Tanzania baada ya kuja kwao wameshatuona tunaweza kusogea mbali? Nini wito wako kuwaambia ambao wako hapa ambao wametoka nchi tofauti pia wafanye ili Tanzanian music isogee zaidi na African music in general?
Kitu ambacho mimi naweza nikasema Tanzania naweza nchi yangu kwanza, tunahitaji sana investors. Kuna talent nyingi sana hapa, yani talent nyingi mno. Yani kuna watu wanaimba sana, wanaandika sana, kuna watu wana vipaji tofauti, ila bado tasnia ya sanaa Tanzania bado haijakuwa na ile power kubwa ya, yani elimu kubwa ya watu kuinvest, kuamini kwamba wanaweza wakatengeneza pesa nyingi kupitia music. So inahitaji watu ambao wana elimu na hivi vitu ili kuweza kuelewa wanawezaje kusaidia watu. So moja kitu kikubwa tunachohitaji ambacho pengine labda kupitia ACCES ambacho kinaweza kufanyika hapa, investors ambao wanaweza kainvest kwenye career za watu tofauti. Na mimi niwahakikishie tu kitu kimoja, kama kuna mtu ataamua kuinvest hapa, hakika itamlipa. Biashara yake haitoenda bure, kwa sababu kuna talents kweli hapa. Yani hapa ni kiboko. Yeah.
Investors, asante jamani, makofi tafadhali kwa Kontawa. Mimi nimejifunza mengi sana, sijui nyinyi. Ningependa kujua kama kuna mwenye swali lolote, tafadhali nyanyua mkono. Brother pale kule. Yes, can you pass the microphone to? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name's Kathbel Ludovic. I'm a filmmaker, I'm a videographer, I'm a music director. Sidhani kama direct ni maswali, ila through what you've talked about, I would like just to give some comments and clarifications on different angles. I will start with African music and Tanzanian music. We recently see kwamba the Burna Boys or Nigerians people, South African people are going outside and are getting exposed outside, not because of what they sing, but because of what they do, what they act in their societies, how they connect with other people, how they connect with other artists. Then we come back to what they sing. It's different from it's different from other countries in Africa. What I mean is, I'll just take an example in our country, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda. What most of the East African artists they sing, you just find it's a local thing. Kuna baadhi ya wasanii, kuna mchikishaji wa Uganda aliongea hiki kitu, afu watu wakachukulia easy. Like you find unamnominate msanii kwenda Grammy, au yeye anataka kuwa nominated kwenda Grammy. What do you sing? Unakuta mtu anaimba mandazi, chapati, vitumbua. Come on. That won't be obviously heard in Grammy. Grammy hawatasikia kwa kitu, wala hawataandika mandazi na nini. You're going to compete with people who are singing about their community, who are doing a lot of creativity on their songs. So when you put mandazi vitumbua, then you find someone singing something different from you, has his taste, has his melodies, that will actually won't push the songs. And that goes to most of the African artists, I mean most of the Tanzanian artists. They use such kind of songs, such kind of lines and evil. The next thing is promoting yourself, which this goes in social life and in pride. Being honest, not all, but most of our Tanzanian artists fail to go international-wise because of how they put themselves in the society and the plight they have. Umetoa ngoma moja, imehit, tayari, yani wewe unaona umeenda. Na ni ngoma imehit Tanzania tu, yani ni kwamba imepigwa labda kwenye clubs za Tanzania, watu mtaani wamebang. You don't go international that way. You have to push yourself, kwamba you connect, make sure inaenda. Like, I'll take an example of Diamond Platnumz. We listen to Shoe, right? It's international. The way he sang it, the way he did, the beats and what, though it's Amapiano, but it's international. Okay, most of the people might say that Amapiano is the one who took Shoe international-wise. Let's go to Single by Harmonize. It's not Amapiano, but the way he sang it, he used the English language. So we see, like, not only using English language may push you, but what you sing, the message the audience listen from the message that audience get from your song, and how you touch the community and the people who are listening to that song. The last, I'll just talk about the performance. Being honest, I've attended a different performance. I've watched different performance that most of the Tanzanian artists are in, or they are selected to perform. Being honest, we are down in stage performance. We are down in festivals in terms of artists performing. I'll just say, like, most of the Tanzanian artists fail to go international because people watch you from either what you sing and what you perform. I'll take an example. I'm a Tanzanian artist. Maybe I sing. Then when I go to the stage, what I perform or the way I perform, it's different. And I can't compare myself to Burna Boy. You know, it's like you have to have this connect between you and your audience. I watched the Apple Music festivals that were going on, and I got a chance of watching some African festivals. The way we honestly see Burna Boy performing, it's a hard song, but the way he performs it in a sense where the audience can perform, he can also perform. The DJ, they just shut down the music, then he connects with the audience. But in our country, we fail to do that. You find the DJ shuts down the music, the artist fails to perform, he waits for the audience, and the audience waits for the artist to perform. So you find like that downgrades you. The people who are connecting those dots are connecting you to grade you and to take you international. They downgrade you because you've failed to connect with the society. So I think this message should actually be considered. Maybe you just work on that, or you may also tell your friends, you may also tell your other artists that we should develop the performing issues. We should develop how we connect to other societies and the community. We should develop on what we are singing so that our songs may go internationalized and we may just reach the levels of other countries and other artists. Thank you.
Asante sana. All right. Okay. I think we should answer that one first, but be very brief kwa ufupi ili tusogee kwa mtu mwingine. Unadhani ni kwa kufupisha la kwake? Of course amezungumzia performance, anasema zinatufelisha, promotion, wasanii wa Tanzania hatujipromote, lakini kwanza kanifurahisha. Anasema kwa sababu tunaimba chapati na maandazi, wenzetu content zao ni tofauti, zinawasababisha wafanikiwe kimataifa, lakini sisi nyimbo zetu content zake za hazina, si ndio, za kitotototo, zinatufanya tusiende. Unadhani hilo ni kweli? Na je, kwenye performance za wasanii wa Tanzania unahisi kuna kitu tunaweza kufanya kuendelea zaidi, fanya vyema zaidi?
Mimi naweza ngasema kitu kimoja. Kwa namna moja ama nyingine pointi yake ina asilimia nyingi ambazo pengine zinafanana na ukweli. Lakini ambacho naweza ngakielezea kama mwanzo nilivyokuwa naelezea, investment ya muziki wa Tanzania na mawazo ya wanavyoinvesti watu kwenye muziki wa Tanzania ni tofauti kabisa na sehemu tofauti. Ni ngumu kufananisha investment ya muziki wa Tanzania na Nigeria. Juzi kati kuna clip trend ya jamaa si ni mtoto wa Kuti, sifa la Kuti, anasema kwamba sisi kama sisi tunachowazidi, sio kama sisi ni bora sana, ila tunachowazidi wasanii wengine huko ni kwa sababu sisi tuna invest sana kwenye muziki wetu. Kwa hata hapo pia wapo watu ambao wanaweza kutengeneza sounds nzuri na ambazo zinaweza zikafanya vizuri hivyo. Unajua watu ambao wanaimba hizo maandazi na nini hawapo tu Tanzania, over the world. Hizo track za hivyo zipo ambazo mtu anaimba vitu ambavyo sometimes that make sense, lakini zipo. Tuachane na hao, tutafute wale ambao wanafanya sasa vile ambavyo ni bora, pia ni wapo, lakini inakuwa ni tofauti sana na wenzetu, kwa sababu unashindana na mtu amefanya ads, ametia milioni 100 au ametia milioni 50. Wewe umeweka track YouTube, wewe umeweka track Spotify, hivyo unataka matokeo, mnaweza mkafanana? Ngumu kabisa hicho kitu kutokea. So Menemani anachokizungumzia kina ukweli, kwa sababu yeye analiona soko letu, lakini pia changamoto ni moja ya changamoto zetu ni hiyo. Yaani una compete na mtu. Ndio maana ukiwa mfano mtu kama Diamond au Harmonize ni moja ya watu ambao tayari tunaona power kwa upande wao. Ni moja ya watu ambao tayari wana elimu ya unawezaje kupush music ikasonga sehemu tofauti. Kwa hiyo wanajaribu kwa nafasi zao. Umeona baadhi ya tracks zao zinaweza kupenetrate kwenda hivyo.
Okay. Mengine nimeelewa, kasoro tu kwa chapati na andazi kaka. Mimi sidhani kama ni content mbaya kwa sababu kwenye muziki kuna creativity. Huenda hiyo ndo ya kwao na inaenda inaleta numbers, inaleta pesa, watu wanapenda. So hiyo tu ndo sikubaliani na wewe. Kaka hapo tafadhali, yeah, brother over there. Real quick please, keep it brief. Fupi tu, haraka.
Fupi sana, asante sana. Mimi naitwa Hokororo. Ni mwanamuziki kutoka Tanzania. Nafanya asili fusion music.
Naam.
Kontawa ni mwanamuziki ambaye nampenda sana, namsikia. Pia nimetokea Uswahilini, watu wengi wanakukubali.
Shukrani sana.
Ila mimi nina swali la kukuuliza kwa kutokana na maelezo yako ambayo ulikuwa unaongea. Ni kwamba unadhani hiyo saundi uliyokuwa nayo kwenye mdundo, achana na sauti yako, kwenye mdundo hiyo hip hop unaoifanya ni unique yako, ni original ya kwako, au ipo yani tayari ishafanyika wewe umepita tu? Naamini sauti yako ni original na melody zako jinsi gani unadondoka, midondoko yako ni original, ila kwenye mdundo huo ni wa kwako? Hilo ndio swali.
Yani mdundo how, sorry,
I mean ni mdundo beat, mshazoea kusema beat. Zile producer na create, je, imetoka kwako? Yani ni ya kwako? Kwa sababu mimi nafanya asili fusion. Kwa hiyo ni kwamba always kama ulivyosema ni kwamba kuwekeza muda kucreate, kuangalia hii kweli haifanani na mtu au sio bwana? Kwa hiyo je, wewe midundo, kwa sababu mimi nimesikia nyimbo zako nyingi. Kwa hiyo je, hiyo midundo iliyopita unadhani ni ya kwako? Yani ni mipya umeibuni?
Okay. I got you.
Haraka.
Music ina vitu vingi sana. Sometimes unapata muziki mpya baada ya kusikiza muziki ya watu tofauti. Ndo kinachotokea. So baadhi ya muziki mingine unakuta producer ameandaa, ila sometimes ukikaa ukiangalia hii feeling yako au hii hisia ya kutengeneza muziki huu umeipata wapi, anakuambia pengine nilisikia sound fulani then nika mix kupata sound hii. So hiyo inatokea, watu wana mix sound tofauti. So hata mimi beat zangu, baadhi ya beat zangu zingine unakuta tu pengine kuna kitu nilikuwa na kifeel kutokana na sound ya mtu fulani aliimba, so kupitia kile kitu unaweza kutengeneza kitu changu kingine, so hiyo inatokea. Yeah.
Asante. Brother, you had a question, yeah.
Hi, I'm Craig. I've got a company called Mama Dance Music Library, and we supply African music into the world market for film and TV and advertising. We don't do artist stuff, but it's purely for media, and there's quite a lot of money that floats around in the collection societies, and this people. Yeah, it's a big industry in the world, so we're always looking for music from different territories, different countries in Africa, and the most important thing is that the artists and the producers and the composers must be registered with the Collection Rights Society. They have to be registered with your local performing rights societies, because the money that's flowing around the world when they use the music from our library, it all flows back to the composer, and it's substantial. There's a lot of money to be made. But the artists have to register their copyright. So to that point of the songwriter, you were speaking about songwriting, it's a good process to submit the splits. And in the studios, you must decide how much is the producer getting, how much is the singer getting for their lyrics, how much is the melody getting, and get that sorted out very clearly, make those registrations. It's very important. And if you go big internationally, you can even sign to an international collection society. And for your local airplay and your local thing, you sign to the local society. But if it goes international, you can also sign to an international one. So I'm just encouraging that, because we struggle now. We'll find music, but then the artists, if they're not registered, they're going to lose out on some of the income. And you have a new collection society starting now, and I think it's important that all the artists and composers support that society and try and make it work.
Thank you. Makofi jamani tafadhali. Anachotukumbusha, anasema kuna pesa nyingi ambazo zipo huko nje na zinapatikana, lakini cha msingi ni kwanza kuhakikisha umejisajili KOSOTA. Yeah. Kwenye Copyright Society na hata pale kwenye jambo la uandishi ambalo ulikuwa unalizungumzia. Nadhani muda wetu umekwisha, kwa hiyo tunaruhusu swali moja la mwisho alafu tuage. Okay, kwa vile ni mawili tufanye yote mawili. Tuanze pale alafu tumalize kwako. Tuanze bro. Haraka haraka tafadhali. Mwenye t-shirt nyeupe. No. Okay. Haya. Asanteni, thank you very much. This was me and Kontawa. Until next time, bye-bye.
Round of applause for them. Thank you guys so much. Mina Ali, producer, presenter with Klaus, and then of course Kontawa, an artist. We want to take a quick picture with the two of you, so the photographer is getting ready. If you could just kindly step forward. Kontawa's got a new single out. I think it's called Wiwi. Do check it out on all streaming platforms. For those of you who are music enthusiasts, music playlisters, curators, make sure you're playlisted as well. I think it's very important that on a musical level, we start promoting these very countries that we come to these conferences for. Thank you guys so much. Another round of applause for them both. Wonderful. So we're going to take a quick 30-minute lunch break, but during that break, there's
Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, 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 kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanaiemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanaiemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanaiemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanaiemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanaiemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wana wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wana wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea,
Keep that hashtag in each and every one of your tweets and your posts so we can keep the conversation going there. Now, straight to it, the United States of Creatives. Now, every now and then, a big part of Africa's music ecosystem is built on platforms, services, products that help anyone involved in a music business ecosystem to navigate, to amplify, to help do things better. And there's one that we're about to present to each and every one of you. We want your full support, full attention, and full engagement. So please help me welcome Sia Mitani, who is also known as Slicker, the founder of Slicker on Life, all the way from South Africa, as he takes us through this presentation. A round of applause for him as he comes up. Slicker on Life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How you guys doing today? Like tonight, because it's a bit dark. Okay, so you know, it's a bit weird when you're going to another place. You don't know if you should wear shorts, if it's formal, if you should wear slippers. So if I'm underdressed, please excuse me. If I'm overdressed, take pictures, you know. But with that being said, you know, oh, there's my screens there. Okay, cool. I just want to give a little bit of background, you know, of myself and just the impact that music has had for me in my personal capacity. I started really making music like almost 23. Professionally, I started really making music in 2003, you know. Collaborated with multiple people. I'm from a group called Squatter Camp. And within those 20 years, everything that I have built literally has been because of music. every idea that I've had has literally because I've always been trying to create solutions for music. And all the time I get into music conversations, we are always addressing, in my view, we are always addressing things that were being addressed 20 years ago. We're always addressing things that have been addressed 30 years ago, you know? Some stuff is theory, you know, you need to learn this stuff, you know, just because you've got talent and it came and it's innate, but there's theory that you have to learn in music. But I think the biggest challenge that makes us not be able to access or maybe even consume this theory is that the music business is not sold to us as a business, it's sold to us with the excitement, right? So what I want to show you guys, I just want to show you a bit of my journey, and then you know, when I kind of start sharing what I believe is the future of music and systems, at least you have some type of context and you understand what I've experienced, because I have experienced this in multiple ways. So going into the screen, you see, you know, I used to be a rap dude. That's me. I'm on TV. I'm a presenter. I've got a whole book. So because of music, literally, I was able to move from one thing to the other. So I literally became, this is a recent picture, but like in my early stages, literally, I was a presenter. But even today, I consider myself almost like a retired artist, but I still find myself still working in the industry. I recently dropped a book like 10 years ago. Shoo, I like number 10. I recently dropped a book like 4 or 5 months ago, which is called, I never liked the title, so let me just read it. That's why I don't remember it. It's called The Life Story of a Hip-Hop Pioneer, Slicker. Now, the book really talks about the energy and talks about like how music has been a consistent energy that has allowed me to grow different things. And I'm going to show you some of the things that music has allowed me to do. Music has allowed me to... Music has literally allowed me to build a media platform like called slickonlife.co.za, which has over 20 million people that have visited the site since its inception, right? The reason why I started this platform is because 10 years ago, before there was the obsession of social media platforms, artist stories in South Africa weren't being told, right? So I realized that we'll know everything about Jay-Z, Rihanna, but we don't know anything about our own artists. Our own artists, the only thing we get from them are the songs that are played on radio for 3 minutes, and then they might get a little radio interview, which could be like 10 minutes. But if you don't really know the substance of the artist that you're listening to, then all you're doing, you're just dancing to the music, right? So I think what like conversation does, it gives depth. And when conversation gives depth, when you start hearing a song, you start going, yeah, you know, that's what he's going through. This is what I'm going through. I really felt there was a gap in the music industry 10 years ago in South Africa that artist stories weren't told. But look at it today. Today, we were literally pioneering what's happening. You've got like podcasts, whether you talk about global podcasts like Drink Champs, but you got podcasts every now where people are talking for hours with musicians, celebrities, entertainers. And this wasn't around 10 years ago, to be quite frank with you. So we started this thing with Slick on Live because of that, right? Our platforms, literally, our social media platforms reach like 11.7 million people every 28 days. These are the platforms that we use to kind of tell our stories that are connected to our website. And we've used this leverage to start partnering with brands. So, Stimroll Flow Lab, this is a concept that was actually presented to us, and its success with regards to it reaching the right music audience was simply because of our insight and understanding. Now, I want to be clear. I'm moving and showing you guys what we're doing for brands. I never said that I'm a marketer. I said it's music. Right? My insight and passion and understanding on how to leverage music has allowed us to actually be integral in brands with regards to their strategy. But when you're a writer and you're a composer, a song is not a song. It means that you're an ideas person, right? You might be able to just channel these ideas through a song, or you might be able to channel the ideas in multiple ways. One thing I always say with writers, with creators, is that be careful of limiting yourself in one medium. Because what creativity does, creativity says that I could do anything. If you could tell me a song and a story, you could probably tell somebody like an idea of a movie, right? So with that kind of thinking, we started thinking out the box. We started doing and I want to go back to the fact that the only thing that's given me the confidence to do this is because I've written songs that have, in South Africa, literally that have sold gold or platinum, and we changed the whole music industry in South Africa. But let alone, we've collaborated with multiple people across Africa. I mean, some of them are old as me or older than me, but we've done multiple things with guys that have been performing. But this is a show that we're doing that's on Mzansi Magic right now. Also, it's we're on a season 4. We're doing it with a brand. The brand is Costa Letoa. People don't even know that this is what we're doing, right? But this is the things that we're doing because we are confident enough that our creativity can take us to this level, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's just some of the guests that we've had on the show. But we are on season 4 of this show. In fact, season 4 is coming in the beginning of festive. So it's a festive show that we create, right? And then we also create online shows. I mean, we've got this. This is something that we've created with Hennessy. It was really the conversation of Hip Hop 50 that featured Stogie T, A-Reese, Nomuzi, and Uncle Party Time. But this is stuff, so we're still going to create content for brands. So what's very important as a musician is that if you are documenting the stories of culture, then there's no brand that can speak to your people, and especially if your stories are being received well, if people actually can relate to what you're saying. I mean, how can a global brand or any brand tell you about your people and how to speak to your people? You see, I'm trying to move you guys from the idea that music is just music and trying to show you that there are things that are theory. Go understand how royalties are collected. Go understand how collection societies work, because that's just the beginning of the world of creativity. You know, everything is because of writing, right? Everything is because of composition. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is that don't limit yourself to the education that you only get about music. See yourself as a whole creative. Don't be lazy to learn the theory about music, because even when you start getting into production and you start working with brands, there's theory there also, you know? So if you're not working on the theory that of the stuff that you care about, what more the stuff that you branch out and you do, right? So obviously, how can I say it? So I get out of music, right? So I said, for those that missed it, I literally started making music in 2003. Professionally, that's when we literally got success. But I was making it even in the 90s. But I think we got our first award in 2003 and got recognized by the South African music industry at that point. I obviously got into the music industry. I stopped making music around 2010 because I kept on having these creative ideas of that brands need to work with. I mean, in 2006, we were the first guys as an independent recording company, not linked to a major, meaning a Universal or a Sony. We went directly to Coca-Cola and we said, we've got ideas for your campaigns. And Coca-Cola came back to us and said, no, we don't do ideas. I said, I never knew anything about marketing, as a side note. As much as I never knew anything about royalty collection, I learned music inside the music industry. I learned the theory inside the music industry. I learned my marketing insight inside Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola said we don't do ideas, we do campaigns. I said, what is a campaign? And I mean, I was a little bit confused, but then they liked one of my ideas. So they wanted to link my idea to the bigger campaign, which was called the Sprite Hip Hoop Tour. So they wanted to have basketball and music, and we were doing music. So they said, just do your music idea, but come to all the meetings that we have so you understand what the bigger picture is. So inside these meetings in Coca-Cola, I started hearing words like consumer, target market, and you know, those are, what's a consumer what is a target market? Above the line, below the line. So I'm hearing all these words and I don't know what the hell they're talking about. All I know, I'm coming with the musicians, right? And I've got a plan for the musicians. So I'm listening to all this conversation, but then as I go to the second, third meeting, I start going, oh, consumer is everybody. Target market is the one that they want to get, but consumers everybody. Okay, I get it. Above the line is billboard, outdoor television. Below the line is on the ground when they do activations. Oh, this is how I'm learning my marketing as a side note, right? So we eventually run this campaign, and there's another thing I don't even know about that I'm about to learn, which is called PR, right? So when we're doing this marketing campaign, and by the way, my parents couldn't help me finish like my whole tertiary education, so I had to figure out my life out. So some of these things were new to me. They might be obvious to some people, but they weren't obvious to me. So now what we do, we go to different cities across the country. I mean, these stories are also in my book. We go to different stories across the country, and I call radio stations and I say, hey, I'm coming with, with book like the late, my friend WHP, I'm coming with WHP to this city for the Sprite Hip Hop Tour. So I call the radio station, and the radio station goes, okay, yeah, you guys can come because those guys don't normally come there, right? So I'm calling in all these radio stations, say I'm coming with these artists. These are the radio stations we normally call when we've got new music to go sample. So now I'm calling them not for music. I'm saying, no, I'm coming with my other friends, And the radio stations are excited because, look, they got these guests who are from Johannesburg. And if you know Johannesburg, if I go to KZN, like Durban, it's like 500 kilometers from Johannesburg. If I go to Cape Town, it's like 1,000 kilometers from Johannesburg. So that means that like these artists just don't go there all the time, right? So the radio stations are excited to have them. They say, okay, bring them through. But when you bring them through, we're not going to mention, because Sprite was the brand, we're not going to mention Sprite, because we're going to get fired. But you guys can mention it like incidentally, right? So all my guys, they go to the stations, they do the interviews, they say, yeah, we're here for Sprite, blah, blah, blah. And what's happening while they're saying this, the monitor is ticking to say that Sprite was mentioned, or this campaign was mentioned on radio so many times. So by the time the campaign is over, the brand manager calls me, who's still a very good friend of mine, and she goes, geez, this campaign really did well. The PR was like close to 12.7 million or whatever. We saw the brand grow by this. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means, but she's happy, right? She's like, this is the PR, this is the PR, the incidental PR that you guys gave us, So then I learned about PR, that all the time we've been sending our friends to radio stations, that's actually PR. Okay, what a thing. So my journey in my life is things that I'm not taught, but things that I feel. It's my gut feel. When I started Slick on Life 10 years ago, I never knew that the podcasting world would grow so much. I never knew that covering, because remember, there was no space that covered just youth content. It was either television, and it was what television covered. So 10 years ago when I started Slick on Life, I never knew that that what's happening on social media, that right now you can go on anyone's social media, and depending on the stuff that you look at, your algorithm will show you everybody that's covering parties with their phones, right? Artists like Ricky Rick, Casper Nyovest, I used to go with my mic when they were up and coming artists and go interview them and literally cover them and post that. I was doing everything that social media was doing 10 years ago. Just like 20 years ago when we were rapping, nobody was rapping in South Africa. In the mainstream like we were doing. When we got into the marketing space with Coca-Cola, and I told my friend, how I told my partner at the time how we should get into brands? I never said it was marketing. I said to him, my friend's name is Lebu. I go, Ish, Lebu. These people that these brands are trying to get, they're the people that always come to our shows. you know, I think we can tell them that we can transfer these people. I literally said it like that, right? Because all I was just saying is that Sprite's target market is our target market, even in one sentence. But for me, because, you know, I'm also decoding it in the way of a guy who's just understanding it as he goes. I'm like, these people are the same people that those people want, and they come to us, not to them. How about we do something and show them that we can bring these people to them? And then I think we can make something. You know what my friend said at the time? Because it was just so ahead of its time. He said, Sleek, let's just go make songs, man. What are you talking about? Let's just go make songs, you know? And my friend today, that same guy, he's running his own agency now, and he's doing a lot of events because I don't do events. But what changed his mind is, you know, at the time when we do shows, we'd probably make like, I mean, I'll put it in dollars, we'd probably make like say $2,000-$3,000, you know, a show, whatever the case be, and it will come once, you know. But this one job that we made, that we did with Sprite, literally easily got us like a $50,000 check randomly. My friend was like, hey, there's money here. I think this is what we're going to do. I never even knew that this was called marketing. I never even knew this is the revenue. Why do I give this context? It's because of the next thing I'm about to show you guys. This is and if I might say it correctly, I said in 2003, that's when the South African music industry recognized this. We've got an award that we won. If you go to Slick On Live and you go under the caption slickonlive.co.za, there's a 2013. 2013. It's a 10-year cycle, right? In 2013, that's when Slick On Live was born. Actually, Slick On Live was born in December. It was the day that Beyonce must have also released her album. It was that double album where she had, like with the movies. Yeah, it was that. It was in December. I think it's that one, you know? Or it was the one that had the bunch of videos. Yeah, it had the one that had the videos. But it's 2013, that's when Slick On Live was born in December. You know, and the reason why these things are born is because I've got this gut feel that I sometimes get to a point in my life, maybe around 2000, all the 2001s, or maybe it was 2001, 2011. And by the way, if I want to really go far, in 1993, my parents moved us from the hood we lived in into another hood where literally my music thing would really start growing, my interest for music. So I've got these 10-year cycles. My gut keeps telling me that there's more, right? So I was really frustrated, besides the COVID thing, 2 years ago. I just felt like I'm so tired of what I do online, slickonlive.co.za. It's just so boring, and now everybody's doing podcasts. It's just not special. And I felt that there's a gap, you know? And I was obviously like out of music. If you ask me to do a song, to perform, I'm out of music, I'm out. COVID literally hits us. We have to get rid of our offices also. So when we start picking ourselves up, I tell myself I don't want to build an office that has tables and chairs. I just want to go back to what I really love, which is music. I don't want to run away from the fact that music is a big factor in my life. So when I get back in COVID, instead of getting into an office with chairs, I start building a studio. I start building post-production screens, you know, for like videos and edits and everything else. So I'm now not going through the corporate office guy because I'm trying to be like every other agency, you know, the serious guys with tables, but they're always wearing sneakers, but they're serious. But for me, even they are serious, even though they're like not serious, but they're serious. So I need to go on my level of what do I want to do? That's why today, I want to have the freedom to come the way I want to dress. This is my life. This is music. I'm inspired by the movement of music, right? So I start building the studios. I say, see, don't put your money in discs. Don't put your money in like those computers. Put your money in things that are going to allow you to create. So we build a studio. I mean, this is just part of what you see there on that screen. And so we start doing music distribution. Because all these artists that are uploading music on Slick On Live, they don't really monetize the music. So remember, I haven't been working in the music space. I've just been working as a creative marketer on slickonlive.co.za and also as a media owner. So we start distributing music. Then the last time I worked on music, we were selling CDs, right? That means that like if we knew that a CD was 100 Rand, which is like maybe $10 at the time, we knew that we were getting either 80% if we're independent, so we knew we were getting money. So this new streaming thing, hey man, guys, we have million streams. I'm like, how much? How much though? How much though? They're like, 10 cents. I'm like, what? So I'm like, okay, this new world is interesting, and we start getting our first paychecks from the artists that we're distributing. I start seeing a problem. The artists that we're distributing, we pay them into their accounts and they get hit by bank charges. So I go, what is the problem with the music industry? The music industry, the reason why we all fall off or make mistakes in the music industry is that your point of departure in the music industry is going to be a song, it's going to be on stage, and it's going to be a good time. It's never going to be the business. So we need to build a system that starts you with business. So anyway, I start this business called Soul Distro. We know the generic thing of business. You've got the music. We literally are able to distribute your music, neighboring rights, licensing, right? And then the composition, publishing, collection, sync, and you get royalties, and boom, right? There's nothing there that you guys shouldn't know. Or else there's nothing there that you guys, if you've been sitting here paying attention on all the days, there's nothing there. What happened to my screen? There's nothing there at this point. When you're ready. Okay, but I like literally looking at the screen and talking because, you know, I've got a tendency to waffle. I'm the real Uncle Waffles. Okay, are we going in? The homie going in. Pardon? I'm Malum Waffles. You know, I'll be waffling, taking it to another level. I'll be talking about something else. You'll be like, how did we get there? You know, so let me manage myself with the screen. Okay, but the point is that like all these things you guys know, and one thing I realize when I get into the music, when I start doing the music thing is that the artists know that there's not a lot of money to collect. So artists don't generally collect their money. So here we are in our balance, we're sitting with hundreds of thousands that belongs to artists, and we're super new also, and the guys are not collecting their music. You know, we want to pay the guys, of course, you know. So I start asking, I have a meeting with everyone we're distributing, and I go, well, how do we essentially, if this money is sitting here, what would other people do if the money was sitting there? Other people would literally go, how are we investing it? So I start calling like equity companies, risk management companies, and I go, I'm sitting on X amount that belongs to artists. Is there a way to actually like start helping these guys to start investing in more through their music, right? So I start having this dream of, imagine you are like singing and you're dancing and you're making songs, and by default, you've got shares in a corporate company because of the royalties you're not collecting. Imagine if like you are a group of guys, like, you know, some people need money to buy those shares. You just need your heart, you know? And I said, yo, that is incredible. You know, the power of music is so incredible, right? All you need to do is just make a song, and the systems they've built. Now I'm not complaining about how little the payments are from DSPs, because now we know how to flip it, right? Because if all of us get together and we've got a couple of 100,000 through the distribution business, all of a sudden now we can invest in Coca-Cola, right? All of a sudden we can invest in Woolworths, right? Because now we are collective, just like they do it with the unions when they've got like builders unions or employee unions. Creatives now can take these songs that they keep on dropping on these streaming platforms to actually buy global or local platforms, and we could be a group of owners. Man, Oh, I was going to swear. See, the rap comes out sometimes. But the truth of the matter, this is the power of music, though. It's just that we need to think of it out the box, right? We need to think of it out the box, right? So what do I do then? You know, I figured that I need to build a music system. How do I build this music system? I'd like to also, at least like now we're allowed to answer, to announce. This is very important. When you guys see this, whenever you see it, wherever you see it, I don't want you guys to think that it's what they say it is. It's actually a platform that was inspired by music. This platform I'm about to show you guys has been selected out of 1,200 fintech companies in Africa by Visa to be in the Visa Accelerator program. And I think they've chosen 22 African fintech platforms, and this platform is one of them. So let me show you what it does, right? It's called OnLive. Firstly, if we're going to build a system, we need to start building the center of why every other platform comes in our world, in Africa. They come for money, you know. They come because you're a low-hanging market. This thing is not in your market. And you know what? It's a good idea. Let's expand to Africa. But they're not expanding because you are black for it. They're expanding to Africa because you are a revenue that's untapped. So if I'm trying to build a streaming platform, I'm competing with them because they're already running there. But if I'm trying to build a platform that literally is a financial platform for us and our consumers, all of a sudden we're able to build our value. Now, as much as I told you that from the royalties, we are now able to buy into companies, what's going to happen here is that from the revenue that artists make in royalties, distribution, selling tickets to their followers, or selling anything, the money they make here, we're going to start building artists' financial profiles. You go to any bank, why aren't they touching us? Because you're risky. But if I can show you my worth, literally from one platform, it changes the conversation. And I'm not saying this because it's me. I've gone to the banks and I've shown them this. And they said, if you could figure this out, we could start even considering how we bring in the creator world into the borrowing facility world. So let me show you this platform. I hope it can play.
Welcome to the OnLive platform. It's your first time here, so let's take you to our landing page where you'll get the option to sign up. We are a web app, so you'll be asked to download us on your mobile home screen. You'll then need to sign up, and once that's done, the dashboard takes you to our universe. Get into our menu and create your profile. If you have a business, you can add an event, product, and even use the platform as a point of sale tool. Each product will have a link that you can share on social media to drive sales, or a QR code that can be scanned when another OnLive user purchases from you. You might ask, how does one top up and make withdrawals? Good question. Click on the menu, go to My Cards, and you'll be able to add your existing bank card, add a bank account for withdrawals, and request an OnLive Visa virtual or physical card. You'll then be able to make payments to OnLive businesses or merchants, such as buying tickets to the events. You can even send money from one OnLive user to another via an SMS, QR code, or our free-to-use chat feature. One of the things we're really proud of is our Creators Loan. This is for creative businesses that have proof of work, i.e. a PO and an invoice using our card to receive payments. OnLive will be able to advance for jobs that require upfront payment where there are extensive payment terms. Similarly, influencers and artists that are able to provide these documents will be able to qualify for a loan. So sign up to the first fintech platform for the creator economy. Creation is real life, and we on life.
And that's it. So why don't we build our own financial platform for creators that literally allows you to build your own. You are not a side, you're not like a cool thing on the platform. You are actually the platform. You are actually the user of the platform. Now, when you start building your distribution business, you start getting your royalties, you start doing your work that you do with brands, all of a sudden you've got an ecosystem, because now we've created a system for payments. Everything else is just, oh, it's a show. but where does it go? You know, oh, you got streaming royalties, but where does it go? So now you've got a system where everything from a financial perspective moves into one place, right? As I said, you've got that, and all of a sudden you've got this passive income that you make from your streaming platforms. You've got the revenue you make from performing, and you can literally buy into your equities or do direct investments. And just like that, you know, we're going to be integrating the creative economy into the global economy. I mean, you're asking yourself today, how in the world could you be a partner in a you don't need to be like Diddy now, you know what I mean, and own Ciroc or fight with Ciroc tomorrow, whatever your situation is. All you need to do is do what you do and be in a place that literally allows you to not only make like revenue just off your music, but be in a place that allows you to tie into the global economy. Because you know what's the funny thing about a song? I could be in a restaurant anywhere in the world and I could hear a song that I know was made in South Africa or was made in Africa, anywhere in the world. But the guy who made the song also doesn't know. But the opportunity with this is that, like, if that song is making money and there's money being collected, all of a sudden it's centered in one place. So right now with our system, you might not know where your song is being played. But like, if they're going to pay you, you're going to know that the music is being paid for in one system. And who else needs to know that? It's the people that need to back you up. It's the banks that need to back you up. It's the people that literally need to believe in your project. You're going to a company or you're to a label and you're asking for an advance based on what? Based on what? You know? Based on, no, I have 2 shows, I've got 1 million streams, I've got this. Now you go, hey, I need my advance because this is how much I'm worth on my platform. Now they're signing this value. And that's the problem with the music industry. We talk about everything in isolation, but everything is tied to one thing, which is the money. And everybody sends the money to different places, but everything ties down to one thing, you know? So immediately when we collect everything and put it in one place, that's when we start building a system, not just for music, but for Africa. And let me be honest with you, this system is not a system that I've seen anywhere in the world, right? And what's more interesting with what we have, because we've built our business of music, we also now able to kind of like engage. I mean, currently we actually shooting a TV show that we're starting to shoot like from tomorrow. I literally need to fly out, but I committed to be here today just to talk about this. But beyond just music, once again, I want to close with the fact that we have to go back to business and say, we are the custodians of culture. We are the guys that actually make people do this while they're talking about something else. We are the people that people are going through things and they just go, oh man, if I could just, I want to go out. Yes, you want to go drink. Okay, these are those guys. But then we the guys that they go out for. So with that being said, if we don't take ownership of this equity, brands are always going to speak on our behalf. This is an idea we came out, it was called Virals. We literally shooting this show when I get back to South Africa. We're shooting this show from Monday. But once again, using music and my confidence and my conviction and my belief that it's people who are like me that are moving the culture, I'm able to speak to a brand, and also I need to be able to position it in the way that they like. This is the power of music. This show is obviously going to be broadcast in South Africa. MTN came to us, they had we pitched it to them, but they've literally used this whole idea as their youth strategy for communication in this quarter. And they're interested in growing it into a season 2, season 3, season 4. We could easily create a format that's sellable anyway. Not because I'm a TV producer, I'm Steve Cowell or whatever his name is. It's because I just love music. And it allows me to think out the box. It allows me to push the envelope. It allows me to stand in a room and say, this is the power of our culture. You know, don't be too dependent on stats that you get from other platforms. Just look at the faces of the people when you make the music, because you know the platforms will give you the data, but you are the voice, you are the heart, you know. And if you can understand that, you'll be able to translate it in anywhere else. So learn the theory for the basics. Everything that they've taught you today, learn the theory. because there's a bigger world. Music is and creativity literally is what makes the world. Somebody drew this and they called it architecture, but they drew it. You know? Creativity is what makes the world. And you know what's the good thing about it? As black people, damn, we hella creative. We go through a lot of shit, but they literally like make us forget how creative we are and how our creativity can make a difference in the world. So that's really going to be my closing today. We're going to build a bank now because of creativity. That's all I'm saying. It's got nothing to do with the bank. It's got everything to do with the music. It's got everything to do with the custodian of culture and thinking about it and saying this is what we need and we can build it for ourselves. All right, any more questions and I'm out. I got you. I was like, yeah. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, please go ahead and ask. That's me. My name is Siyabonga Metani, straight out of South Africa, but straight out of Africa if you want. And I'm in the house for a sec, or two, or three, or four. If anybody got a question, please feel free to ask.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, hi, Sia.
What's up?
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Absolutely loved it. My question is on OnLive. Maybe when is going to be the first pilot for it, if you can say?
Yeah, we already. It's already live. It's a web app, so it's called. You could already download it. I think with regards to the features that are going to allow people to start creating their own events, that feature will be ready like in a week or two. But already you're able to receive money. I just think that right now it's going to be very like South African orientated. Yeah. But like if anyone else kind of uses it in any place, you're able to send money to each other here. So yeah, so we're ready to go.
Thank you.
I think the smart thing that I should have done as a marketer, I should have probably had the URL for the platform. Yeah, but if you can go to slickonlife.co.za and you go to the menu, it's there, slickonlife. I'll spell it slickonlife.co.za. If you go to our menu, you'll be able to see we've got the Soul Distro tab, the distribution business, and we've also got like the OnLife platform, which is the platform I've just shared with you guys. Let's build our own thing, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Do I feel like I'm selling or I'm promoting? I don't know what I'm doing, but it's my truth.
Hi, Sia.
What's up?
I came in a bit late, but I caught the tail end of this. My name is Mike. I'm from Uganda. Just follow up to your answer to his question. When do you intend to, expand so that it's more compatible to other regions of Africa, since it's going to be predominantly South African based at the moment?
Do me a favor, Mike. And so, what you say your names again? Lorian. Where are you from? And you're from Uganda?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to ask you guys to do me a favor, right? I'm going to get your contacts. I'm going to send you guys the link. Let's just test the system in other places, and you guys can give me feedback, and let's take it there.
Nice.
I'd love that.
Thank you.
I'd love that help, For us by us, why not? If I can...
There's a question right here.
Where there? Oh, what's up? Sorry.
Hey, Mambo. My name is Adam. Among other things, I'm an economist and also creative. And my question to you specifically is on the business knowledge of the artists.
I can't hear you. Can you just raise your voice?
My question is regarding the business education to the artists. Are you doing anything specifically on that? Because I came to the creative while with the economics business background. So I've seen it slightly easier for me, but some of the conversation with the artists or the creatives, there's sometimes so difficult because of that background. You mentioned about the consumer, the revenue, all of this. Some of them is like, it's so out of like blue or out of this world. So what are you doing on building the bridges and also investing in the education, the business education?
So by default, I realized that, if I'm going to help artists, it's like distribution. If anybody will tell you, when you're starting that business, it's not a business that makes money, right? because of the little money in it. But the only way you will be able to help guys is if they actually within your system. So right now, as an example, there's an artist that we're currently distributing. His name is Touchline. He's doing pretty well, like as a hip hop artist. But he came to me 2 or 3 years ago, before I started my distribution. He was complaining about like his previous label and things that were happening. And this happens, by the way, in South Africa for me. I've literally given advice to and I'm naming names because I've given advice to Ricky, to Casper, I've given advice to almost everybody. I've even argued with them about things because like that's just what it is, you know, because I'm from the old guard, right? So I keep giving these guys advice, and I said, you give them the advice, they hear you, then they go. What if you created a system? So start distribution. So you give them the advice within your system, and you manage them. So Touchline, when we met him, literally he had just featured KO on a big song. But the song never performed, but it's how he rolled it out. So I told him, this is how you gotta roll it out. And that's when we started doing his distribution. Today, the song he rolled out was like a hardcore hip hop song, 2 minutes of rapping. In a month, that song literally did more numbers and doubled the numbers that it did when he featured KO. And KO is, if you know, is one of the legends in South African hip hop, right? And right now, his album that he just dropped last week was on the top 3 hip hop in South Africa and top 10 all genres, because we literally gave him assist. So we gave him advice and we're able to monitor. But you know, artists also don't want to listen at times, right? You can't force that. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, people's karmas, your knowledge, that they have to hit a wall. I've advised Casper against something before and he never listened, but he was right. You see? Because what he did literally worked for him in the long run. So sometimes you also need to be able to receive. You can give information, but don't force your information, because some guy might believe he's so right on something and it works. Because his manager told me that, he told me a few months ago, said, remember when you told us that? It was a long time ago. Hey, we went back home, we were worried. They said, the OG said that's not a good idea. And we're so worried, but it worked, you know. And I said, I don't know everything. I can only tell you what I know from experience, right? But there is someone that has to break the rules. That's part of learning and growing. I'm not only being taught by brands, I'm being taught by the young guys also that are coming in also, you know?
Nice one. I think that's the last question we can take.
Just one for fun.
One more? Okay.
Don't be a mean guy. Please, man.
The one guy over there, yeah. His hand went up first, so. Oh, okay. Good.
We haven't had a guy with glasses ask a question. So let's just,
I guess he's on. Oh, he's on. My name is Daz. I'm a music producer in Tanzania. And I've been wondering, all these streaming platform and digital, all this, the whole 80% been talking about artists and music artists a lot of time. They just throw in creative, but I don't get the idea of a music producer or say a beat maker. Where do they come in a platform like this?
I mean, obviously, if we have to talk the technicalities of streaming platforms, by default, you guys get your royalty splits from, they pay you something at in South Africa it's Capasso, right? So there's already a split for your artist depending on, for the producer, depending on your deal with the artist. I don't know if that's the question you're asking.
I've been looking at Slick
on live, yeah.
Everything is just artist-based.
Because you know what, artists also like talking, right? I'll tell artists like talking. We try to do a show for producers, but producers are like, you can't find them. It's just been rough working with producers.
I guess it's because of that. We talk too much of artists and then.
But the artists, producers don't sell themselves. No? They don't sell themselves like the artists, unless you Kanye West. you know. But like that's the thing, a lot of producers love being in the background. We tried to do a whole show for producers, we called The Recipe, and we had 1 or 2 producers. We had Markwe, we had Prince KB, and then like it was just difficult to be consistent because the producers just, they don't love talking like the artists love talking or selling. They just want to be inside there. So we've tried, on our side we've tried. But the producers are very important. Very, very important.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the man, Slicker.
Sorry, bro. I tried to even put it in and say a guy with glasses.
I saw him
ask
try to
questions,
slide it in,
you know?
but no. Thank you so
See,
much.
He wants to be the only guy with glasses out here. You know what I mean? I mean, this guy. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, man. A round of applause for him one more time. The website, slickeronlife.co.za, correct?
Yes, sir. Slickonlife.co.za. Go to the menu. You'll find the OnLive platform, the fintech platform that we're building. And let's be great.
Awesome. Round of applause one more time. And thank you guys so much. We've got one more panel discussion, very important. So while we're rearranging the stage, just a couple quick announcements for all of you. Later on tonight, we meet back at the warehouse for the final showcase of performances. Look out for performances from Siti Muharram and the Unguja All-Stars from right here, Tanzania. Siti Muharram and the Unguja All-Stars from Tanzania. There's also Madalicho Band from Malawi. That's going to be fantastic. Kasiva Mutua from Kenya. Nice. Should I go back and start again so the rest can give, fans as well? Or no? Alosmen from Ghana. Do we have fans in the building? No. Anyway, Alosmen from Ghana also going to be there. And of course, Mario from right here in Tanzania is also going to be there. Nice. I see what you guys did there. So look forward to that. So 7 p.m., if you guys are still at the hotels, a bus takes you to the warehouse. And after that, it's your last night in Tanzania, so make the most of it. If you haven't taken any contacts yet, please do so. Very important that you connect beyond our presence here. This happens every single year. It's the second time in Tanzania. Next year, where do you guys think it's going to be? Tanzania. I like that. Where else? Where would you suggest Music in Africa take, ACCES 2024? Ethiopia. Where? Rwanda. Rwanda wouldn't be bad, I heard the Grammys might be there in some years to come. But after this session, we're going to have Eddie come up here, and together with someone from the next country, they're going to make the big announcement of where ACCES 2024 is going to be held. And we're looking forward to that. I think it's safe to start calling up the next panelists. I'm moderating the next one, so I'm going to be here with them as well. So there's a lot we've done. I mean, every year we show up here, we go to the festivals in person, but there's a lot more artists, creatives, people who are part of the music ecosystem can do digitally. Strategies you guys can apply digitally, just to make sure that your voices are being heard. We're amplifying your voices, and the progress is being seen all across the music ecosystem. That's what we're going to talk about next, the focus on digital strategies, what we can take away and start implementing between now and the next time we meet, to help progress the music ecosystem. So to do that, I'm going to call on the few speakers that are with me here today. I'm going to start off. The good thing is we got speakers or panelists from all the key sectors of the music industry. So I'm going to start off by calling someone from South Africa. She goes by the name of Impumi Phillips. She's a director of distribution for The Orchard. Please a round of applause for her as she comes up. Impumi Phillips, director of distribution for The Orchard. There's also Faith Hillary. She's a brand specialist with Boomplay Tanzania. A round of applause for her as she comes up. Nontando Mokena, she's a project manager for Sampra South Africa as well. And then finally, there's Ezegozi Eze Jr., the Vice President of Strategy and Market Development for Africa and the Diaspora for Empire Nigeria. Thank you guys so much for joining us today, ACCES 2023. I hope you've had a great time so far. I'd love us to start by, a little bit more of an introduction, personally, career-related. in your various spaces, highlighting some of the milestones that have brought you this far. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Music in Africa, and thank you, ACCES. So I think for me, I wouldn't necessarily speak so much in terms of milestones, but having, being blessed enough to have been able to be a little bit, to have experience in a little bit of everything within the, the music industry circle and value chain, I started off from being a project manager for events in the eventing space, doing festivals, Joy of Jazz festivals in South Africa, and then moving to the record label side before we became digital, selling cassettes and CDs, before I show my age. But being able to at least enjoy a little bit of everything within the value chain, artist management, label management, and then moving into music publishing, music supervisory, and then now coming back full circle and being back on the master right side and being able to now, learn a new way of being able to take that music to the world.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, hi. A little bit of a different journey. So my name is Faith Eli from Boomplay. We pretty much started on the digital aspect of everything. It was pretty much new when I had joined Boomplay back in 2017. It was a matter of having to educate the audience and the artists in terms of making sure, taking that music is a business type of thing. So for the artists to take it in that seriously, and for the audience to also take that initiative, you have a favorite, but what do you contribute also to more other than just being a fan? So we've done that. It's been different. It's been a different experience, different online and offline campaigns, a lot of growth in user base in Tanzania, and as well as the other countries that we have offices in, Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya. So it's been a wonderful journey for the past 6 years, and going forward, looking forward to more as well.
Nice. Thank you very much. Nantando?
Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah. Can you guys hear her? Nice.
Okay, so I recently joined the Sampra Development Fund, which is the corporate social investment of Sampra. So I work as a project manager, but my background is in public relations and also project management. I also did a lot of community media work, advocating for community print media in South Africa. And I think my passion also lies within community development, education, and anything that has building and skills development. That's where I am.
Wonderful.
Personally. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Izzy?
Afternoon. So where do I start? My journey started, I'd say about 2010. That was when I did WizKid's first US tour, UK tour, and then that kind of propelled me into the African music space. That's also what allowed me to move back to Nigeria, and then having been opportune to live across Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa during that time, working at Channel O as a marketing manager, then shifting into talent management fully. And then I think that's what allowed me to move into my previous role at Universal, opening the offices in West Africa, East Africa, and then where I am now at Empire, just building out the infrastructure for Africa and also for the diaspora markets, being the markets where we have the largest African populations globally. I dive between music and tech. I say that tech is what keeps me sane, music is what drives me crazy, but I love it. Yeah, I think now the goal is just to figure out how to keep bridging music and tech more, and also making sure that Africa is as connected as possible as it relates to music and creative, and just, just building the bridges at home before we build them abroad. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Can we have a round of applause for all our panelists here? All right, this is better. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I've noticed one thing. There are a lot of women working behind the scenes when it comes to Africa's music industry? Like every now and then you see the headlines being posted, recently 1 RPM, Orchard, you always see it. There's always someone new in leadership positions in music, and it's always a woman to an extent. I just want to ask, and I know this is off the list, that I even shared, but what do you think are some of those qualities that are making women stand out in the business? And Izzy, I'll ask you as well, because I know your team at Empire is full of really strong women as well. But yeah, you could start off with that.
I think it's a timing thing for me more than anything. Women have always been in the industry, but we've always been playing that, backseat role quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I think now it's getting to a point where the women themselves are saying, we are of value and we have the knowledge, we have the skills, we have the resources to be able to actually lead. And it's just that time where we can be able to be given those opportunities to be able to show that we can.
Yeah, like you're tired of the BS, we're taking control, we're gonna do it ourselves. Anybody else want to say something to that before I move to Izzy?
I think you can move to him because
Is it okay? Is it good?
Wow. Sentiments as well. So yeah, you can move to him.
No, I mean it's as simple as opportunity. I think when you understand that you can find people who are strong no matter who they are, where they're from, that's the most important thing.
Yep.
Just leveling the playing field. At Empire, our team is 70% women.
70%?
Yeah.
70% women?
Yeah, even globally, our team is 55% women. Wow. Our president is a woman. She literally has passed into the company her experience, and truly I think that women do a better job of caring during the job, because the thing is, when it comes to artists, it's not just about the performance as an artist on stage, but also how do you take care of your mental health, your physical health. Those things impact how you create. So I think having that balance is actually, even with our team, has kept us balanced, because men see things one way, women see things the other way. Together, you make it work, you get to the right place. So
I tell you. It's beautiful, and now we're having representation on all levels, multiple Grammy nominations and whatnot, so that's a testament to the effect of that. But let's get back into the conversation, digital. Mpumi, you were talking about, being in an era or moving from an era where you were selling cassettes, CDs, to powering what is now streaming, both audio and visual. But let's talk about some of the transitions, the challenges that you yourself experienced within that switch, from that to this digital era.
I think it's a blessing and it's a curse at the same time. Moving into the digital era, and especially COVID, I feel kind of skyrocketed the movement, especially for Africa.
Yeah.
So it amplified that movement, but then it amplified it in a way where we weren't ready yet.
Yes.
We're still dealing with our audience not having, proper infrastructures in terms of data, network, service, all of those type of things. But at the same time, it is now open the playing field. It's leveled the playing field. When we're going to DSPs like Bloomplay, we're going there to pitch, our clients who are African, but they're also getting the very same pitches for Chris Brown, for Beyonce. So now the playing field has been leveled, but we haven't really been equipping and getting our artists ready to now be on that same even playing field. So that's where we now need to start escalating on the educational front to our artists for them to understand that. So I think that's where the challenge is, the blessing that we are now on that even playing field, but the challenge is now being able to equip our artists to be ready for that.
To step up and meet that as well. Okay.
Sorry, on my end. I mean, it's been a journey. As I said in the beginning, it was a matter of also having the artists to understand that this is how you can monetize and things like that.
Yeah.
Of course, it's as Pumi said, that there is a challenge, especially in terms of like data accessibility.
Yeah.
That's why even with Boomplay, we do a lot of partnerships with telcos to make sure that we do provide users with bundles and packages whereby they can access Boomplay and access all different types of music in-app at a lower cost. Compared to if you happen to use like all of the data that you use to do other things as well. And then also for users, there's the whole thing with piracy, you understand? In terms of like, which goes back to the compensation as well.
Yeah.
When you use Boomplay, the songs are inside of Boomplay. So whether you create your own playlist or whether you download it, you're still using it within Boomplay. So also just trying people to understand that also it's like you don't have to download the whole song. It's like that's a whole different ball game. It's a lot of money lost for the CPs and distributors, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah.
I don't know what it was like in Tanzania, but especially in Ghana, it took a while for a lot of the bloggers to understand and accept and take down music that they used to upload for free. Because even the artists were in support of it. The artists would send their music to the bloggers to upload to these sites for free. And now you're telling us, no, go through the platforms, go through, Boomplay, Audiomack, Apple Music, eventually Spotify, Aftown, and the rest. But it was difficult on our side. What was the transition like for Tanzania, and what is it like now? Are you still have a lot more people, pushing for free downloads and that side of things, or it's more of support for the streaming communities now?
It's still a work in progress, I have to say. Yes, in the beginning it was very difficult, especially with the bloggers, as you've said. And we had to take the initiative to also educate those bloggers and partner with them and make sure that when you have a new release, make sure you're telling your audience to go on Boomplay and make sure they're streaming. So for the most part now, we do have a lot of like people using streaming platforms, especially Boomplay. But there is still that thing of downloading it maybe like through YouTube or something and then forwarding it to other. That aspect is still there, and there's still that aspect of even some artists even having their songs on a flash. I have experienced that a lot as well. So it's still a work in progress, I have to say. We have come a long way since like 2017 when we started, and we still continue to push that through different campaigns. So I think for the most part, we can continue pushing and educating both artists and users. So it's not about like you distributing your song via MP3, going all the way out there, but there's so much that you can gain by having your content on Boomplay. Yeah.
Let's test. I don't know how many artists are here with us this evening. Any Tanzanian artists here? Are you guys on Boomplay? Yeah? Yeah, I like those hands up. Okay. Nontando, let me ask you, when it comes to, royalty monitoring and collections, we've literally moved from, just having to monitor, radio stations and traditional, media, to now possibly, and I don't know how it works now, but monitoring platforms online. But tell us a bit about that transition as well from your side of things.
Okay, so from our side, we rely on like different platforms to monitor like the non-broadcasters and the broadcasters, like the playlists and things like that. So we look into, what is it?
Boomplay?
No, not Boomplay. The iTunes, we look, we depend mostly into iTunes and Spotify, because most of our people that we service or we represent, like your recording artists and record labels that makes the music. Now, so we need to go and collect on behalf of this recording artists and the record labels from the music users. So most of them, they will stream the music from these platforms, and we also work with the digital data monitoring to try and collect the correct data, and it makes the process easier for us in terms of distributing, because we would get the correct, like the accurate stats from also radio station playlists, instead of just working with what the broadcaster will give you. So it's been like a transition, because we're also trying our best to do away with the traditional way of doing things. So we're moving everything into like the digital platforms, getting the stats from all these organizations, and also working with other CMOs like across the world, and also multinational radio station, record labels that would then share all this information like in all these digital platforms for us to be able to accurately distribute to our members.
Nice. I think later on, what I'd love to know is if in the current system, and this digital era, are there any loopholes, and what possibly you guys are doing to plug those in? But I'd like to move on to Izzy now. And Izzy, with digital came access, opportunities, and a lot of interest into Africa. I mean, in the last I'd say 5 years, not even 10, I've seen 1 RPM, amp their distribution efforts in Africa. We've seen Spotify launch campaigns from SA to Ghana. They had this huge, marketing campaign in Ghana that took us by storm. We've seen AudioMac, get into the system. We've seen Boomplay launch in Ghana. Billboards everywhere from Ghana to Nigeria. I hear they're doing francophone countries now. And we saw Empire, get into the space as well. My question is, why? What did you guys see? And what was the effect of what you saw? Like, what's in the pipeline that's excited so many companies that's making them come to Africa and invest?
I think every company has a different approach, right? But I think ultimately the answer is truly Africa is right now. We are opening so many doors across so many spaces, across so many genres. If you think about what's happening across the continent, it's not just music. It's also the fashion side. It's also sports. It's also film. It's so many doors that are opening in parallel that are really pushing the whole culture forward. Because when you think about what happened with, let's say, the Caribbean markets and with dancehall and reggae, a lot of what allowed that music to live in our lives was the culture being pushed into our lives, not just the music. So whether it was the slang, the lingo, the food, whatever it might be, these things are moving with the music. The same way that when we look at the diaspora markets now, we see the areas where there are large populations of East Africans and West Africans, be it the UK, Canada, US. They're moving the culture, which is also moving the music. And by default, that's also bringing people back home. That's bringing people who want to reconnect with their roots. That's bringing people who want to reconnect with home, people who just want to find opportunity where they can, whether you're African or not. And I think that that's what's allowed a lot of the interest in these entities to see, okay, there's an opportunity here. Because the conversation is not just Afrobeats anymore. You're seeing amapiano, you're seeing house. You're seeing even the mix of what piano is doing in every region. Be it Swahili, be it Arabic, be it Afro. It's happening at a rapid pace at this time. And COVID had a lot to do with that. COVID really allowed people, COVID leveled the playing field for the whole industry. Because before it's about, okay, how much money do you have to spend to push your campaign out? COVID made it about your creativity. How do you cut through the noise? It really leveled that playing field tremendously because everybody was indoors. It wasn't a case of needing a billboard in Times Square. It's what are you doing from your laptop to engage that audience? So there are a lot of things that what might be seen as a catastrophe led to opportunity. And that's what continues to happen in Africa. It's innovation because of the fact that artists are working in spite of government, in spite of infrastructure. Despite what's happening in their space, they're able to create. So it's just things happening at the right times. And then you have more Africans in positions of leadership across board. Be it the streaming platforms, be it the distributors, the labels, the collecting, the CMOs. There are so many entities now where you have more people rising into these positions of power that actually understand what's happening on ground in the culture. So it's just the times are changing, and truly it's a shift because all of us are putting our own efforts and putting our own fights to make sure that we fix these systems from what they were before. So it's a perfect storm, perfect timing.
Let me follow up with this. That you guys have been quite aggressive at working with local talents. Back home, there's been Black Sheriff. There's been word about Empire partnering with Lynx Entertainment and signing on 2 of Ghana's biggest artists like Kwame Eugene and Kiddy. And I'm asking this for the sake of other artists, Tanzanian artists and people here in the industry. What was Empire's game plan? What did you engage those what made you engage with those artists in the first place, amongst many that you've started working with?
So I'll speak to my own experience because I feel like all of us have very different backgrounds. prior to Empire, which is the largest independent music company in the world, I was at a major label, Universal, which has a very, very different model to Empire. And in that system, over time, I realized that sometimes the issue is not the people within, it's the infrastructure that exists, right? These are systems that are used to working in certain ways across the rest of the world, but Africa is a different monster. Africa is a place where artists are all entrepreneurs. You know, they're doing 90% of the work, therefore they deserve 90% of the revenue. You know, so you have to have a model that makes sense for the market, not just something that works outside that you assume can work within. During that time is really what led to the shift to me, shifting my own mindset as well, to say that if artists are not given the tools they need, not the tools that you assume they need, they will not be able to succeed. So if you are a great artist who is amazing with marketing, who's amazing with promotions, there's no reason for me to come to you and say, let me do a job for you that you're already doing well. My job is to fill the gaps where you don't have strength. So if you take the likes of Lynx Entertainment as an example, they've done amazing work in Ghana, Kitty, Kwame Eugene, so many artists over the years, right? But they had certain needs that they wanted fulfilled, not to take away from what they were doing, but to make them stronger. That's how we came in as a partner. Black Sharif, same thing. We've been working with him since 2020, literally from the inception of Empire in 2020, and we watched him grow. And when it got to a point where it's like, you know what? We think you're ready, but we just need to give you an opportunity. Then we introduced the Burna Boy collaboration. Everything goes from there. So it's really about making sure you're listening to the artists, filling in those gaps, and then being able to deliver, you know, for them what they need versus what you assume they need. So there's that level of understanding and just taking the time to care and listen and know what works best for that artist, for that talent. Beyond that, for me, the reason why I move the way I do across Africa is because I have understanding of the markets. You know, this is 9 years since I first came to Tanzania. You know, and funny enough, it was a full circle moment because Joseph Kusaga was the first person that brought us in here. And then now we're in Tanzania hosting a writing camp with about 35 artists, writers, producers from across Africa, from 9 different countries. So we have our own little ACCESS conference happening at the same time. But it's exciting because out of those 35, 27 are coming to Tanzania for the first time. You know, the fact that you have artists in Kenya who have not even come to Dar, and they're coming to the first time with a camp like this is exciting. So you have to be able to know that we're all connected. The music is all the same. We're all trying to achieve the same goals. We're just doing it from different vantage points. But if I'm bringing my experience from what I see in Nigeria and Ghana and South Africa to the market, this helps us all to grow a lot more, grow a lot faster, because we all have different value chains, different experiences. East Africa is always in a market that's been very digital savvy, very mobile savvy. You know, it's mobile money has been here before. Nigeria is just beginning to build out mobile money, right? And that's the giant of Africa, as they say. You know, so every market, every region has a strength that we have to find a way to connect so that we can also strengthen all of our weaknesses together. And that's all we're trying to do at Empire, just make sure we're as local as we can be in every region and make sure that we give talent a chance to be themselves without needing to do what they think will work internationally. You can work internationally. Your music can work. Your sound can work. I think Ashake is a perfect example of that now. The fact that he's speaking in full Yoruba in a market where they've told you must sing in English, you must do this, you must do that. You don't have to. You just need to make sure that you present your culture and your brand in the right way. So that's what we're trying to do as much as possible, and hoping that we can get people to see the full value of Africa, not just 1 or 2 or 3 countries that are working now. Let's make sure that all the other markets are also growing and building at the same time.
Thank you so much. Mpumi, let me ask you, I've definitely noticed myself, there are a lot more artists who talk about distributing with Orchard, but it's different. You know, you've got DSPs that do heavy marketing that's directly targeted at potential artists. It seems Orchard is a bit more reserved and selects Just explain that to me, to our understanding, and how you guys have identified opportunities with African artists and expanded your operations in line with that.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, for us, we want to be able to have key partnerships, and be able to service our, our clients as well as possible. So it's not about, signing each and every single person and then spreading ourselves thin, and then now being, looked at as the partner who doesn't deliver. So it's important for us to be able to say, okay, this is what we can do with you. This is how we feel we can work. This is how we can amplify your work. And this is what we believe in. And then be able to have things that have results. For us, it's important to be able to be result-based, be supportive, and be able to bring out music that, we can take out to the world. The one thing that I loved about joining the Orchard was, my interview was, we're not hiring you to be an African representative. We're hiring you to be the African voice to the rest of, the rest of the world. So what you need to champion is your territory. You need to champion your continent. And being able to, come with a distributor that has always, it's great to have the, your traditional genres, your hip hop, your, pop, your jazz, but being able to go off the beaten path a little bit, and believe in music genres like K-pop and reggaeton. Some of the biggest artists like Bad Bunny, and I'm forgetting the group, the K-pop group, but that are coming from the Orchard to say we want to expose the world to what amazing music different markets have. And let us make this global music versus music that just lives in a certain region alone. And the main reason behind that is being able to say, I am the ambassador for my region, and I want to make sure that the music that is coming from my territory is being heard worldwide. And being able to be given that kind of support within the global context of the company. So for us, it's very important that we're championing and signing music and talent that is, able to spread and be marketable in any context. Whether I'm looking at moving a South African artist or their music, to Tanzania or to Nigeria or to the UK. Or even sometimes we have to take things, be pragmatic. We have to start at home first and make sure that, where you are, you're able to build your base and then be able to grow from that. You kind of got to have your support structure, have your springboard, and then be able to jump off from there. So it's important to be able to work with partners like that. So I don't necessarily think of it as like being selective, but more in terms of being strategic and making sure that we're able to fulfill what promises we make without having to run ourselves thin.
So say I was an artist, like many artists here, and specifically heard of Orchard, wanted to work, with them, try them out. What are you looking out for in me, the artist, and what do you bring to the table?
So I think it's different with every single deal, because at the end of the day, no two artists are the same. And we don't believe in being a cookie cutter company where we say the deals that work in Brazil are the deals that are going to work in South Africa, or the deals that work in South Africa are going to be the deals that work in Lagos. It's about understanding the industry, understanding the market, and being able to understand what are the needs for that particular artist as well. So everything is always going to be a conversation. It's always going to be about what are your needs and how can we better fulfill those needs that you have, and what do we have in terms of resources and capacity to be able to do that for you. But in terms of what we're looking for me, it's the music and it's the story, and what is it that you're looking to do. I know there's a lot of times now, I had a conversation yesterday with someone who was like, yeah, but you aggregators and distributors are always talking about the numbers. And I said, the numbers for me don't tell me how big you are. They're telling me how engaged you are. You know, so don't look at numbers in terms of, I need to grow this numbers, I need to have this X amount of, you know, views on YouTube or this amount of streams, but more in terms of how engaged am I with my audience, how engaged am I with my fans, and how am I growing my fan base where they, you know, they start becoming my champions. And that's what we want to look at, those type of analytics in terms of what are you doing to engage your fans, because you're now, your fans have you in your fingertips now.
Yeah.
You know, and we can't hide behind a TV screen or, you know, a radio or anything like that. We're now at a point where we can interface directly. I mean, perfect example is the challenge that one of our South African artists did for John Legend, an open verse challenge. And he did it so well. John Legend then, you know, reposted it, and he was actually coming into the country, and he actually did a whole collaboration performance with him. But that's because John Legend is now engaged with his audience, and in terms of being able to grow that. You know, so it's things like that we want to look at and we want to see. Is that in as much as, yes, you can take your craft seriously, you know, in the studio or on stage, but how seriously do you take your audience? How seriously do you take your fan base?
I like that. I like that. Faith, let me come to you. Boomplay have been super active, especially with you go through every artist marketing plan, and there's definitely playlisting in there. It's a debatable topic. People think you need to know some middleman who will take some money from you and playlist you on Boomplay, playlist you there. What is Boomplay looking out for in working with artists? Do they come to you directly? Do you guys reach out to them? What are the dynamics there when it comes to Boomplay supporting artists with marketing their music in order to get them more streams, more visibility? How does that work?
Okay, you're right there on the first point that we do work with these artists. So mainly the artists who come to us with their releases, they're the ones who have to let us know that this is what we have and this is the plan that I have. Yes, there's playlisting. There's different things actually within the Boomplay app. There's different placements. There's a banner. There is like audio ads and things like that. So there's different placements that when you come to us, there's a reason why we have offices. That means you have direct
There's
access
billboards.
to us. You don't have to, you don't have to go to I don't know who and who. You can come to us. You understand? And then we can adjust we have different resources. So regardless whether it's within the app or if it's social media or if it's any campaign that we have coming up, whether it's offline, that means we can work together with your existing plan on what you have in place. So when you come to our office, that's when you can get full information in terms of like, okay, what do you do if I want to be on this certain playlist, or if I want to be posted on social media. But it's nothing so like you have to go through anybody. We're very supportive in that sense, and we always urge artists. I think even if we do like Q&A session here, it would be like a matter of somebody saying, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. The first thing is go directly to Boomplay. We're always available at all times. And yeah, pretty much that's what I can say.
And it's for free. I mean, the ad placements, the spot ads that you have in app. I just need to ask. I know it's gonna question will come. Are those for free, or there's a layer of commercial value to it?
It depends.
Okay.
It depends with like what it is, like what it is that you want to be done. Again, as I said, you have to have your own plan. Do you understand? We do have a media kit in place whereby it has different things, whether it's like interviews, playlisting, etc., etc. There is different tiers into what do you want to be done for your specific release. So it depends. That's what I'm saying. You have to come to us and speak to us.
Okay.
So we make sure that
it's very necessary, because there's a lot of talent. People will say your music has to be good. As long as your music is good, we'll find a place for you. We'll try and push your music. We'll support you. But there are like thousands of artists who are doing good music. So then how do you plan to have a structure that makes sure that you're spotlighting or giving every good artist an amount of visibility to help push their music?
The good thing is also with the Boomplay algorithm, it works in the favor of these good music in a sense. I can give an example. We have a gospel artist called Obi Alpha from Tanzania. And what would happen is, even for us, we would find that his song gets pretty much searched a lot on within the app. So that means we also have an opportunity to hear somebody new. The audience have also found somebody new, and make sure that we also push that artist to get more exposure in that sense. And with regards to Obi Alpha, we had engaged with him and spoke to him, and we made sure that, you know, he had like a future plan, because he was always like, oh, I wanted to come to Boomplay, but I didn't know what to even say. But as soon as he made sure that his music spoke for itself, the audience embraced it, and we made sure that to push it a little bit more and use more of our resources to make sure that he goes up high up there, and he reached to like top charts in Tanzania and top charts in gospel in Africa overall. So I believe with like different plans in place and the artists themselves, not to be shy to come and reach out. Come to us, have us listen to what you have going on, and then we can make sure like we do something together.
Nice, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nantando, let me come to you. A big source of revenue that a lot of people say African artists ignore is revenue from royalties. What would you say? And a lot of young artists just ignore it because they think it's small. You know, what am I chasing it for? What am I signing up for? But what would you say is the checklist for record labels, management agencies, but most importantly, the artists, to make sure that people like yourself, institutions you represent, can represent them and follow through and collect their royalties?
Okay. So with Sampra, we have a portal that was designed for record labels and recording artists, that they can register, create a profile to register their music. So what you need to do is you'd register all your songs, so you'll notify us of the songs that you've worked on, songs that you've contributed on, even if it's not like your own song, but where you were featured. So you'd need to register that, have the correct codes. You need to have your ISRC code that you'd need to load into the Sampra portal, which is called the Sampra Connect. So it is a very effective site for any other person. It's easy to use. Just your details, the songs that you've worked on, your physical address, and most importantly, your proof of banking details. You need to have them in hand once you register, because if you do not have them, then the system won't allow you to move to the next stage, because this is important for any other artist or record company to know and register, so they can earn their share in terms of the royalties on the songs that they've contributed on. So as soon as a song that you've worked on is commercially published or it's getting all the airplay, go and collect your money. It doesn't matter how small or big the amount is, but the fact that you have contributed into making that song, and it is making money through either performance or any other thing. So it's key that they can go and register.
With how things are open now, in the digital space, let's say I'm a Tanzanian artist. I'm pushing my music online. I've got a fan base in South Africa. They're listening to my music. They're also engaging with me on social media. Does Sampra cover that? Like, how does that work? How do I make sure that's happening there? And if there's a South African artist who's being pushed in Tanzania or in West Africa, they're also getting theirs collected. How are the dynamics there working?
Okay, so with that, we need to be in a relationship, like a forged working relationship with a CMO that is based in Tanzania, collecting also needle time rights the same way that we do as Sampra. So that's the only way that the money will be channeled to the artist that is based this side if the music now gets played in South Africa. Because remember, we are in South Africa collecting in South Africa.
Just for South Africans?
Just for not only South Africans, we also collect on behalf of other artists that are non-South Africans but have the permanent residency in South Africa. So we don't collect money for you here to say, oh no, we'll have to take the money back to Tanzania to you. Only if you are based in South Africa and you are registered with us at Sampra Connect, you are a member of Sampra, then you qualify to earn the royalties. So they can
Okay.
be paid direct to your bank account.
Okay, and it's the job of whoever's collecting for Tanzanian artists to liaise with you and make sure, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So if, for instance, let's say you have an artist that is based in South Africa but is non-South African,
Yes.
now they decide to come back this side, but they've always been a member of Sampra, then they will continue to earn the royalties because the music has probably been made from South Africa and the primary beneficiaries of the music are South African people that are based in the country. And your banking details and everything else, it's registered while you were in the country. So in that sense, then you will be able to earn the royalties through us.
Is there a plan in place? Because it seems the lines are a bit blurred now in this digital era. I could have a radio station anywhere in Africa that's mobile. Anybody has access to it. It's not really like a radio station that traditional TV station, EFM, is in Tanzania. Is there a plan in place or a system to, track this and make sure that royalties are still being paid to people no matter where they're from in Africa or from the world? How does it work now?
I wouldn't speak on behalf of other CMOs.
Yeah.
But with Sampra, we are affiliated with the Digital Data Exchange. And because we are members of that organization, we also automatically become members of the Royalty Data Exchange. So because of that reason, then we are able to get or to have access to the information of everything, like the sounds, like the mega data, everything else that is loaded by either the record labels, especially the major ones like your Sonys and you name them, and the other CMOs that would then record to say, these are the people, or this is the money that we've collected on behalf of these songs. So we have access to that information through the systems and the other platforms that we have registered on and part of that collaborations, if I may put it in that sense. So that's the only way we have access to this information, because we're trying to make this whole process as seamless as possible also for our people, our members that we are collecting on behalf of.
I like that.
Yeah.
So the important thing is just to make sure you're registered, whether it's in SA, Tanzania, Ghana, Nigeria.
Yes.
Nice. I'm going to open the floor for questions now. Just raise your hand. We'll bring the microphone to you. While I'm looking for the first hand, I'll just go back to Izzy now. I just want to tap into your playbook. We're talking about how artists can pick up strategies to help push themselves beyond the regions that they're in, especially, regions that aren't really out there yet, like the way South Africa or Nigeria is at the moment. What can we pick from your playbook? What strategies does Empire put in place when it comes to marketing aggressively some of the artists that they have out?
You're asking for a lot of information. I think it's as simple as working with people who understand the nuances of every market, right? So as an example, you have a tendency, especially in Africa, where you'll have agencies who say they can provide a service for you across all of Africa. Every market has a different language. Every market communicates in different ways. The way you would engage, let's say, social media influencers here is very different from the way you would engage them in West Africa, South Africa, anywhere else. So I think it's important to first make sure you're working with people who are actually on ground and understand that market. It's very difficult to understand anything from afar. I think what we've done a really good job of, and what we always try to encourage the artists to do, is to make sure you're empowering and working with people in these markets. Because the idea is, we go with this mantra of being local everywhere, and what does that mean? That means that you as an artist want to be able to have a team or people who are working with you or for you in every market. So as you move into a particular market, let's say you have a show, immediately after that, maybe you're doing some interviews, you're doing some media rounds, you're engaging in some way. From there, you already have a conversation that's happening in market. It's now your job to keep that fire going. You know, so how do you learn more about the market? How do you say, you know what, maybe when you have a show, let me spend an extra day so that I can actually learn how does radio work here, how does social media work here, how do you communicate on Twitter best, on Instagram, Facebook. These are things that you have to go through, be it either you as an artist or your team, so that they have understanding of that market, right? So I would say you have to just make sure you take the time to actually do your research and understanding, because there's no blanket strategy that works for Africa. You know, it's completely different touch points, completely different access points, you know, completely different platforms in terms of blogs and media, etc. So you have to be able to just take the time to humble yourself and learn about each market before you attempt to start saying, let me spend and do certain things. If not, it might work, it might not, but chances are if you have understanding, it'll work a lot more.
I like that. No blanket strategy. Taylor.
Nope.
Okay, so questions, just raise your hand. We'll bring a microphone to you. There's somebody right here.
Hi guys, thank you very much. It's been a really informative panel. I'll try and keep it brief. I was wondering in terms of, because I think it was you and Pumi, you said that we can now directly engage artists on social media, things like that. You know, there isn't necessarily that gap between people who are producing music and people who are consuming music. So where does music journalism come into the picture for Africans? Because it seems like, you know, we're talking a lot about social media, we're talking about things like, you know, radio, TV, but where is the culture or the conversation around music journalism, and what are the rumblings within your sort of different fields about how we can document the progress of our genres and our artists over the long term for the rest of the world to consume, beyond just blogging and opinions, and going towards sort of fact and making sure that people understand where our music is coming from and where it's going? The storytelling, that's it, yes.
Is it, you want to take that?
Yeah, no, that's a very important piece, and I think the reason why it's not talked about enough is we don't have enough people who are on the journalism side anymore. A lot of people assume blogging is journalism. You know, a lot of people are having social media influencers write their press releases instead of going to people who actually have understanding of the space. But we need more people in that space to kind of put their hand up and be a part of the conversation, because we're missing that. We're not documenting our stories. Our history is being lost. You know, when we talk about some of the great musicians across all of Africa, the fact that we don't have the same level of documentation understanding that the rest of the world does is a huge problem. And that's why we're not really advancing the music as much as we should. So we need more people to put their hands up in that space, and we need more people to stay in that space and in that battle, because a lot of people switch because it's easier. You know, a lot of people, they want to make quick money, so they're going to become influencers. Suddenly their bio changes, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're losing that journalism, and that's a big part of what has really failed us on the continent. But I will say that the artists also have responsibility in that too, because they also have to be willing to allow journalists at home to engage with them, because a lot of them will much more easily engage with journalists from the UK and US and give them those stories versus the people at home. Some are willing to do it, but finding those few within the many that just say no because maybe they don't want to be that vulnerable, or they don't want to put certain things out there, they're forgetting that that's being very short-sighted, and many of them find out much later that they missed a lot of opportunity in that regard. You know, so I think it's both sides. We need more people who are bold enough to take that on and really champion that and own it. And we also need artists to understand that this is part of your legacy, and this is part of the conversation you want to have with the rest of the world. And one other thing too is that, you know, a lot of us, because of the roles we play, we are always zoomed into the conversation. We're always on ground. We need people who can kind of go into the penthouse from an aerial view and kind of survey what's happening in the entire scene. You know, individual artists shouldn't be the conversation. It's what are these genres of music doing? You know, what does it look like to have different sounds and different movements and cultures that are being born now across Africa? The fact that artists are able to say, you know what, I don't want to make Afro pop anymore. I want to make R&B. I want to make country. I want to make folk. I want to make different sounds. Who's documenting that? You know, so the stories are there. It's just that if people are not willing to come to the table and sort of do the real research and not the social media research, we're not going to be able to really achieve much. So, you know, I think it's more for you and your colleagues to step up and say, you know, like, let's really get behind, let's sit down with this artist, let's explain to them why they need to, you know, have some level of journalism and documentation, not for us, but for the future of the industry.
Thank you. I've been told my time is up. It's a bit weird. I'm on the flip side. I do want to say one more question. So one more question. Okay, if not, then I'm just going to ask for our closing remarks. I'll start with you, Nontando. Closing remarks, artists out there, music creators, people in the music business, what can they do? Amplifying their voice, making sure they take that next step to bettering themselves. I was asking closing remarks from you with regards to this particular panel discussion.
Oh, okay. Closing remarks from myself will that be, please check us out on the SAMPRA website and the SAMPRA development page. There's a lot that we do in terms of artist development, financial support through music production, travel and touring. I think that's one of the reasons why we are here today. We've sponsored Shoma Jose's travel to come and perform here, because when the artists from South Africa, they go and do this touring, it's not only about them and their music, but also promoting the South African music and culture. So we are very much big in terms of artist development and supporting them financially. Even if they want to stage their own live events, we are always available to support through the SAMPRA Development Fund. And please also, they must register with SAMPRA Connect to earn their royalties.
Nice, thank you so much. Faith?
Yes, closing remarks for myself and on behalf of Boomplay is that this is all out to artists and content providers, is that don't be afraid to come to us. We're very much here. We're here for a reason. We have set up an office for a reason. We have different resources that we can support with any plan that you have in place. There's a reason why we also take part in ACCES, and we've been very happy to also take part this year and many years beforehand and years to come. So closing remark is that we're very supportive. So just welcome to us and wishing all the best in terms of, getting your plans out there. And of course, we're looking forward for Tanzanians and artists to have a more of a global recognition out there. And Boomplay, we want to be at the forefront of that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Impumi?
For me, I think, like we said when we started the conversation, is that digital has opened up the space and made us part of the playing field. We're all starting the race at the same place. It's important for us as artists, as labels, as practitioners in the field to do our research, be prepared, and understand that our competition may not necessarily be our next door neighbor, but our next door country or our next door continent. And we need to be aware of that and be prepared for any competition that comes. And be ready and know that the music, the African music, can compete next to any global stage. And also, the Orchard is here. We're now in 4 different regions within Africa. We've got East Africa, South Africa, West Africa, and Francophone. And our doors are open. We're open to have conversations. And one last thing I would like to say to all the artists out there: playlist is not your marketing plan, and a marketing plan is not your playlist.
Point made. You can drop the mic with that. Is it yourself before we get up out of here?
I would say for artists, just stay true to who you are. Do not conform. Understand that your value is what you bring to the table, and people that come to you for that respect that, and you should stay on that path. Always be humble enough to stop and learn. We're all learning every day, all of us, no matter what space we're in. No one knows it all. And how you do anything is how you do everything. So if you're punctual, be punctual. If you're late, no problem, but know that you'll miss a lot of opportunities that might just pass you by simply by not being there, being available, being present. So I think literally, I always say that to artists is that how you do anything is how you do everything. And then the last bit in terms of empire, you know, we're just building and looking to work with artists who are intentional about building culture. Where right now we have artists in 17 African countries. We'll probably hit 19 by the end of this year. Our biggest focus is developing artists from the ground up. Every artist you see with us, we've worked with from distribution up into our label side, so we've watched them grow. We're very intentional about that process. So if you're willing to do that, definitely willing to have a conversation. If you're not willing to work hard, best of luck and probably choose another career.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. We'll take a quick picture and then move to the next session of this as well.
Kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila
Welcome our first off, Mr. Frederick Bundala, the founder and CEO of SNS Tanzania. Karibu sana. Yeah, one of the only phrases I've learned so far, but I'll pick up. And please make some noise for Abba. He's an artist manager and producer from right here in Tanzania as well. A lot of insights on it. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frederick Bundala, Skywalker. Unfortunately, our conversation is going to be in Swahili, so you might have to take your earpiece now so you can be with us. Aba, karibu sana.
Asante sana kaka.
Tulitarajia kwamba hapa tuwe na Mario.
Sure.
Lakini bahati mbaya ni kwamba hatuko naye. Kwa nini hajaja?
Well, kuna matatizo kidogo yametokea kwenye timu. Kulikuwa wana safari ya asubuhi ya leo. Kwa wale walikuwa wanarudi wakapata ajali akina Chino Kid na the whole team. Kwa hiyo watu wote wapo hospitali sasa hizi.
Oh.
Yes. Kwa hiyo lakini nashukuru Mungu anaendelea vizuri. Yes.
Ni ajali kubwa kiasi gani?
Ni ajali kubwa sana kwa sababu kuna watu kama 4 wamevunjika miguu.
I see.
Na mmoja ambaye alikuwa ndo driver wao amepata uharibifu wa kichwa kidogo. Wanasema pengine ubongo utakuwa umeshake. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi kama ninavyoongea na wewe ndo ambulance inawatoa Tanga kuwaleta Dar es Salaam kwa ajili ya matibabu mazuri. Yes.
So walioumia ni wangapi?
Waliumia kama wote wameumia, lakini wameumia tofauti. Kuna wengine wameumia sana kama ninavyokuambia, kuna madancers 4 wao wamevunjika miguu, wengine mara 2, mguu mmoja. Driver ameumia vibaya kwa kichwa. Chino yeye mwenyewe amegandamizwa na kitu kizito kifuani, kwa hiyo wanamfanyia matibabu pia na yeye.
Okay, so nimeona picha za ajali yenyewe. Ni ajali mbaya sana na ni kitu kibaya sana kusikia kimetokea. Pole sana.
Nashukuru sana, nashukuru.
Sawa, basi kwa muda huu tusahau hayo matatizo na tuongee machache. Hongera sana kwa umevaa kofia nyingi. Ni manager, ni producer, ni unamiliki kampuni ya muziki, studio na vitu kama hivyo. Unawezaje kuvichanganya vyote hivyo kwa pamoja na kuendelea kuwa na utimamu na ukifanya kila sehemu unafanya vizuri?
Well, Kwanza ni kujua nini ambacho unafanya. Ukijua wewe unakuwa on top of everything, and then unakuwa una wasaidizi wako ambao wanakusaidia. Kwa kwenye muda wa kuwa producer na kuwa producer kwa nafasi yangu, wakati huo upande wa artist managing kuna wasaidizi wangu ambao wananisaidia. Kwenye muda ambao mimi nipo upande mwingine pia kwa production huko, nao producer wadogo ambao pia wananisaidia kwa nafasi zangu. Kwa mimi nakuwa kama na oversee na kila kitu, na yes, kwa hiyo najitahidi kadri ambavyo naweza kujigawa ili ku make sure kila kitu kinakuwa kinaenda sawa. Yeah.
So kuna ABBA Music, kuna Bad Nation na Chino pia na genge yake.
Ndio.
Protocol ikoje? Mipangilio ikoje? Nani ni nani?
Alright, iko hivi. Sisi tuna kampuni kubwa mbili ambao ni Bad Nation na ABBA Music. Mimi ni CEO wa ABBA Music. ABBA Music ni label ambayo inajitegemea na Bad Nation ni label ambayo inajitegemea, lakini kampuni hizi mbili zinafanya kazi pamoja kwa sababu mimi pia ni one of the directors wa Bad Nation. Kwa hiyo nafanya maamuzi kama one of the directors wa Bad Nation. Kuna muda nipo ABBA Music na wasanii wangu wengine, lakini hizi ni familia mbili zinafanya kazi kwa ukaribu kabisa, na tuseme ni familia moja kwa sababu chimbuko la hizi label zote mbili ni ABBA Music ilianza before ya Bad Nation. Kwa hiyo yes, that's how it is.
Okay. Sasa umekuwa na Mario kwa kipindi kirefu, ni miaka mingapi so far?
So far ni miaka takriban 8 sasa hivi, 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mlianzaje?
Well, kama nilivyokuambia kwamba mimi nilikuwa na studio yangu na label yangu muda mrefu. Kwa hiyo kipindi cha mwaka 2014 Mario alikuja studio kwangu kama msanii. Anapenda mimi kazi zangu ambazo nazifanya kama producer, na alikuwa anaamini akipata producer mzuri kama mimi pengine angeweza kutimiza malengo yake. So alivyokuja tukaanza kufanya kazi pamoja mwaka 2014, tukafanya kazi mpaka 2017 ambapo ndo kwa mara ya kwanza tuliachia nyimbo yake ya Mario, lakini muda huo bado tulikuwa hatujaformalize vitu kwamba okay, wewe upo kwenye lebo gani na tunafanya kazi vipi. Unajua tulikuwa tunafanya kazi kama hobby kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa naamini kwenye kipaji chake na yeye alikuwa naamini kwenye kipaji changu. Kwa kuna muda mimi nilikuwa nafanya kazi okay, mimi producer na produce, lakini nafanya kazi kama manager bila kujua kama ni manager kwa muda huo. Kwa hiyo yeah, tumeanza kufanya kazi kama tunafanyia kazi kitu tunachokipenda. Get it? Kwa hiyo tukawa na push kushoot video wenyewe kwa nguvu zetu, tunafanya kila kitu, lakini bado tulikuwa hatujui nani ni nani katika nafasi zetu kwa sababu tulikuwa tunafanya kitu tunachokipenda kwa muda huo. Kwa hiyo kadri siku ambazo zimezidi kwenda tukaona kwamba okay, kumbe tulikuwa tunafanya vitu katika njia ambayo haikuwa imenyoka. Kwa hiyo tukakaa chini, tukaregister company zetu na kila kitu, tukaweka kila management structure ikawa imenyoka vizuri kwamba bwana nafasi yako ni hii, majukumu yako ni haya, huyu tunamhitaji. Kwa hivyo tulianza kama hivyo 2017. Baada ya hapo tukajiunga na Hanskana yeye kwa sababu alikuwa ni mtu wa video. Kwa hiyo Hanskana kwa sababu tulikuwa tunashindwa kumudu kwenda kushoot video, kulipia video, yeye tulimuingiza kama tulikuwa na joint venture na Hanskana, yeye upande wa video na mimi kama producer nafanya audio. Kwa tuna msanii wetu we move, tulikuwa tunafanya kazi kama hivyo mwanzo. Yes, kwamba bwana wewe kwa sababu ni brand tofauti na ni brand ya video production, kwa hiyo tutakupa percent hii kwa msanii, lakini inabidi uweke nguvu hii kwake kwa sababu ndio kitu ambacho tulikuwa tuna miss kwa muda huo. Kwa hiyo tukamove, tukawa tunakwenda taratibu. Yeah.
Well, so imewahi kutokea experience nyingi kwamba kwa namna ambavyo umetoka na Mario miaka takriban 8 iliyopita, baada ya kufika stage ambayo pesa imeanza kuingia, msanii labda anabadilika, anaamua kukuacha ama anapata meneja mwingine ama anakuwa na uongozi wake mwingine. Lakini wewe na Mario mmeendelea kuwa pamoja na mnaheshimiana na naona kwamba kuna upendo kabisa kwenye ushirikiano wenu. Nini kimesababisha muendelee kuwa na huo karibu na kusitokee ku part ways kama wengine ambavyo watu naona?
Well, kwanza mimi nadhani ni kujua sisi hapa wote tuna vision moja. Tunaweza tukawa tunatofautiana kidogo mawazo, lakini magoli yetu na vision yetu ni moja. Na pia how we treat each other ni kwamba tunahitajiana. Unajua ukishaona kwamba unamhitaji mwenzio zaidi ya wewe yeye anavyokuhitaji, na yeye akikuona hivyo hivyo, kuna namna ambavyo mtakuwa mnalinda hiyo heshima ambayo ipo katikati na vitu ambavyo mmezianzisha. Kwa hiyo mimi nadhani, mimi naona Mario anamhitaji na yeye anaona mimi ananihitaji zaidi. Kwa hiyo ndio maana tuna kila sababu ya kulinda na kuheshimu tulichokianzisha, kwa sababu sisi tunaamini tulivyovianzisha ni bora zaidi ya kitu kingine chochote. Yes.
Wow. So ABBA Music, kuna platform vile vile. Ndio msanii wa kwanza chini ya lebo hiyo, sio?
Ndio.
Okay. Yeye ilikuwaje? Nini ambacho ulikiona kwa platform?
Nilikuwa natafuta msanii wa kumsign na kujaribu kumpush mimi kama mimi. Kwa hiyo na yeye pia alikuwa ananitafuta kwa muda mrefu kwamba anapenda kufanya kazi na mimi, anaona ninachokifanya mimi na familia yangu nzima ya Bad Nation na wengine. Kwa hiyo mara baada ya kunitafuta nikasema ngoja nimpe time huyu kijana, nikamsikiza nyimbo zake, na mara baada ya kukutana naye, discipline na kila kitu nikapenda kutoka kwake. Nikaona huyu kijana ana kipaji na ana push bila hata management kwa muda ule. Kwa hiyo nikasema tukae chini tuone kitu gani ambacho yeye ana miss na nguvu gani ambayo naweza nikaiongeza kwake, nguvu gani ambayo nataka ni outsource pia ili tuweze kumove pamoja. Kwa hiyo mara baada ya kuona kwamba nina kila sababu ya kufanya naye na uwezo wa kufanya naye kazi, nikasema sawa, nikamchukua nika sign naye mwaka 2022 tukasign. Yes. Tumeanza kufanya kazi, na mara baada ya kuanza kufanya naye kazi ni kijana ambaye anaonyesha kwamba ana ndoto kubwa, lakini pia ana imani kubwa na mimi, na mimi sitaki kuvunja imani yangu kwake, kwa sababu ya unajua mtu akikupa imani inabidi uonyeshe kwamba wewe ni mtu ambaye una deserve kupewa hiyo imani. Na yes, so hivyo.
Chino alikuwa dancer wa Mario, still bado ni dancer, lakini pia ameweza kujitegemea na amefanikiwa sana. Pole tu ni kwamba amepata ajali, hapo atapona very soon. Amefanikiwa sana kwa kipindi kifupi. Actually najua amehustle kwa muda mrefu, lakini ukiangalia tangu ambayo kipindi ambacho mafanikio tunayaona kwa macho ni kipindi kifupi sana. Kwa wengine nafahamu kwamba ingekuwa sio rahisi kwa msanii kumwacha na kumpa uhuru dancer wake aweze kutafuta njia yake na akafanikiwa kama hivyo. Kwa nini imekuwa rahisi kwenu wewe ABBA pamoja na Mario kuweza kumpa ruhusa Chino afanikiwe na atengeneze gang yake na pasiwepo na shida yoyote, kwa maana ya kwamba ameruhusiwa naye kujitafutia lakini bado yupo chini ya mwamvuli wa ABBA na Mario chini ya Bad Nation?
Sisi ni watu wenye mawazo chanya sana, na mara nyingi hatufanye vitu kwa ajili yetu, tunafanya vitu kwa ajili ya jamii na industry nzima. So tukiona nguvu yetu imeweza kumpa mtu mwingine nafasi, ambaye huyo mtu anaweza kutoa nafasi kwa watu wengine kwa njia ya ajira na vitu kama hivyo, tuna kila sababu ya kusupport ili tuendelee kukua, tuendelee kusaidia vijana wengine waweze kukua zaidi, kwa sababu naamini the more tunakuwa wengi ndio the more riziki zinakuwa nyingi pia, na kazi inakuwa rahisi kwenye kufanya, kwenye kupush. Kwa hiyo mara ya kwanza Chino wameachia nyimbo, kabla hajaachia aliniletea nikasikiliza. Uzuri wake, sisi tuna background nzuri sana na Chino, tunajua na muda mrefu. Tangia mimi nafanya kazi na Rich Mavoko, alikuwa dancer wa Rich Mavoko before ya Mario. Mimi ndo nilimtoa kwa Rich Mavoko kumweka kwa Mario. Kwa hiyo tangia muda alikuwa anapenda sana kuimba, na nilikuwa namwambia kwamba muziki, kuimba ni kitu rahisi sana. Unaweza ukaimba, mtu yeyote anaweza kuimba, mtu yeyote ana kipaji cha kuimba, lakini hii process ya wewe kuwa msanii sasa kufanya vitu ambavyo inabidi msanii afanyiwe ili kukua ni sio vitu vyepesi na sio vitu vya kukurupuka kufanya kwa sababu unataka tu kufanya. Kwa nilimwambia kwanza chukua muda wako, ukifika muda muafaka utafanya, utaimba, lakini kwa sasa hivi stick na zawadi yako ambao Mungu amekupa ambao ni kudance. Cheza, jitoe kadri unavyoweza kufanya, kuwa mbunifu, utafika position ambayo itakuruhusu tayari wewe kufanya muziki kama kuimba au vipi. Kwa hiyo na hiyo nakwambia ni mwaka 2012 tulikuwa na hii conversation. And then last year ndo akanifuata sasa, bwana bro, mimi nadhani hapa sasa hizi hebu isikize hii nyimbo. Ndo aliniletea ile nyimbo ilikuwa inaitwa nini nimesahau kidogo. Aliponisikilizisha I was like
Gibela?
No, Gibela sio nyimbo ya kwanza.
Okay.
Kuna nyimbo ya kwanza aliimba. Nilipoisikiza nikasema mbona hii ni nyimbo kali sana na unaweza uka infuse vizuri na kipaji chako, watu wasikushangae, kwa sababu unajua tunajijua wa Tanzania. Mtu unapotoka kwenye career moja kwenda kwenye career nyingine kwa haraka watu wanakujudge.
Sure.
Kwamba kwa nini mara nyingi hawanaga positive mindset.
Wanaweza kusema umevamia fani.
Lakini nikamwambia kwa sasa hivi kwa nafasi ya udensa ulivyoitengeneza ni rahisi kuifuse huu muziki wako na yenyewe, kwa sababu unaweza ukatengeneza muziki wako ukaucheza tu au ukatengeneza beat, usiimbe wala nini, cheza tu hiyo beat, lakini wewe ndo unamiliki hiyo beat na ikawa ina maana kwako. Kwa hiyo mwanzo ulikuwa kama hivyo, apewe beat kali, kwa sababu tunajua sasa hivi tuna aina kama piano inaweza kalia bila vocal na tukaenjoy. Kwa nikamwambia chukua beat, cheza, watu wajue hii nyimbo chino nini, and then kadri unavyozidi kwenda unaingiza kipaji chako cha kuimba taratibu. Kwa hiyo akathubutu, nikaona ameweza, na nikawa naangalia sasa kikatoa ya kwanza ya pili, nikawa naangalia kama anaweza keep hiyo momentum. Nikaona kweli ameweza pia, nikaona basi nadhani hichi kitu kilikuwa ndani yake muda mrefu, na umeona sasa hivi Chino amefanikiwa, amechukua vijana wengi. Kuna vijana zaidi ya 100 nyuma ya Chino ambao walikuwa na ndoto za kuwa madansa. Chino ameshika mikono, wamekwamua familia zao, umeona. Lakini tunaamini ni kwa sababu sisi pia tumetoa nafasi, na yeye anazidi kutoa nafasi kwa vijana wengine, na vijana wengine kesho na kesho kutwa wanatoa nafasi kwa vijana wengine. That's how kama taifa na industry tuna move pamoja. Yes.
Hongereni sana kwa moyo huo. Miongoni mwa album ambazo zimefanya vizuri sana katika kipindi cha mwaka mmoja, The Kid You Know ya Mario. Kutoka kwenu wenyewe, mafanikio makubwa kiasi gani album hii imeyaleta?
Kwanza imeleta ukubwa wa msanii. Tunaona imeleta value kubwa kwa msanii, kwa sababu tunajua numbers hazidanganyi, na numbers ndio kitu ambacho kinatengeneza thamani na kujua kama msanii anakuwa kiasi gani, au kitu ambacho tulikuwa tunapanga sisi kama management tumeweza kukifikia kiasi gani, lengo letu limeweza kufika kiasi gani kupitia numbers. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru Mungu, the Kid You Know album imekuwa kubwa, tumetengeneza kipato, of course tumesaidia familia zetu, tumesaidia vijana kama hao kina Chino na wengine. Yes, imeleta majibu chanya sana. Yes.
Kuna kitu ambacho kabla tujaenda kwenye maswali kutoka kwa audience, Mario amefanikisha kuweza kufanya kazi na wasanii watatu ambao hawakai zizi moja. Alikiba yuko kwenye The Kid You Know, ameshafanya na Harmonize. Kuna wakati ulisikia anafanya na Diamond pia, sijui itatoka lini, lakini nachotaka kujua kutoka kwako kwa haraka, amewezaje kufanya nao kazi pasipokuwa na shida yoyote, kitu ambacho wengi wameshindwa?
Kwanza ni kuhakikisha una remain positive, kwa sababu nadhani majibu yoyote mazuri yanaanziwa na msingi mzuri wa wewe kuwa chanya kimawazo. Sisi haturithi maadui, adui yako hawezi kuwa adui yangu. Sina sababu ya kupigana na adui ambaye sio adui yangu, na atuamini katika uadui. Na ndio maana unaona hata mimi as a producer naweza kufanya kazi na familia zote hizi na tukawa na vitu vizuri, kwa sababu nikienda kwenye familia moja uwaga naenda na kitu kilichonipeleka pale. Kwa nini niko pale? Niko pale kwa sababu ya kufanya kazi, nafanya kazi, naondoka. Na kama tuna vitu vingine ambavyo vinatuhusu sisi, tunafanya, tunaenda. Haiwezekani mimi nikatoa vitu sehemu nyingine vya familia nyingine nikaleta pale. Sio kazi yangu, wala hiyo sio sehemu yangu mimi kufanya hivyo. Nadhani hicho ndio kitu ambacho kimeweza kutufanya sisi kuwa vizuri na watu wote, kwamba tunafanya kazi na kila kazi inakuwa successful. Hata wao wanaona tunahitajiana kibiashara. Kwa hiyo biashara ndio kitu ambacho kinatupeleka pale. Tunafanya biashara, inakuwa biashara successful. Kila mtu anakuwa na furaha, maisha yanaendelea.
Safi sana. So umefika wakati wa kupokea maswali kutoka kwenu jamani. Kama kuna mtu ana swali hapa, tuanze. Karibu. Mike inakuja hapa.
Okay, samahani, naitwa Alisle Saidi kutoka Komoro. Nina swala moja kumuuliza hapo brother, kwa sababu nilisikia mambo ila siwezi kuongea vizuri Kiswahili.
Tunakusikia vizuri kabisa.
Sawa, kwa sababu sisi tunaongea Kifaransa hapo, Kiswahili china
yeah.
So nilisikia hapo amesema mambo ya kuhusu kusaidia watu, sijui kama wanataka, ndisi amezungumza hilo swali. Kwa hiyo kama mfano kuna watu ambao, kwa sababu kuna watu Komoro wanapenda huu muziki wa Tanzania.
Okay.
So mnaweza kuchukua wao ambao wanataka wawe yani mnaweza kuwachukua ni hapo, sijui umenielewa?
Nimekuelewa vizuri. Kila kitu kinawezekana kulingana na mazingira yetu wote wawili, kwamba pengine mimi kwa mazingira yangu kwa wakati huo inaniruhusu kusupport kwa namna yote, na support kwa sababu na kila sababu ya kusupport kama kweli talent ipo na kama kuna maana yoyote ya kusaidia, mimi nasaidia kwa sababu I can't limit myself. Naweza kusaidia, nasaidia. Yes.
Asante.
Swali nyuma pale.
Hello, mambo vipi? Bana, kipekee nipende kushukuru kulingana na hii Access Music 2023 kwako Sky na Haba Music hapo. Tunaona wasanii wa Tanzania wanaenda viral sana, wanasikilizwa sehemu nyingi, lakini kuna engagement moja ambayo tumeisahau kama watu ambao wapo kwenye industry ya muziki wa bongo. Especially ukiangalia wa Nigeria wanaenda mbali kwa sababu wao wako wengi kule. Sasa sisi tunawezaje kutumia advantage ya watu ambao wako Burundi? Kuna watu wako Burundi wanaishi Canada, wanaishi Marekani, kuna wa Kenya, kuna wa Somalia wako wengi kule. Kabla tujaanza kujiuliza kwamba tunatusuaje kufika kule, sisi kama kina Aba Music, Mario, tunawaengage vipi hawa watu ambao wanaishi abroad kule kwa ajili ya kuweza kutubackup kule, kwa sababu hatufiki kiuhalisia, tunaishia huku tu. Kwa hiyo tuna kazi ya ziada, na nataka nipate kujua tunalifikiria pia hili kwa namna gani tunaweza tukafanya au la. Aba, tusaidie kwa hilo bro.
Nadhani tupo mbioni kwenye hilo swala, hatujafika bado, lakini tunajitahidi kadri ambavyo tunaweza kujitahidi kuconnect na watu ambao wapo kule na kusaidiana kupush muziki wetu kule, kuangalia kitu gani ambacho pengine kinahitajika ili muziki wetu kupenya kule, let's say sound, lugha na vitu kama hivyo, na kuwa na watu sahihi kule on ground ili kuweza kuhakikisha muziki wetu kweli unafika, na sio kung'ang'ania kwenda kufanya shows. Maana watu wengi wanaona labda mtu ukienda kule kufanya shows ndo inaonyesha umekuwa, lakini uhalisia ni kwamba tunahitaji nguvu kubwa, kuweka nguvu kubwa kule, kuwa na timu ya watu ambao wanafanya marketing kweli na wanapush muziki kweli ili kuhakikisha muziki unafika, kwa sababu tunaona wenzetu wanathubutu, wana mapublishers wao wanafanya kazi za ziada na kweli wanaweka budget ya kupush kazi nzuri. Mwana bwana, hata hapa tunaona yani hawashumu kwamba kazi imefika, wanahakikisha kwamba kweli kazi kwa uhakika imefika, kama ni yani publishing inafanyika vizuri kabisa. Nadhani inabidi tuongeze nguvu kwa upande huo. Yes.
Swali la mwisho. Tuna dakika 2 tu sasa hivi.
Mimi naitwa KB Ksengo. Mna swali kwa Aba kama producer.
Ndio.
Mziki wetu unasikika dunia nzima sasa hivi.
Ndio.
Katika platform mbalimbali.
Ndio.
Lakini mziki wetu wa Bongo Flavor,
ndio,
tusema ukimute vocal zake, unakuwa hauna identity ya kwamba unajua huu ni mziki umetoka kwenye region ya East Africa. Unaweza ukimute mziki wetu, unaweza ukafikiria unatoka labda South Africa kwa sababu una influence ya mapiano.
Ndio.
Ukimute nyimbo nyingine utasikia, unaweza ukafikiria umetoka Nigeria kwa sababu ina influence ya Nigeria.
Ndio.
Wewe kama producer na maproducer wenzako, mnafanya nini ili kuweza kutengeneza sound ambayo itakuwa ina uniqueness to the region ambao tunatokea, kwamba ukisikiliza taarabu unajua kabisa hii inatoka Zanzibar? Kwa Bongo Flavor hiyo wenyewe mnaifanyia jitihada gani? Asante.
Okay, asante sana kaka, swali zuri. Na mimi nadhani watu wengi hawajui au hatujui kwamba Bongo Flavor ni nini. Bongo Flavor ni msanii kuonekana ameimba Kiswahili, ndio Bongo Flavor, au Bongo Flavor the entire sound, bado hatujui vizuri. Na nadhani serikali naona inafanya jitihada kubwa sana kutafuta mdundo wa taifa, sound ambayo inaweza kutuwakilisha vizuri nje. Na nimeona ilikuwa na jopo la watu ambao wanaenda huko wanafanya uchunguzi, wana collect different sounds nini kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata sound yetu unique ili ituwakilisha vizuri nje. Lakini mimi nadhani sound nyingi ambazo zinafanya vizuri duniani hazikutafutwa, sijui nikitumia neno hili itakuwa sahihi, hazikutafutwa kwa makusudi. Yani zilikuwa zinakuja organic. Mshangaa watu kama mapiano. Sidhani kama kuna mtu alisema kama ngoja nikae chini nitengeneze mapiano. Hapana. Nadhani kwa sababu ya maproducer walikuwa wanajaribu kutuma akili zao kutengeneza vitu ambavyo viko nje ya box. Ikatokea sound, watu wakaipenda, wakasema hii sound nzuri, wakawa wanaitilia nguvu kuielevate day by day mpaka ikawa identity ya South Africa. Sasa hivi tunajua kwamba mapiano ni sound ambayo inawakilisha vizuri South Africa. Kwa hiyo kwa sasa hivi instead of kusema kwamba tunaweza tukatengeneza jopo la watu ambao wanaweza kutengeneza sound sasa hivi, tuache tu maproducer ambao sasa hivi wapo waendelee kusugua akili. Mimi na wenzangu ambao tunafanya muziki tuendelee kusugua akili mpaka wote tukubaliane kwamba kuna sound itakuja tu, tuseme hii sound mimi naipenda, sisi tunaipenda, kama ni mdundiko, kama ni singeli, whatever. Kama singeli ilivyokuja, imekuja very organic, haikupangwa. Kwa nadhani tuendelee mimi na jopo langu na maproducer wengine ambao tunafanya kazi vizuri, tuendelee kutia nguvu mpaka ambapo sisi wenyewe tutasema kwamba hii sound ni sound ambayo inaweza kutuwakilisha vizuri Tanzania. Na nadhani wote tutaona, tutakubaliana kwamba ni kweli. Yes.
Asante sana, na asante sana Aba kwa insights hizo, na bila shaka kuna mengi ambayo wamejifunza hapa. Niseme asanteni pia kwa kuwa nasi kwenye session hii fupi. Kama kuna maswali na mngependa kujua zaidi kutoka kwa Aba, atakuwepo around, bila shaka mnaweza approach tu na vitu vikaendelea. So tumefikia mwisho wa session hii. Asanteni sana.
Shukran.
Asante. Make some noise for Aba and of course Frederick Bundala, the CEO of SNS Tanzania. Thank you guys so much. If you could take a step forward for a quick picture. Yep. So Aba is also Mario's manager. And just to reiterate what they said quickly, Mario will be performing later tonight. Just keep that in mind. He'll be performing at the Warehouse with the other artists. A round of applause once again for them as they go off. So yes, Mario will be performing tonight at the Warehouse. We apologize for not having him on the one-on-one panel discussion we planned for, but he's going to be there tonight. Something else that we've decided to move to tonight, so we'll have more people there, especially those who are part of the workshop sessions, is the announcements of the next country that would be hosting ACCESS 2024. So we'll meet tonight at the warehouse from 7 p.m. all the way to 11:30, and during that time the announcement will be made. I also just want to say a big thank you to each and every one of our sponsors and partners who've supported in resources, made it possible for ACCESS to come through year in, year out, especially here in Tanzania for the second time. And a big round of applause for everyone who is from Tanzania. Yes, a round of applause for everybody from Tanzania. You guys have done a remarkable job at hosting us. Yes, asante, we really appreciate you guys. I've had an amazing time.
Naitwa Gerson Msigwa, katibu mkuu wa Wizara ya Utamaduni, Sanaa na Michezo. Napenda kuchukua nafasi hii kuwakaribisha wadau wote wa muziki Afrika na duniani katika mkutano mkubwa wa ACCESS Music Africa. Ni mkutano unaowaleta pamoja wadau mbalimbali wakiwemo wazalishaji wa muziki, watayarishaji, wasambazaji na wengine ambao wanashiriki katika mnyororo mzima kutengeneza, kusambaza.
Usingizi siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea wanaiyemelea wanaiyemelea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanaiyemelea wanaiyemelea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanaiyemelea wanaiyemelea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha